Good morning, Raptor Freaks. Lexiot's here. Monday morning. The Raptors have done something yesterday that's very fun. They won 2 games yesterday by 1 point. Both games won yesterday by the 905 and the Raptors by 1 point. And we were on the right side of winning. I don't care how close it was. People want to say, how the hell did you only beat Detroit by 1 point? Listen, we're getting it out of the mud. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be hard, but at least we're on the winning side of things, and we made it happen. And there's so much to like about the game yesterday against Detroit. There's so much to like about the game yesterday against Westchester Knicks. And we're playing them again today. Westchester Knicks, 9:05, 7 o'clock tonight. I have the preview for that right now. Let's do that right now. Referee report for tonight. Raptors 9:05 at Westchester. John Connolly is the crew chief. We actually have some information on him. He's in his second season he's in his third season now as an NBA ref. He's from Orlando. He is actually on the big level also. So we have a NBA level ref as our head ref for the G League game today. His favorite TV show is Even Stevens. His favorite musician is Michael Jackson. I wanna rock with you. His favorite book is Be the Pack Leader. His favorite movie is Dumb and Dumber. He most like to visit Australia. He'd like to skydive in Dubai. And his hidden talent is dog training. This is a Caesar Milan, a dog whisperer kind of guy. Like, shh, 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 shh. That's what he does, right? His meal is going to be potatoes and pasta. So we can get some potatoes and pasta to Westchester, New York for the 9:05 game today. That'd be great. His first experience as a referee was officiating games with his mother in a men's 40 and over league. So this guy was getting into refereeing with his mom. John Conley, our lead ref for the 9:05 game. Our other two refs are Kalaji Mula and Jacob Barnett. There's your ref report for today. Raptors 9:05 playing the second game against the Westchester Knicks. Now, how did it go for them against the Westchester Knicks yesterday? Well, it's crazy the parallels that we can see between the big squad and the G League squad. There's a lot of the similar things happen to them all the time. Like in this G League game, my 3 stars all scored 20 points. And in the Raptors game, my 3 stars all scored 20 points. And, the other thing is they both won really close games by managing the 2-possession thing and then making it happen by the end of the game. They both kind of came about it in kind of different ways, but they both very much held the other team off in the last couple minutes to absolutely ensure that they won by 1 point. Now, with Westchester, it was a little bit of a mix of Ron Harper Jr. and Jeff Doughton Jr. carrying them home. Ron had a really clutch 3 last night. Yesterday, I should say. Everything's yesterday. If I say last night, there's none of it's last night. We know it's all yesterday. Ron hit one of these clutch 3s, and it was very reminiscent of his Rutgers kind of work, where he gets these shots at the buzzer to help them win. Well, he did a little bit of that for the 9:05 last night. He really does have a clutch factor. And we talk a lot about a clutch factor on this channel recently. Well, Ron Harper Jr. has it. And his 3-point shot's so ugly in a way because he doesn't push it up. He pushes it forward. He pushes it like this way. And it looks so weird, but it's effective. He actually hits it a lot. So Ron Harper Jr. is my player of the game for the 9:05 yesterday. He ended up 8 of 15 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, perfect at the free throw line, 2 of 2, 23 points, a plus 10 with 3 rebounds, 4 assists. Now that's great because really, honestly, he did help them a lot right at the end to stay above Westchester. They had been beating the Knicks the whole game, and they kind of snuck back into the game in the second half in the third quarter. And the Raptors 9:05 were holding them off, kind of like a strong arm in a football game. They're holding them off of them and trying to keep going. My second star of the game is Jeffrey Doughton Jr. He was fantastic too. Our 2-ways really were the two guys on this game that won the game for the 9:05. Jeff Doughton, 8 of 11 from the field, 2 of 3 from 3, perfect 3 for 3 at the free throw line, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and a block, 22 points for Jeffrey Doughton Jr. Really good job by our 2-ways. And then my third star is off the bench. It's Gabe Brown, 7 of 14, 50%, 5 of 11 from 3. Those 5 threes, huge by Gabe Brown yesterday. 1 for 1 at the free throw line, 1 rebound, 1 steal, plus 12 for 20 points. He was the highest plus minus on the team. Gabe Brown off the bench with sharp shooting threes. My 3 stars, Ron Harper, Jeff Doughton Jr., and Gabe Brown. Now, other 905ers played very well yesterday also. In fact, we got to talk about our guy, Mr. Koloko. He was out there and he did some really solid minutes at different times. He wasn't a focal point of the offense, of course, but he was out there, being a presence as he should be. 3 blocks for Koloko yesterday, 5 of 7 from the field, 12 points. He did take 1 3, he missed it. 3 rebounds, and yeah, not a bad game. He was a +7, so he wasn't a super imposing thing out there, just solid by Christian. And you know what? He only got 1 foul in 25 minutes, so he must be doing something a little bit better, only getting 1 foul in 25 minutes. So Koloko, you go. This is the development you need, man. I know Jakob showing up may be a sign to you that, like, damn, I'm not going to play as much on the main roster. That may very well be very true, Christian. But this is the path you need to take, bro. This is going to make you such a better player in 2 or 3 years from now because you're doing this 905 with them. You're a second round pick. You should be down there. Jakob Poeltl was the 9th pick in the draft in his rookie year, and he played on 905 with no complaints. In fact, I love the pictures of Jakob and them on the 905 from back in the day, because you'll see old pictures of Jakob at 905, and you'll see little young Fred in the background in some of the pictures. And Fred's journey of what he looks like in the league is funny, because Ricky Fred looks totally different than Fred now. And those old highlights of Pascal and Fred and Poeltl on the 905 are hilarious to watch at this point, because honestly, they don't look anything like they do now. And it's just fun. Other people to note in this 905 game yesterday, Ryan Hawkins, 4 of 8 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 13 points. Hawk has really been coming on recently with really solid games, and this is why he's getting to start. He has started the last couple games for the 905. And I really like it, because I really think Hawkins is a great shooter. And I'm glad he's getting burned on the G League level. He may never, ever be an NBA player. But you know what, bro? You're looking good out there on the 905. And I hope you're the best. You may end up getting more money somewhere overseas, but at least you're trying at this time to try and get in there now while you're young. But yeah, the offensive stuff is great. The defensive stuff is really deficient, though. It's hard for you to keep up and guard people in around this place. David Johnson, solid, 4 for 8, 8 points, 6 rebounds. But crazy stat about David Johnson's stats yesterday is he had 4 offensive rebounds. So he was crashing them boards, old DJ, and not making any threes, which is normally what he does. But yeah, I'm just happy to see DJ still around the team, and he's improving. He is actually improving. He didn't seem like he was improving last year in his first year as a rookie, but this year he does seem like he's actually improving on the 905 level, and I appreciate that about David Johnson. Double-double for Reggie Perry off the bench, 13 points, 10 rebounds, not an efficient 5 of 15 from the field. 2 of 5 from 3. He did hit the only free throw that he got. So Reggie was out there. He was playing, but he wasn't really solid. But he did get a double-double. So we got to give him that credit. And then the other guys on the bench, nothing really of note. We had Hollins out there, 3 of 7 for 7 points. Morsel, 6 points. But yeah, good job over Westchester. They're not a very good team. They need to be beaten. They need to be beaten again today. Just like, there's a couple of guys on the Westchester Knicks right now that were Raptors 905 last year. Obadiah Noel's over there. And also Melvin Frazier Jr., who was actually on the 905 earlier this season. So we're beating them down. So 7 o'clock, game number 2 of 2 days in a row against Westchester Knicks tonight, G League. So check it out. There you go. We got a Raptors game today to watch too. Koloko in action, 7 p.m. Watch them. All right, so now let's move on to the main enchilada. We had to get the 905 stuff out of the way. Let's talk about this Detroit Pistons game, and let me check in with you guys in the comments and see which direction we start with. First in is Jimmy Pope. The Pope of positivity is here saying that late foul on Fred had me fuming. All right, let's talk about the refs. Here we are. Here's our segment of the show called Ref Manipulation. Well, listen, you know what? Yesterday was very similar to the game on Friday. There was a certain point that the refs started to try and hand the game to Detroit. But a couple of different things happened in this game than against Jazz on Friday. The Detroit Pistons did not capitalize on it, and we did a good job of stifling them from taking the advantage that the refs opened the door for them. And then also, we did not idly stand by. We stopped them. We played harder. We did not make the same mistakes we did in the fourth quarter last game. We've had Poeltl out there in crunch time, and that really was effective. I know he fouled out, and if you noticed, as soon as he fouled out, we were easier to score on with Thaddeus out there. Now, I don't like that being in the center spot in any kind of reserve. I think at this point with our personnel, we don't need to slot Thad at the 5 because him being at the 5 is not good for defense. It really, really isn't. He's much better as a middle defender in our lineup as far as like a guy who gets in between passes and is kind of in the middle of running around, not right next to the basket, because that man does not stop anybody from going right up and just laying up. So I don't like that. Some people on Twitter were saying that we need to split Jakob with Precious and have one of the two of them out there at all times. And I think that sounds smart strategy because when we saw when Jakob fouled out, we had a hard time stopping Detroit again at that point. And thank God he played a big chunk of the fourth before he did foul out because we needed him to hold them off for a while. Because that's a big, huge part of the difference between the fourth quarter on Friday and today is Jakob was able to play late minutes because he was a starter and he was in the rotation to play at the end. So yeah, the refs did do some fucked up shit. Now they did let both teams win their challenges, which that's a sign that they're trying to be fair. And I did enjoy that. There were a couple things they did that were okay, but there was a lot of funny calls, and there was a little bit hand holding for the Detroit Pistons. But in some ways they weren't good enough to take the hand holding and go forward like the Jazz. And then in some ways it was just like you fooled me once, fool me twice kind of thing with us. It's like, yeah, we got fooled on Friday and to get a lackadaisical and allowing the Jazz to beat us at the last second. Well, fuck that. We're not going to let that happen again 2 games in a row. So they were very, very much keen on not letting that happen again. But yeah, there were fouls that were fucked up. There were calls that were not called. There was physicality that was very physical on one end and not very physical on the other, but getting whistles still. You saw the frustration on the Raptor players from time to time. But once again, we know this is just how it is. And we can't let it get in our head and fuck up the next play because we're carrying on about it. We got to pick up, keep moving, and forget about it and keep playing. It doesn't matter. We got to overcome it all. And we did. We beat it all by 1 point last night. And the strategy of being up by 4 with them coming down the ball and Jay Ivey just chuck it up a 3 at the end and then making it and us winning by 1, perfect. Perfect. Win any way you have to. It doesn't have to be very, very pretty. And yesterday wasn't exactly pretty, but it was. Some people are slighting the game yesterday as being ugly. John Hollinger, fuck you. I know you're some ESPN or NBA analyst, and I do actually value you in a way compared to the idiot that I was cussing out yesterday. But I don't like that you're coming on and saying this Raptors Detroit game is not fun to watch. Well, how do you know, bro? Have you been watching them? Because it was damn fun for me to see Jakob Poeltl continue to show us what he's going to do to help our team win. In fact, I found the game extremely entertaining yesterday, just from the fact of watching Poeltl and how he makes everybody around him better. We saw right at the beginning of the game, Poeltl set up Scotty for easy dunks right down the lane. And this is really just him being a big body and kind of like it's like a clog in your drain. You get that Drano in there and it'll clear things up. And that's what he did. He's like Drano in the lane. He comes through and he kind of and he makes it all flow through. And then Scotty just comes behind him. It's like a line. He's like the band leader. It's like he comes down the lane. He clears everybody out. And then Scotty comes behind him and woof, it's a dunk. There's a lot of that going on. And Scott said after the game, he loves playing with Jakob because he's looking for him and he's a big body and he's taking up space. And, this is really, really good. All these guys are really enjoying playing with Jakob. In fact, some of them are a little giddy playing with Jakob. I could say Fred is. I would say Pascal is also, we're seeing an increase of smiles on their faces in the game. And that's beautiful and fun to watch. The more Pascal has fun, the more he feels loose, the more he feels comfortable, the better he's going to do. And that's what we're seeing right now. Siakam, number one star yesterday, obviously. No, Fred's the number one star, but Siakam's number two. Yeah, let's do the stars real quick. Fred VanVleet, 12 of 26 from the field. He'd like to say he was 7 for 14 from three because they robbed him of that 1 3 because his foot was on the line. So, but he's technically 6 of 13. But if you asked him, he should be 7 of 14 because they did go back and look at it and said, oh, your foot was on the line. So they robbed him of one of his threes in a way. 5 of 7 from the free throw line, which was weird because Freddie's a 90% free throw shooter. He missed 2 free throws yesterday, but there was a lot of missing of free throws yesterday. I'm going to talk about that in a sec. 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 block, 35 points for Fred. And those points, did he labor to get 35 points yesterday? And how quick did he get those points? He had 20 at halftime. And, a lot of that is Jakob. Jakob really helps Fred get open shots and make more shots. He helps Pascal get open and make more shots. And these guys are both going to play way better for the rest of the season because he helps them get open better. And he really allows Fred in particular, him and Fred, like, they have all kinds of synergy from before that is already back. And it is cool to watch. It really is like they remember a lot of stuff that they used to do. It's like, I remember doing this with Jakob. But now the thing is, like I said, they've had 4.5 years since of learning and getting better individually in their games. I mean, Fred became an all-star. Pascal became an all-star. Jakob became a starting center that's amazing. And all of them have this new knowledge that's accrued, but they're revisiting the pairing up of all of them together. And it's really, really solid. And there's so much good synergy going on. So yeah, those two guys in particular, they're going to have way better stat lines just because Poeltl's with them. Siakam, 10 of 19. See, both of them shot really well. 10 of 19, 1 of 3, 7 for 10, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 blocks, a +6 for Siakam with 28 points. And now this is the thing. We had a game where Siakam and VanVleet both came up and were really high scoring. A lot of people have knocking that Siakam and Fred can't coexist and both have big games at the same time. They notice a pattern where it's either Fred having a huge game and Siakam's not so good, or vice versa. Well, last night we proved that these guys can both have huge games, and it's not about it's either them or them. It's either him or him. They can both do it. My third star of the game is Scotty Barnes, 20 points, 5 of 6 from the field, 3 of 4 from 3, 7 of 10 at the free throw line. Both him and Siakam both missed 3 free throws, 4 rebounds, 2 assists and a steal, +5 for Scotty, 20 points. I like Scotty's line and like a lot of things that he was doing yesterday because he was a little bit of everything yesterday. He hit some threes. He did some low post and attacking the basket. He was solid in communicating and just all around, and just a solid in the middle kind of glue kind of game for Scotty in a game where other guys were showing up and kind of getting more shots. He didn't have to shoot a lot. He only shot 6 shots and he got 20 points. And that is phenomenal because you got high volume, 26 shots by Fred and 19 by Siakam. And then Scotty isn't even the next guy who took the most shots, and he still got 20 points. So really effective, efficient game by Scotty, helping with everything, basically, in the game last night. He was an everything man yesterday. It was awesome. Achua, you know what? He had a really bad first half. He had a really hard time early in the game, but then he woke up in the second half and he started playing really well. 4 offensive rebounds for Precious. I love that. 11 rebounds altogether and 11 points. Double-double for Precious in 33 minutes. He was 4 of 10 from the field. He missed both 3 attempts and 3 of 6 at the free throw line. Once again, not very good free throw shooting by the Raptors yesterday. And you know what? I'm glad they won by 1 point. You guys make all these mistakes in the free throw line, and you know what? You lose by 1 point and you miss 8 free throws. I'm gonna be pretty mad. But y'all made sure that you won, and that's the important thing. They actually missed 12 free throws yesterday, just so you know, and that's crazy. The Raptors should never miss 12 free throws. That is absolutely insane, really bad. Now, Jakob's line, nothing special, but that's the thing. He did a whole bunch of stuff that didn't have to do with scoring. He was 3 for 8 with 6 points. 2 offensive rebounds, 5 rebounds altogether, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. We did see a couple of things with Jakob that y'all need to get used to. His shot blocking around the rim is fantastic. And then another thing we saw them do was late in the shot clock, if the Raptors are struggling and they're not finding a good open shot, Fred dumps it to him in the lane and he gets a really high percentage shot in the lane. And those shots are really good. I mean, he's going to make those, like I said, he shoots like 62%. So if you're in trouble and it's late in the shot clock and we're not finding a shot, he is like Gary Trent Jr. He's an emergency let out at the end of the shot clock to get a good shot up real quick. And that's because of his height, his proximity to the basket, and the fact that he will be a bucket around that time. So that's what I love seeing. We're in trouble. The shot clock's running out. We'll dump it to Jakob and let him have a really high percentage shot in the lane. And that is something that's going to bail us out. Honestly, that's going to bail us out with the whole problem we've had this season with the stagnation for like 4 minutes. Well, there's these periods of time when the Raptors can't score for like 4 minutes. Well, fuck that. Well, if we're into like 1 minute or 2 minutes of like, we can't score, fucking give it to Jakob. He'll score. He'll break that drought like that. He's like a money shot to stop any kind of scoring drought. And I think that when we have those scoring droughts we've suffered from for most of the season, you might see the Raptors go to him just to bust it out and stop it. And because he is money. He's money to get a basket or a couple points for us at any time. He really, really can. Jakob said after the game that we play off of mismatches, every single one of us, and that he has to get used to being aggressive himself and trying to exploit mismatches when he has them. Is basically all 5 of the starting Raptors have different mismatches that they exploit, and that he has to get in that mindset himself as the center to be ready to exploit one-on-one mismatches. Just like if Scotty has a one-on-one mismatch or Pascal, they go and exploit it. They go get that good stuff from that. So I like that. I like that a lot. There's so much to talk about. Oh my gosh. Nameless is saying the War Poeltl is a tank. La machine gun de guerra. War Machine. Nice. I like that. A little bit of Italian lessons. Monique is here. Good to see Superfan Monique Lawrence. Proud of the efforts by both teams. 3 stars. Ron, Jeff, and Gabe. Yeah, my same 3 stars for 905. Fred, Pascal, and Scotty. What a fourth quarter. Wow. Congratulations, Coach Griffin. What a celebration in the locker room. I'd say keep streaking. Yeah, we won one. I want to keep winning. We got Orlando tomorrow. We'll have the preview tomorrow. Now let's critique Coach Griffin's coaching yesterday. There was a lot he did good, and there was some I really didn't like. And this is what the contrast was going to be, is like, some people are going to look at this. And like I said, some people are going to continue to call for Nick Nurse's head. And they're going to say this, they won by 1 point. All this bullshit's going to happen today. Listen, Adrian Griffin made some of the same mistakes that Nick Nurse makes himself. And in some ways, I know Adrian was supposed to fulfill this job in the way that Nick would have done it. It's not like he gets out there and he just starts his own system and says, this is my style, guys, and we do this. No, he's just a placeholder standing in Nick Nurse's spot, but he's doing the book and the plays that he wants him to do. He's under the direction of Nick Nurse still, even if he's not there. And there were a couple of things he did that I did not like. I mean, let's be minutes police real quick. Siakam got 38 minutes and Barnes got 37. Fred got 37. That's not too bad. Nobody went over 40, and it's not too much over 35. So I can't get mad about that. The one thing I will get mad about with Adrian, and this is where we fucked up and we let Detroit get it back into the game a couple times. He put too much of the bench in at once a couple times. There were a couple times where he had Pascal out there with 4 bench guys, and it wasn't good. It really wasn't good. And same thing with Scotty. There were a couple times where Scotty was out there with 4 bench guys. And I was like, this is not a good lineup to have out there. And it was true. We started suffering and getting in a bad place. The lineup was basically, it was Malachi, Delano, Thad, Chris, and Pascal. And there's something about Chris and Thad being out on the court that doesn't work as well as Chris and Precious. That Thaddeus and Chris Boucher don't work well together defensively. And that when we have them out there as our 2 bigs, we're fucked. We can't guard the paint. So that's not a combination that Raptors coaches need to be putting out there anymore. We've got Jakob and Precious. Thaddeus needs to be like watched with how we play him at this point. When OG comes back and everybody's healthy, This is going to be something that we're going to have to watch with that. He doesn't need to be playing center anymore. And I'm sick of it. I don't want to see it anymore. In fact, that's part of our problem with no good low post defense is when we play Thaddeus like that. He's not a center. In fact, I'd rather have Wancho out there playing defensive center than him in some ways. So I don't like it when you put 4 bench guys out there with 1 starter, Raptors coaches. Don't do it because we suffer for it when we start having a lack of quality. I didn't like most of what Malachi did, but he did hit a shot. At one point, Malachi got pissed off. He said, I'm going to fucking make a 3 because I know I'm about to come out of the game and I better make this. And he did finally hit a 3. But he was missing a lot of shots also still. Really cool to see Delano get out there and play. In fact, I liked Delano out there and the little things he was doing. He didn't have a whole lot to his box score. He was 1 of 5, 0 for 2, 1 rebound, and 3 points. But he was a +3. Now, the thing was, Delano was aggressive in trying to score. He took 5 shots in 9 minutes. And in some ways, that was kind of selfish. But that's the way he plays for 905. And the confidence from 905 is really part of what makes Banton able to go out there and play with some confidence on this team. It was about confidence in some ways. The game yesterday for the Raptors, the confidence of Banton coming in the game because he plays on 905 and gets a lot of run as the primary option. So he comes out to the Raptors game and he plays like he's the number 1 option when he's out there. And I have no problem with that to a degree because it's the way he's being trained and developed. And we want to see it more on the big level also. So I wasn't unhappy with Banton. I thought he was getting up and down the court really well. Now, confidence. Fred VanVleet has way more confidence out on the court when he's playing with Poeltl. And the confidence is shown in his shot. You can see the way he shoots with Poeltl on the floor. He shoots way better, and it's a lot more confident. You're more likely to get those mid-range to go in, Fred, just because Jakob's around. I think there's a really weird synergy between them two when they touch the ball, the 3 of them. You notice there's plays where Pascal will touch the ball, he'll pass it to Poeltl, and then Poeltl will pass it to Fred, and then Fred will pass it to Pascal, and then the shot is money. It's almost like when they touch the ball, those 3 guys, whoever ends up with the ball at the end is going to make it. And Fred and Pascal were getting open 3s off of the action between Poeltl, Pascal, and Fred. They were kind of playing a 3-man game for a little bit. And this is very similar to what they did in 905 when they were youngsters. They did like this kind of like 3-man game between Poeltl and Fred and Pascal. They're all playing off each other. And that synergy is still there. That's that bench mob synergy that's grown up to be starters now. And I love it. Talk about the starters real quick. Gary was a late scratch yesterday, and he was looking really dapper in his Super Bowl suit. And it was so fun to see Gary and OG palling around on the bench in street clothes and just kind of having a good time. You could tell there's bad vibes on this team. I don't see them. These dudes were looking happy and the bench looks happy and all this kind of stuff. Well, an opportunity arose with Gary being out to start a very large lineup. And I love that lineup. Honestly, that was very much a part of the future. In some ways, we were playing Pascal at shooting guard yesterday. Pascal Siakam at shooting guard was what we were seeing at times yesterday because the lineups were bigger than him. And it would be like Fred and Pascal would be the second smallest guy. And then the other 3 guys would be front court. Scotty was the starting shooting guard yesterday. And it worked, and I loved it. That starting lineup was fun with Precious and Pascal and Jakob up front. It was just really cool lineup, and I love being so big. It just really worked really well. You had the chemistry of the old bench mob 3, and then you have the 2 young studs, Precious and Scotty, out there starting with them. That was just a nasty starting lineup. And they started really well. And you saw the synergy between the old and the new out there in really cool ways. Like Precious and Scotty are such crazy good developing stars on the rise. And we're seeing more and more really fun stuff from them. There's always a moment in the game with Precious where you're like, holy shit. You're like, what did he just do? And that one moment for me yesterday was when he did that turnaround near the end of the shot clock and made the basket. He's just so smart with his footwork. He's so smart with handling and taking care of the ball. He's not causing turnovers. He can so much be trusted in so many different ways on the offensive end. And once again, also, we did see Precious doing that Giannis Antetokounmpo stuff in the open court. Like, y'all don't fuck up and let Precious take the rebound because he may not give the ball to somebody to bring it up the court. He may bring it up himself. And this is the thing. He's not bringing up the court to stop at the free 3-point line. He's bringing up that court to come right at you and throw it down on your head. And he does this so fun. It's like it really is a Giannis trait that him and Giannis do this. Not everybody in the league do this. And he can get in there and he'll make baskets just in transition from being aggressive on the dribble and him rebounding the ball from the other end. I love that so much. Giannis in the open court is a threat, but so is Pascal. I mean, not Pascal, Precious. So is Precious. Such a threat. Such a threat out there to just attack. But yeah, the synergies and the chemistries were looking so badass. I'm telling you, it's going to be something so fun to watch for the rest of the season. Monique is, yeah, I really love all that stuff. Mike is here. Logical Raptors fanatic. Salute the real ones. Project Truth always. Needed a W. Good on that. Really good on crunch time developing for Scotty and Precious. Nice to see Flynn and Banton getting more minutes. Poeltl is fitting well. Fred said, listen, this is what he said about Poeltl after the game. He said, I forgot how much he talks on the court. This man is constantly talking on the court. He's such the ultimate team player and just a dream for a starting center for this Raptors team. You know, for the last couple of years, we've dreamed of Poeltl being back on the team. Well, it's reality now. And a lot of what we thought he would come back and do for us like a year or two or a year or so ago, we think about it and we dream about it. If we just had Poeltl again, well, we got it, y'all. Pinch yourself. It's real, y'all. And this is the thing. All the things of the promises of him returning to the team are fulfilling right now. The ideas of what he can do to help us win are huge. And he's special in a way because he's a really, really smart IQ center. In fact, Dwayne Casey was glowing about Jakob Poeltl and Pascal Siakam before the game. He said, I didn't understand how Pascal wasn't on the All-Star team. He shouldn't have been an injury replacement. He said 13 or 14 of these other coaches are idiots. That's what Casey said. And then he has so much respect for Pascal and he loves his journey. And then he talked about Poeltl for a while. He said, that young man is one of the smartest players in the NBA, is what Dwayne Casey said. And that he remembers seeing Pascal and Jakob become best friends as rookies when he was the coach of them. And Poeltl said some nice things about Casey too, saying things like, he's my first NBA coach. I really respect him. And that's a huge compliment coming from him if he said I have one of the highest IQs in the NBA. Because he really does in some ways. The big guy's not always the smartest guy, but Jakob's very smart. He is really like having a Fred at the 5. And in some ways, they do rival each other's IQ. And if you think about it that way, think about Fred's IQ and how he is. And we've got that in a center now. And if you have them both out on the court, well, we just have a super huge, intelligent team. And that's the thing. Jakob's smarts don't have to do with him having the ball. They have to do with him doing whatever the fuck the team needs at that moment, whether it's placing in defense or covering this person, or if he does need to do things offensively at the other end to bail us out, like I just described. He can do all that. It really is. It's like he's molding his bag of tricks around what we need the most right now to help us win. And that's the thing. You got Scotty molding himself in the way as a glue guy. It's like, well, we need more assists this night, or we need me to shoot more threes. You know, you got different guys that are molding around to do the best things to make us win. And I love that. Poeltl is going to be a huge factor going out. We're going to get better and better with him. Like, seriously, the dominance that we're going to see is coming. I saw the early signs of it in the game at the beginning. And that, you know, there's just lapses still. We're not perfect at it yet. That we're going to get better and better. Poeltl had one practice on Saturday, and you saw he was even better on Sunday with working with everybody. It's going to snowball. It's going to get better and better and better and better. Trust me. And the synergy and the stuff that we're going to do, sure, they're lesser opponents right now, but you bring a big opponent with some practice, and we may very much match up really well with them and beat their ass too. I think the New Orleans game right after the All-Star break is going to be a big test for this. But Orlando, this will be interesting because they're kind of a pretender in a way that they're pretending like they're a bad team because they're actually very good. They beat us twice in a row in Orlando, and they beat the Celtics 2 games in a row also. So I don't take the Magic lightly because of their record. And you shouldn't take the Detroit Pistons lightly either. They have a lot of good young talent. And Bogdanovich is a scorer. I mean, Dwayne Casey said it earlier this season that Bogdanovich is the level of scorer like Siakam. He really does see him as a top level scorer in the league, and that what he does out there isn't a fluke. And it's underrated, and people won't pay any attention to it because he's not flashy or interesting or a name, but he is a top level scorer in this league. and he deserves respect. Bogdanovich. We saw him go out there and get 10 of 18, 3 of 8 from the field at 3, 10 of 11 from the line, 33 points for Bogdanovich on the Detroit side of things. So yeah, he's someone to be feared and respected. And then you got the livers and beef crew out there. You got Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart, and then this guy Livers. And so I really like that combo, livers and beef, or beef and livers. The beef and livers team out there. And yeah, it was good to see Isaiah out there. He's annoying. He really is physical, and he's a problem sometimes. Jalen Duren was interesting. He looks like a young Antoine Jameson to me for some reason. He got hurt at one point, and he did get hurt, and he tried to come back out after he got hurt, and he was not good. He wasn't good health-wise, so they had to bring him back out. And Casey was saying after the game that he's worried about Jalen Duren's health going forward for a couple games because he might not be able to play for a bit. Jaden Ivey was all right. That rookie was good. 6 of 11, 18 points, 7 assists. The other side was interesting. And then Burks off the bench, really annoying. This guy's a point-a-minute guy. He's the kind of guy that I wish Malachi was like. Malachi, could you be more like Burks on the Pistons? Because if you could be more like him, I'd really love it. It'd be great. So really bolster our scoring. So yeah, really good 1-point win yesterday. Yeah. The crunch time was managed better, and like I said, like him fouling out, Jakob fouling out was bad because it did open a hole in the middle, and you saw that they could score easier in the end. Detroit scored a ton of points in the last quarter. I hated it. 41 points in the last quarter. It's like we had to have that maple syrup lead. And I was saying, Tom Duke don't feel well today. Come on, Raptors. Pour on that 100% Canadian maple syrup and let's help Tom Duke feel better by spreading that lead out. Because it's like telling myself in the third and the fourth quarter, Raptors, if you don't make that lead bigger, the referees will fuck with you and you might possibly lose because of 3 things. The referees fucking with you, that team rising up and coming against you and winning, and your missed free throws. And I was like, we lose this game because y'all aren't keeping enough water above you as far as like the lead. Because you did have to weather a comeback. They outscored us by 5 in the fourth quarter, and that we needed that 6-point cushion to win by 1. So you guys got to be cognizant of this. At the end of the games, build that lead as much as you can throughout the whole game. Don't let them come back in. Because one of the rules that I've had as a Raptor freak for a decade now is know that the referees will try and fuck you over in the fourth quarter. So you need to have a double-digit lead or a safe lead so that it doesn't matter if they give them a couple baskets or start to try and give them inertia because you need to weather the storm. So getting a much bigger lead in the fourth quarter is smarter. And I wish we had more of one in the fourth quarter last night because then the stress meter for Callie Meyer might have not been so high in this game because this little bit of like a nightmare about to start again with everybody because we have a lot of trauma from the season that, oh my gosh, they're doing it again. They're going to lose. Well, no, they didn't. They got it right. And in some ways, once again, these kind of wins signify that we're turning it around and that it's different. Maybe this game, if without Jakob, we would have lost it and looked dismal and awful and disappointing. But now he's here, and now we're starting to swing the team back in the right direction because we have a center now. So, yeah, I really like it. Fiercey's here. Good to see Fiercey Salsera. Good morning, fam. Happy Monday. Happy about the win. But once again, the refs almost made us lose towards the last minutes of the game. Yeah, they a little bit of that, but we withstood it fine. And, listen, some people are going to say, well, Adrian Griffin didn't yell at them. That's why. No, it's nothing like that. Y'all, seriously, let's stop dumping on Nick Nurse. He really isn't doing a bad job. It's y'all are just listening to idiots. And, I thought Griffin did a great job. Griffin was fine as a placeholder. And he's done this before. But, still, Nick is our dude. And stop trying to, stab in the back, Raptors Nation, right now. It's not worth it. It's not good. You're just doing what the Celtics Nation wants you to do, is stab him in the back, fire him, so they can hire him for their coach next year. And do we want to give Nick Nurse to the Celtics to be the coach, Raptors fans? No, we don't. So y'all stop going after him with the pitchforks and the torches. No reason to be going after Nick Nurse right now. Seriously, give him a chance, just like Masai's giving him. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, the last bit of the game was stressful, maybe a little more stressful than needed to be. I just wanted them to blow them out. In fact, it seemed like they were going to blow them out right from the start of the game. We really were dominating. But then they were kind of like we would bring bench guys in, and then it was kind of mid, and then Detroit would battle us, and they'd get right back up with us. A lot of this is Casey. Casey's a really good coach. We know we had him as our coach for 8 years, and he doesn't stop. He doesn't quit. He's always constantly coming at you, and that's really the characteristic of the Detroit Pistons yesterday, and what made them competitive is that competitive spirit from the coaching of Casey. Yeah, so it's good stuff. Good stuff that we held out and won, and we're 2-0 over the Pistons this season. How about that, Raptors fans? We have beaten the Pistons both games this season, and we'll get them again very soon after the All-Star break at noon. We're playing a noon game against them. You think 3 o'clock's early? We're going to be playing them at noon next. Oh, so crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, Monique's saying, oh, how sweet it is. Poeltl Power, the perfect addition. In some ways, you know what? That's not false. He is a perfect addition. He feels the needs. He feels so many things that we need right now. And he's excited about it. In some ways, you can really tell Jakob is really happy to be on the Raptors because he's playing for winning again. You know, in San Antonio, they're not playing for winning very much while he was down there. You sure they won their games here and there, but this really matters to him. For the years that he's been gone, I've followed him. And after every game, Jakob posts a report about how the game went. And he always writes maybe the excuse for why the team lost and what they need to work on. And he does it in Austrian too, for his Austrian fans. Now, I always read those, even though he wasn't on our team, I would read them and they would kind of help me know what was going on with the Spurs. It was like Jakob was reporting to me what the Spurs were doing without me having to actually watch the Spurs. And now he's doing the reports for the Raptors. And it was so fun to see after the game yesterday, Jakob's report on the 1-point win over the Pistons. And he said, yeah, much needed win. And we're going to continue to grow and get better and expect more of them, is kind of what he's saying. You know, he's been on a losing team for a couple of years now. So, and he's an ultimate competitor. He does really want to win. So now he's in a situation where he can practice his winning ways to actually try and get W's in an easier, better way than in San Antonio with the cast of characters around him. He's got to be really on cloud nine in a way because he's seeing these guys around him and he knows that this team is really good because he's seeing people like Scotty and Precious, Chris Boucher with these incredible dunks he's been doing lately. And he's got to be feeling like I feel really confident in being on this team and helping them to win because I can see how much they have going for them talent wise. I can see how much they have going for them and they just need a couple things figured out. Well, maybe I'm that person that can help them figure it out. And I'm smart enough to try and figure it out quicker than the average person. And this may all happen really fast and expedited within these last 24 games of the season. It's really fun because in a way you can tell in Jakob's mind, he's trying to figure out the puzzle pieces that'll fit towards us winning. And it's not anything specific. He will be like, oh, if I do this more screen, this, or if I work off of Scotty more, maybe this will cause more of this. He's absolutely analyzing all the time. And because he's a competitor and he loves winning, he loves the chance to finally win again and really get enthusiastic and excited about the work towards that. After the game, Eric Kareen asked Jakob, over the All-Star break, are you going to be studying the playbook of the Raptors the whole time? And I could tell Jakob kind of rolled his eyes inside his head without actually doing it. It's like, bro, come on, man. What a cheese ball. Are you giving him homework over the All-Star break, Eric Kareen? You motherfucker. You really turned me off recently with your talk. You're very negative and you're full of shit. And now you're trying to tell Jakob that he needs to go and study the whole time over the All-Star break like he's cramming for finals or something. Fuck that. This guy's a professional. This is what Jakob said. He said, I've got all the plays on my iPad. And I'll tell you what, he probably will study stuff over the break, but you don't need to ask him and say, hey, how invested are you, Jakob, in winning with the Raptors? Are you going to be just studying our playbook the whole time over the break? And I was like, yeah, Eric Kareen, come on, man. You're not a teacher. This isn't a school. He doesn't need to bring you an apple the next time he comes to the media scrum or anything like that. So just shut the fuck up, Eric Kareen. He can do whatever the fuck he wants on that break, because that's what it is. It's a break. And maybe he doesn't want to think about basketball. But yeah, it was fun. He's like, obviously, we're not going to be practicing over All-Star, but he will be putting in work and figuring things out. It could be that, you take time off, you clear your head of basketball, and you kind of like reflect on it. And sometimes things come to you because you're not right in the middle of it and you're kind of time away, and you're like kind of maybe pondering. It's like, oh shit, light bulb, bing. I'm gonna do this more. Who knows? Something like Precious last year over the All-Star break, after what happened after the break with him, and there's all kinds of weird things that can happen over this break. And hopefully we come back and very strong and focused and ready and hitting the gates running as far as like after the All-Star break. I can't wait. G saying last year we couldn't beat Detroit. So 1 point or not, this is progress. Yeah, listen, sometimes I'm more impressed with very close games and winning. Sometimes, a blowout by 15, some people look at the optics of it and say, fuck, Detroit's a horrible team. How did they only just beat them by 1? This is what the negative, pessimistic people are going to start fucking saying today. They're going to sully our win, even though we won. They're going to make it feel like we lost because of the caliber of the team and how close it was. Fuck all y'all. This is the NBA. It's hard. Are you not listening to Adrian Griffin, Nick Nurse, Fred VanVleet when they say in interviews, this is the NBA. Beating NBA teams is hard, and it's all an accomplishment. And in some ways, when the game is so close like that, and they were bombing threes, they had the 3-point shot over us in some ways. And that was really what was catching them up to us, that we withstood it and won still. That is a huge accomplishment, especially since we've been incompetent at doing this most of the season. That this is Raptors culture on display yesterday. This is a close game, and we managed it and we won. And that's what I love about it. Sure, it was 1 point, but who gives a fuck? We got that W. And that's what I was saying. It could be ugly. It could be close. It doesn't matter. If we win, that's all that matters. And I'm going to have this philosophy every time. We could look ugly as fuck, play a horrible game, and still win. I don't care if we have the ugliest game in the world. I just want W's. That's all that matters. They asked Fred after the game. It's like your roles changed so much this season. You came in as the off guard. Now they want you to be the point guard. And now they want you to score. It's like, well, how do you deal with this, Fred? And he's like, listen, I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care if I'm off guard. I don't care if I'm shooting. All I care about is winning. And once again, he's saying things that I hear. They go into my ear. He says them. They go into my ear, and I hear them, and I understand him, and I take him for his word. What does Fred care about? Everybody who hates him. You think he cares about his extension? No, he doesn't care about that. Do you think he cares about his minutes? No, he doesn't care about that. Do you think he cares about how many shots he takes or if he's scoring a lot? No, he doesn't care about that. What he cares about is that. That's all he fucking cares about. So all you Fred haters that hate him, what do you think he cares about? He cares about that. That is all he cares about. He don't care about his individual stats. He's not worried about his contract or his money situation. He just wants us to win. And if you would listen to him, he would tell you very explicitly that that's what he's all about. Oh my gosh. Yeah. How sweet it is. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. David is here. David Saborin, good Raptor Freak trivia leader right now in the season. David, what do you have to say today? Good morning, guys. I hope we keep Poeltl in the offseason. He is a good fit for our team. Isn't he? This ain't no OG Simpson glove. That glove fits right. This ain't no, this is not fitting OJ's glove, but this is fitting, very much fitting, like Hamburger Helper fits in my stomach. It's just like that. Yeah, I think David's right. And it's all lining up to seem like this is what's intended to happen. Both sides are saying this. It's like I'm pretty, positive that we will have Poeltl as our starting center for a couple of years from now, because they both signaled, first of all, Poeltl's saying, yeah, I want to sign with the Toronto Raptors. And the Toronto Raptors saying, yeah, we want to sign Jakob Poeltl. Sounds like everything's good and going. And I'm sure that they have all this already figured out and sketched out ahead of time for the summer. If they wouldn't have investigated getting him, they want to see long term. Well, can we retain him and can we keep him around? And I think you're right, David. He's a perfect fit. And he's going to be continuing to make us a winning team. That's the thing. He's a center. He has so much power in certain ways. And then when you add the kind of center that he is, which is very, very special, he's the kind of guy that just wants us to win too. And that's the thing. You got the little guy who cares about this, and you got the big guy who cares about this, and they're leaders on the team, and they're talking, and they're always talking on the court. I mean, he's helping. I saw some talk between Scotty and Jakob yesterday. There's such good communication. You could tell Scotty really respects him, and that you can tell that this is going to be really good for Scotty too, that he's going to learn a lot of stuff from Jakob. And it's going to be very good. It's going to be very good in all kinds of different ways, David. And I'm glad you see it also. Space Cadet saying, "What's up, everyone? Can't believe there are Fred haters bashing him for his performance last night. Starting to think they would prefer we lose so it further fits their narrative. Of course, they want us to lose more because they never was about the Raptors winning or anything. It was about them being right. It's always been just that they want to be right. It's never been about the Raptors. It's about themselves." And that's why, fuck them. They only care about themselves and whether they're right or not. And they're hating that they're wrong. And they very much have been proven wrong over and over again recently. And they're going to continue to be proven wrong until they shrivel up like the wicked witch in the West on Wizard of Oz. Just go throw a bucket of water on them. They'll fucking go away. Because seriously, yeah, they're just making narratives this morning. So I think that the narrative that's coming from them is saying that this guy's so selfish, he's trying to go for 50. And this all stuff. Actually, he could have maybe gone for 50 last night, the way he started the game with 20 points in the first quarter. And I had no problem with that. Listen, we want to reacquire this great chemistry between Jakob and Fred, and having him run around him and make these little short mid ranges wide open. That's beautiful because you see Fred get wide open and he's going to make those shots and he feels good. And like I said, there's a weird rhythm that comes off of that when they play off each other. It's like a pass from Poeltl to Pascal Siakam out to the three. I'm betting that Pascal makes that shot because there's something about a synergy or chemistry or kinetic energy that's in the ball from your friend. It goes to you, and there's a little bit more confidence when you take that three because he may have set you up in the right way. I keep talking about this whole season is the passer that passes to the shot to the person shooting. You set them up whether they make it or not. Now, if you throw it too high and they got to grab it up here and bring it down, no. You throw it to their legs and they got to pick it up, they bring it up. No, you have to pass it right to where they like to catch it and they can just shoot. The better you pass it to them, the shot will be accurate if the pass is accurate. And that Poeltl knows how to really hand that ball to Siakam in a way where he's in there and he's going to shoot better threes just because Poeltl is around. Watch. Siakam's three-point shooting is going to get better and better by the end of the season. Watch. It's going to be really good. The Space Cadet, you're exactly right. These haters, some of these people out there, they just want to be right. They don't care if they win or not. And that's a very big difference between me and them. G saying Space, they would rather lose and watch Stad and Boucher shoot instead. OG and Gary being gone meant minimal shooters. Therefore, he had to shoot. No winning with these people. Yeah, and it was really him and Siakam were taking a lot of the outside shots. And yeah, they're going to find something any which way. They're going to find something. You know, it's just how they are. Freddie's been on fire. Freddie's been a perfect leader. He's been managing things, and there's nothing Fred's doing right now. To the real Raptor fan and the average Raptor fan, listen to me. Don't listen to these people. Fred is being awesome. He's doing an amazing job right now. In fact, he's broken his record for most 30-point games in a season. In this season, it's insane. He was an all-star last year. He played so much better last year. And this year, he has more 30-point games than he did last year. That says something. And that really says something about him having to carry everything so much in the hard times this season, in the dark times when Siakam's out, and different times recently. So, yeah, quit sullying his name, Fred haters, and respect the man. You know, are you his height and in the NBA? No, you're not. So, motherfucker, you don't have anything to say to a young man that's that short that is in the NBA doing what he's doing right now. Motherfucker, really? Seriously? Come and give him some respect. This man is 6 foot, and he's doing what he's doing in the NBA. Come on now. All right, now Boucher, he's having these highlight dunks recently. I'm so here for it. You know what he's doing, Chris Boucher? He's doing these G League attack the rim dunks that he used to do when he was on our Raptors 905. He would do this shit all the time on the G League, where he would be the ball handler. It's kind of like Precious, what I was describing. He'd bring the ball up the court, and he wouldn't stop. He would go right around them and like jam it on them. This is very much G League MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, G League guy, Chris Boucher. That this is a move that he hasn't been able to do much on the main NBA because it's a harder league to do it in. But now he's doing it all of a sudden. We're seeing him with wild abandon. go at the rim, even if there's a guy in front of him. Kelly Olynyk the other day, and then last night, once again, get the fuck out of his way, because he's got this length that will extend over you, and he's so aggressive with it, and it looks so badass. It's just like, holy shit, they really are like Degeneration X. Precious and Chris are like high flying, crazy ass dunkers right now that don't give a fuck. They're like, you get in their way, you're gonna be in a highlight because they're gonna fucking dunk on your ass right now. And I love it. I mean, that is Degeneration X. Yeah, baby, suck it. Because Chris is coming. And the crazy thing is, he dunks from a little further away from the basket than the average person because his arms are so damn long. It's like he wasn't even that close to the rim when he threw that one down yesterday. He had his arms fully extended almost around the guy who's dunking on. It's almost like he's hugging him around his head, but he really extended and he made it. I love these highlights from Precious and Chris recently. They're fantastic and amazing. And you see how often they're happening right now, that these guys get like a one or two or three amazing highlight dunks every game right now. And this is another reason why, how could you not enjoy watching the Raptors? Because at any given point, you're going to see Precious or Chris come and take somebody's head off at the rim. I love it so much. That is Chris Boucher G League stuff, coming at the rim and dunking it on people. He was doing that shit left and right when he played for Raptors 905. It's so good. It is so, so good. I love it so much. Randolph Phillips is here. Monday morning blessings. Beloved, most informative Raptor Street gang. Let's go Raptors. Things are coming together slowly but surely. You know, I know it's surely. I will get behind that, but I don't think it's slowly either, Randolph. Like, this is the thing. This is not a new guy, Jakob Poeltl. This guy is so savvy and vet at this point in his career, 7 years in, that it's not like it's a whole orientation that's so hard. And this guy's going to look at our playbook and he's like, yeah, this is familiar. This is familiar. This is a little different, but he's such a sponge and a fast learner and is so, so intellectual about basketball that this may be expedited. The transition of him coming in here and showing the good stuff that he can do with us. Yeah, this is going to expedite things. This is really bad for the Eastern Conference. We're about to fuck them up. I don't give a shit if Danny Green goes to Cleveland. I don't give a shit if Dwayne Dedman went to Philadelphia today. I don't give a shit about any of that because we got Jakob Poeltl. And this is such a huge addition that people are sleeping on right now. You see it, you can see it, and you can feel good about it, but we do not totally understand the ramifications of acquiring Jakob Poeltl last Thursday. Because what's going to happen is we're going to win championships because he's on our team. I'm telling y'all right now. I'm serious. With him being on our team now with this, we may need a little bit of adjustments this offseason as far as bolstering our scoring off the bench and maybe a backup point guard. But we are ready. We will compete next year for a championship because we've got a center and we have a really good team now. And this is just the appetizer, the rest of this season. This is the tryout and figuring out and seeing if it works, if it clicks, if the team's starting to win again, if the team's starting to go in the right direction on all kinds of fronts. Yeah, get ready. This is the dude that is going to help us get there. And like I said, his number is 19 for a reason. He wants to remind everyone they won a championship in 19. And they want to get the second one. And he didn't get that championship. He wants a championship in the NBA. Trust me. You think Jakob Poeltl wants to win an NBA championship? You're damn right he does. He's seen his friends get them. He's seen his coach and the franchise that he just played for has storied career and history of championships with Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili. Yeah, he wants to get a taste of that and have that word next to his name too. And Poeltl is knowing that this is a great situation for this. And I'm telling y'all, don't underestimate his mind with Fred's mind on how they can get there because they will figure out the way. Trust me, they will. Let's see. Fun guys here. Hey, I wouldn't call it progress. I'd call it magical. I love it. That's perfect, fun guy. And full turnaround. We used to be so scared of them. It's lovely now. Slowly getting our revenge. Yes. You know, it's not even a revenge. Listen, that was Casey's revenge to get on us. They're just another team at this point. In fact, in some ways, Detroit is a team that we should very much enjoy playing because, first of all, it's a homecoming. It's great to see Rex and Brittany Donaldson on the bench, you know, with Casey. And then listen, and our home arena is a second home arena is their building. So it's like, why do we hate the Pistons? We really don't. They beat us a lot recently. But listen, we go to their building, we take it over. It's like our home building number two. So there's a lot of things to like about Detroit. I love Casey. Listen, I will never hate that man. That man did so many good things for this franchise, and he will always have a very, very important part in the history of the Raptors in my heart. And I love Casey. I think he's such a badass. And you saw that fire in him when he was fighting for his team with the refs yesterday. He cares a lot, and he is a fantastic coach. I have nothing but love for Coach Dwayne Casey. And I just love the whole. We're really in a good place with him at this point. He really did shower the Raptors with love before the game. And he's just a good dude, man. Casey's just a good dude. I really do like Casey a lot. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I call it magical. I don't think this is a slow progress. This is a magical, like, ding, here's Jakob. It's like I said, the eclipse had to happen, the stars had to align, and then boom, the Yak shows up. It appears. And that's what's happened. The Yak has appeared, and now we get the magical like aura of him and how he like rubs off on every single other Raptor out on the court and makes them better. Can you tell me that he made Scotty look better yesterday at the beginning of the game? You're damn right he did. Didn't you tell me that he made Pascal look better with the threes that he was shooting in rhythm off of his passes? Yeah, you're damn right he did. Didn't you tell me that he made Fred look better, running running him around and getting those little mid ranges that were wide open? Yep, and yep. All of that. Yes, sir, he did. Let's see. Kareem's here. Good to see Kareem Thomas, one of my favorite Raptor freaks since the beginning. Fred VanVleet was player of the game and also was the assistant coach yesterday. I'm glad you brought this up because this is true. And Nick Nurse not being there, in some ways, the coaching duties were picked up by Griffin and Fred VanVleet. In fact, Adrian said after the game, I have to give a lot of credit for coaching this game to Fred, that Fred was actually coaching a lot off the bench. And also in the game, obviously. There was one point where Fred was waiting to get in the game, and he was at the scorer's table, and the guys weren't getting back fast enough on defense, and he yelled at them from the scorer's table, get back, get back. It's like he almost did look like a coach because he was standing there on the sideline yelling at them to get back. Yeah, Fred was a huge factor in helping coach the team yesterday. And that's the thing. He's a coach on the court. And in some ways, Adrian admitted that a lot of the stuff that was happening on the court was just like, let Fred be the coach on the court and kind of direct things. So in some ways, all you Fred haters need to give him more credit because he managed and coached this game while he played and made so many points, 35 points. He was coaching too. So he should get 2 paychecks yesterday. Come on, Raptors, you better pay him twice. He needs to get a coach paycheck for yesterday too. Isaac's here. Good to see the benevolent Isaac Campbell holding it down in the nation's capital of Ottawa. Every W should count as 2 wins. Thanks, refs. Looking good out there. Yeah, I don't even remember who the refs were last night. So that's a good sign. I'm not mad at them. If I remembered Eric Lewis from Friday, I don't remember who it was. Jason Goebel, wasn't it? It was the Miami cop. Yeah, there were a little bit of things that annoyed me about him yesterday. But once again, he's not paramount in my head right now. So I'm not really blaming him for anything or mad at him. There were calls that were fishy. There were fucked up shit. There was a little bit of a ref hit job, manipulation. But for the most part, they were pretty fair and pretty good because we won. If we had lost, I probably would have called them out because there was some factoring of them in trying to change the flow of the game. Once again, near the end of the third quarter and the beginning of the fourth, the refs are starting to do fucked up weird calls and like calling at one end and not calling at the other. And you literally saw Fred yelling at them, pointing at one end and saying at that end, and then if you call it at this end. And that's really what half the time these guys are yelling at them is if you're going to call it down there, you better call it here is what he's saying. Or if you're not going to call it down there, you better not call it here. You know, we saw Thad get crazy demonstrative, like mad at the refs all of a sudden. He's like doing the same thing. He's like, you call it down there, you better call it here. And that's all we want is consistency, referees. You could call the consistency with the touch and how hard it is. Some people are just, woo, foul on the Raptors, boo. And then some people are like, bam, no foul on Detroit, bam, no foul on Detroit, foul on Raptors, boo, boo. Bam, no foul on Detroit. It's that kind of shit. Now, Isaac, I don't think we could do that where we get 2 wins. Although I understand what you're saying because we're beating the refs and the team. Cool Cat saying, "Good morning, Raptor Free Crew. We got a W despite the ref pulling the same stunt." That's what I'm saying. We can expect this regularly, and that's why we have to be that much better. That's why I always say I want 100% Canadian maple syrup layer of thickness in the lead that we have, because that lead could get eaten into by ref manipulation. And especially around, like I said, the end of the third quarter, the fourth quarter beginning, that's when they start to do that shit really heavy. Now, sometimes a ref hit job can come in the middle or the end of the beginning of the game, and it affects for the whole game. But most of the time you can make it up. So that's why they try and do it right around then. It's a momentum changer. It's an ability to launch the other team to try and get up and get over us to win by the end of the game. And that's why we have to be that good. That's why we have to kick so much ass that we withstand the ref hit job and the barrage of the other team trying to come back. And we did it. We did it last night. We really, really did. Jakob's impact is amazing. His screening on offense creates space. His defense is imposing. Hopefully, we have the ball shared more. Yes, yes, and yes. His screening, we talked about how open he helps Fred get. And Gary loves it too. In his interview the other day, he said, "I really like playing with this guy and running around him." And then listen, this is something that's important that Cool Cat's brought up. Block up. Have you seen block up? Well, we saw block up last night. There was a little bit of block up that San Antonio loves so much while he was there. Is this stuff near the basket where it's like boop, nope, boop, nope, boop, nope, block up. Yeah, so enjoy the block up, because that is another great sunshiny thing about Jakob is block up. And when block up comes to block, he will be blocking. And we saw him block some shots last night, and they were fun because it's like the kind of shot blocks you want from your center near the basket, saying, "No, no, no. You don't come in here because we got block up and we got Coloco. You don't come in here anymore. No, 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 you don't." That's right. And I love that. I love that. And they may have came in there into the store earlier this season and said, "Walk right in and steal the candy and run out the door." But not anymore. No, sir. The shopkeeper's here, and his name's Block Up. And he's a big, mean Austrian who said, "No, kids, you don't get the candy." Bam. Block Up. Yes, we love you. G saying, "Fun guy, good call. Let's call it magical revenge." Magical revenge? That sounds like something that would be in a Lucky Charms commercial. "Oh, they're magically revengeful." Jimmy Pope saying, "I don't give a fuck about how we won. Fuck the refs. On to tomorrow to get another dub." That's right, Jimmy. I'm the same way. Listen, it's just like in an action movie. Sometimes it's not pretty. There's a lot of blood and it's ugly, and you just want to be walking out of the explosions alive. And you're walking out, dramatic walkout from a huge exploding building. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes that's how wins are in the NBA. You get through and you're cut up and bruised and beat down, but you won. That's all that matters. And that is what I'm talking about. Jimmy Pope, you are the best. The Pope of positivity, keeping it down. He said, "I don't give a fuck about how we win." And I am with him. Mike saying, "Not going to lie, they won't let that bone go." That bone go. It's important to negate Fred VanVleet's scoring punch. So the story they use is when Fred scores a lot, we don't win. But clearly that's not the case. I will explain the logic. Okay, thanks, Mike. If y'all have noticed, the time between comments is shortened today. It's just a little trial because it's Monday morning and not as much traffic sometimes on this channel on Monday because everybody's going back to work. Although it was Super Bowl Sunday and a lot of people probably took the day off today. But yeah, listen, the haters and the people, "he who shall not be named" and all this stuff, they're crazy. Some of the shit they're saying right now. Like, seriously, let's just take a reality check between my channel and that channel and go listen to what they're fucking saying right now about Fred. And think about this. Like, does this fucking add up? Like, what the fuck is this guy saying? What planet does he live on? And meanwhile, come and listen to me talk about the sunshine of Yak and what's coming up with us. Like, why is your focus so strongly just on Fred in such a negative way? There's so much to cover about the Raptors. You guys could pick so many different subjects. Why won't you let this one subject go? Especially since this subject isn't even important at this point. It's not. it doesn't mean anything. Like, you're talking about Fred in a negative way. Well, he's playing really good. In fact, he's playing at an all-star level right now. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's so many other things y'all could cover or talk about right now, and you continue to push the same tired, stupid ass vendetta. Idiots. You Fred haters, you just look stupid at this point. You just look like fucking you have something like, did Fred steal your candy when you were little? Like, were you standing on a corner, Robert, and Fred came up to you and he said, "You can't have that lollipop, Robert," and snatched it out of your hand, and you're like a little 4-year-old and you're still holding a grudge from Freddie from that. That's how you feel. It seems like you feel like it feels like that's what happened. He took something out of your hand or did something wrong to you. Did he date your mom when you were younger or something? And like he jilted her or dumped your mom? Something happened personal with Robert and Fred, and I don't understand it. I'm like, dude, let it go, man. This man is a badass. He's a hero. He's a great Raptor. In fact, I rank him in the top 5 of the greatest Raptors of all time. I seriously do. It's DeMar, Kyle, Pascal, Fred. Those are 4 of the top 5 greatest Raptors of all time in my book. And, whatever, bro. All right, let's keep going. Callie is saying, woo, that was a close one. I watched the taped game. Is Joe back? Did Gary get injured? Gary has a slight calf strain. That is the technical injury. And I don't think he's that hurt. I think that it was interesting he sat, and there were some really interesting things that were derived from the starting lineup being big. I really like that look in some ways. And also, once again, the writing's on the wall. Gary's probably going to have to come off the bench with the addition of Yak. So it's going to be very interesting. I knew Callie was going to have a little bit of a stress meter from the game last night, but she knew that they won already, so she watched it on tape. So maybe not as stressed watching it on tape, but maybe in moments still. Yeah, Joe is back. He was on the bench, and he's made it very clear to everyone, Joe Exotic is not going to be his nickname. He's like, I'm not about that, Joe Exotic from Tiger King or whatever the fuck that was. Yeah, he doesn't like that nickname. He is Joe Wheezy. That is what he was in college. He was Wheezy like the Jeffersons. And so that's who he is. He's Joe Wheezy. So you can call him Wheezy. He likes the wheeze. You can call him the wheeze, like Pauly Shore. Look out for the wheeze, chilling with the wheeze. My fresh nugs and the wheeze. So he's the wheeze. So yeah, the wheeze. That's his nickname. All right, let's keep going. David's saying, okay, I'm being positive, but I'm not anymore. We're close to rooting for RHJ facepalm at Cali. Gary Trent, look, took the night off to attend a Gucci fashion show on the Raptors bench. I love it. Okay, listen, you're not going to root for Ron Harper Jr.? What? You're not anywhere close to rooting for Ron Harper Jr. I don't understand that. Ron's dad was at the court side for the game yesterday in Westchester. It was really cool to see Ron Harper Sr. rolling up and watching the 905 game and watching his son play a really good game. Like, he did hit a really key 3, and he was the best player for the 905 last night. So it was really cool. Ron Harper Sr. at the 905 game at courtside, in the middle of the court, right at courtside. And I think he was with some of the other family members. I think Dylan was there with him too, Dylan Harper. So it's just really kind of cool to see Ron Harper Sr. at a Raptors 905 game. And who knows, down the road, Ron Harper Sr. may be in the Scotiabank Arena going to a game because of Ron on our main squad. So we'll have to see. I don't understand that. You're talking about Ron Harper Jr.? David, what's wrong with Ron? Nothing wrong with Ron. Let's see. Yeah, Gary was in his own fashion show. It's like, OG, couldn't you try it a little bit better? You're just wearing all black and the spectacles. You could have put yourself as a fashion plate sitting next to Gary, and y'all could have gotten a lot of look. In some ways, OG, you're not living up to what you talk shit about with Serge a couple years ago with fashion. I'm sorry, but Gary made you look very bad on the bench. And that Serge has probably seen that. And he said, yeah, OG, you do not know fashion and art, is probably what Serge is saying. Fun guy saying, honestly, after the game, as I sat there enjoying the win, I go on YouTube and see Pensair's post-game title with so much negativity. You guys are right. There's something wrong with that dude. Shaking my head. Pathetic. I know, dude. Seriously, we won, bro. Come on, can you maybe do an article or talk about Jakob for a while or something? You don't need to talk about Fred. You can talk about a whole lot of other things that are going on with the Raptors than just coming after Fred all the time. It's like that is the number one priority on his list. Go after Fred, go after Fred, go after Fred. And it's been that way for 3 years. So I don't expect it to change because it's been like this for 3 years. So this guy's been miserable fuck about Fred being on the Raptors for 3 years, y'all. He wanted them to get rid of him 3 years ago. Seriously. And the reason why was because he wouldn't sign autographs at the 905 game for the kids. Oh my gosh. Somebody as a coach comes to the 905 game 3 years ago, and Fred's at the 905 game sitting at the sideline, and maybe he's trying to watch the game. Maybe he really cares about the game. Well, apparently the story goes, and I don't even know if this is true, it's all hearsay. This is a coach came up to Fred and said, "Can you sign these autographs and take a picture with my kids from my team?" He's like a high school team or something, or maybe even younger. And Fred said, no, apparently. This is what they say. This is what Pensair kept pushing. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm busy or something like that. Well, listen, these people are not obligated to do whatever the fuck you want for them in public when you see them. If they're kind enough to do it, well, thank you them and feel grateful for it. But if you don't get it, don't feel ungrateful and put them on blast and try and tell them that they're a fucking shitty person. Because that's what the whole thing was. He was pushing this story as saying that Fred is an asshole because he wouldn't do this, and that he was coming after him for that. And that was the whole reason why I started blocking him, because he was putting out all this noise negative about Fred just because of this. It didn't even have anything to do with the way he played. That's fucked up, bro. And the thing you try to paint him as like somebody who hates the fans, it doesn't like them. And as somebody who met Fred before that in person and stood and talked to him as a person in public for 10 minutes, he gave me 10 minutes of his time just talking to me. Yeah, I knew everything about what he was saying was full of shit. And then, then we see things like with Shantae and Fred giving signed jerseys to kids that are in chemo, that are dying of cancer, and they're fucking, Shantae's on Twitter all the time saying, what's wrong? What's going on with your kid? We want to get you a jersey from Fred. And then boom, she's sending signed jerseys to people that are sick in the hospital, dying of cancer, and other people that are having hard times. This dude loves the fans. He's amazing with the fans. I know because I've met him and stood next to him and talked to him. And he had no problem talking to me. He was not an asshole, and he didn't tell me to fuck off. And he could have, because he was not on any kind of time where he needed to talk to people. He wasn't at an event. He was just on the street, standing there. He could have told me to fuck off, but he didn't. He was really nice to me. So that's how I know he's a fucking idiot. I know personally because I've met Fred. So, it really is a personal vendetta at this point. That is the only way you can say what he's doing on that stupid ass channel is. And it's like he just makes himself look worse and worse as he continues while we get better. All right, let's see. G saying, jumped ahead. I love seeing all the fill up here. This is really good. My brother's here. I love to see my brother's name. Oh, man, this is good. I love seeing everybody in the chat today, seeing all the great names of the Raptor Freaks. I love it. 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 Sorry. All right. G saying Jakob just got here and still working out the kinks, but they look so much better already with an actual big on the court. Yeah. There's kinks to still be worked out, and there's other things that they can figure out that they can exploit, and they will beat other people over the head with. I'm telling you, a lot of the play off of Fred and Jakob and Pascal is going to be beautiful. And just wait till OG comes back. Because OG's in this group too, y'all. He was a part of that synergy that we had way back with the bench mob, and he can be added into this stuff too. Trust me, he's a part of it also. So it's really a 4-person squad from that team from way back. Jakob, Pascal, Fred, and OG. It's going to be really interesting. And that when you get OG back and we see his part in the synergy, you look out. Trust me. We're going to be fucking killing people on the court because we got a center now. And he already fits. He doesn't take no time to fit in because he knows everybody. He played for us already. It's like Jakob said. He showed up at OVO Center, and the hallways looked the same. The people were the same. He's like, oh, I remember you. I was here a couple of years ago. You remember me? Yeah, we remember you, Poeltl. It's like everything's the same. He's been here. It's not like it's going to take time for him to get adjusted to learning to be in Toronto. He very much knows it already. And that's why this deal is so smart, because it's like it's going to be quickly how quick he will gel. It's going to be like instant. It's instant gel. It's magic, as has been put today. It's a magical gel. and it's very much happening quickly. Mike's saying it's about Fred is the man. If no one is scoring off effectively, has to turn up more and more. Some games it's not enough to carry us offensively, but it's based on others whether we win those ones, cause and effect. I don't understand why there's a problem with Fred being the scorer or being the number one guy like he was last night. This is very Isaiah Thomas-ish. This is Isaiah Lord Thomas, Detroit Pistons, bad boy from back in the day. He was the focal point of the offense for the Pistons when they won 2 championships, and he was around the same height as Fred. And the littlest guy took the most shots. He took a lot of outside shots. He took a lot of shots going to the basket and making crazy ass layups in the land of the Giants. There was no problem with Isaiah Lord Thomas being the number one option and being the little guy scoring for his offense and doing all kinds of stuff. There's been other guys like that in the history of the NBA. Michael Adams, all kinds of little dudes that are the primary scorer on their team. And I don't get this. This is a knock, sure. It'd be nice if he's a little taller, but it's not that way. And in some ways, would you trade the height for some of his heart? No, you want that heart. You want that IQ. And there's nothing wrong with a little dude being your number one scorer. So anybody who has a problem with Fred being the scorer or taking over or doing that kind of stuff, you're idiots. Go and look up the history of the career of Isaiah Lord Thomas, the guy who ran the Raptors at the very beginning of our franchise, and learn about a small scorer that dominated the league in the 80s and 90s. So yeah, you need a history lesson, Robert, about Isaiah Thomas. And you will learn about the little guy that can be the guy who carries the team and is the primary scorer. All right, let me keep going. La, 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 la. I'm singing Banana Splits. I'm so happy. All right, let's see. Monique's saying, I can't help but mention Chris Boucher's dunks lately. I know, Monique. What the fuck? It's like he's in G League again. Can we start saving Playmaker P? Can we start saying Playmaker P? And always the standings are tight. Danny Green to the Cavs. Yeah, Danny Green is like the ultimate mercenary. This motherfucker will change teams like he changes his pants, and he will go and get championships. He's trying to hunt them. I don't like that Danny thinks that Cleveland has a good chance to win. That's why he went there. Well, have you seen them play the Raptors this year, Danny? And listen, they have Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. Well, we got Jakob Poeltl now. And we already handled the Cavs a couple times this season already. Well, you go ahead and join that team. You aspire to higher aspirations, Danny Green. I wish you well in health, but I don't wish you well in success and winning. Fuck the Cavaliers. You go ahead, Danny Green. You are a mercenary. You'll take the job from the highest bidder. Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it's going to be. Danny Green has been that guy the whole time. That's why I don't totally respect him. He's a one-year Raptor. He's a champion, and he was important, and I do like him as a person. But the dude turned around, went to the Lakers, and won a bubble championship right afterwards. He's been a part of so many different teams since, like the Sixers. And, in some ways, he very much is a mercenary, hired, paid gun. You go to the highest bidder. Forgetful's here. Good to see Forgetful. Really enjoyed Raptors tonight post-game. Incentivizing low post play came up, which is what I was getting at with my futile proposal to end the three-pointer. Hope competition committee finds a way. What? You guys are talking about ending the three? No, they won't go back in time. The three was an addition. It's a part of the game at this point, and it's just how it is. There will be new additions as time goes on. There really will be a 4-point line at some point. The athleticism and the athletes coming into the league are just getting better and better and better and better. It'll allow it to be a 4-point line, and maybe only like Steph and Fred are shooting from out there, but there will be additions and stuff like that. Incentivizing low post play, this is how you incentivize it, is a high percentage make. And that's why you should play it more. We will see more pick and roll and give and go with Jakob around. That's just the way it goes. It's just part of the useful skills that he has that you would be stupid not to use and capitalize more. You're going to see Nick do more two-man game, and you're going to see more pick and rolls. We saw Jakob and Fred do a pick and roll the first play when they were reunited in the game against Utah. It was a pick and roll and was successful. So there's going to be more of this. You're going to see it. G's saying Scotty was extremely efficient. He really was. And that's what I'm saying. Like, he took a lot of shots in the Utah game and missed a lot of shots. He was like 5 for 15 in the last game. Well, in this game, he was 5 for 6. And I like that. It's like he doesn't have to score to do so many good things for us out there. And he knows that. And I like that. That like there's really a lot of guys on our team that really are team first over player first. And that is a big part of why we like this crew and who we have together. They really are team first guys. They're not player me first guys. These are team first guys. And I love that. And especially if our young number one superstar who's coming up and going to be the face of the franchise is a team first guy, that's really, really good, especially with his aptitude, his skills, and his talent. Jimmy's saying it's easy to hop on the negative train. Not much of the season left. I'm just going to enjoy every game. Would be a cherry on top if we make the playoffs. I know I would regret being angry after every game. It's just useless energy. It's like, seriously, like, why? It's just a game. We're not playing in it. We're just fans. In some ways, we can detach ourselves from it as much as we want to. And that some people are just too engaged and like feel too hard on it. I know I was that way when I was younger, when I drank. I'd get really mad after Raptor games and it was really bad to be around. In fact, that's part of the reason why I'm divorced at this point is because of being drunk and being angry after a Raptors loss around 2008 or 2009. So, that's what I'm saying. There's no reason to sit in it or get really negative. And I don't understand why people just revel in it, like being negative and doing what they're doing right now. It's just like, how do you live your life? You're a miserable fuck. I mean, it's just like, really, how are you living your life, bro? Come on, man. But no, listen, we are gonna make the playoffs and we're gonna fucking make it to the second round. I'm gonna continue to predict this right now. I'm a positive Raptors fan and I believe this. Some people are thinking we're only gonna make the play-in. No, fuck this. We're gonna rock it right up into the last playoff spot. Maybe the 6th seed. It could even be we get the same seed we had last year by the end of the year. Trust me, we could do that. It's crazy. It'll take a little bit of the other teams doing really bad and falling down and us having to be really, really good, which I think we will, because Poeltl is going to be a huge factor in us winning going forward. And then in the playoffs, having Poeltl is going to be a huge factor. Like, what if this happens? Like, what if we get the 6th seed and we're not in the play-in and we're straight up playing Philadelphia in the first round again in a rematch? And we have Poeltl this time. What do you think is going to fucking happen this year? We have the same crew, except we have Poeltl added. And we're going to fucking come at Embiid and we have payback for them. Yeah. What do you think is going to happen in the first round? If we don't get injured like we did in the first game, we don't have a hit job on us to a degree, if we withstand the hit job, what do you think is going to happen? I thought we were good enough to beat Philadelphia last year. It's just we had some bad luck. Fred got a hit job on him 30 seconds in the game. They put 2 fouls on Fred before it was 11 minutes on the clock in the first quarter. They fucking didn't tell us that Gary Trent Jr. had the flu and he was going to be a shell of himself for 2 games. They didn't tell us that Joel Embiid was going to step on Scotty's ankle and put him out for a couple games in that. Yeah, we're healthy. We got Jakob. We're going to fucking beat the Sixers if we get them in the first round. I'm going to say that right now. And that's what I want. I really do want that. If we can get in the 6th seed and we have the Sixers in the 3rd seed as our opponent in the first round, I want to kick the shit out of them and get some revenge. And then how is Raptors Nation going to feel? How are these negative motherfuckers going to spin it when we accomplish something we couldn't accomplish last year, this year? And some people, you're crazy. You think you're going to beat Philadelphia? Yeah, I am crazy. And I do think we will. Because they're the same team as last year. Maybe a couple of little additions here, a little bit of switching in and out guys. But for the most part, that core is Maxey, Harden, and Embiid. And we know who they are. We played them last year. And we know what we got to do against them. And we ain't going to fucking do the same thing that we did last year. Trust me, if we get another chance. Let's keep going. Monique is saying, Dwayne Casey, high praise for Pascal about All-Star. Let's go. Classy. Yeah, Casey's so badass. That's what I'm saying, y'all. He doesn't hate us. He loves us very much. And it's the kind of thing where, when he coaches until the end of his career, he's going to come back to Toronto and we're going to treat him just like one of our great. He is. He's the most winningest coach for the Raptors in our history. He's got the most victories. Coach Casey doesn't have as high a win percentage as Nick Nurse, but he has more wins. And he's an important coach in the history of the Raptors. So he'll be celebrated way beyond him coaching for the Pistons or any other teams that he coaches for after. As a Raptors head coach that we love in our history. And he'll come back and he'll get all his kudos. He is a very much in good faith, good standing Raptors alumni, even though he's still currently coaching in the league for the Pistons. So I feel like that. I'm a fun guy. But on an entertainment topic, Hope y'all saw the Flash trailer, because being the biggest fanboy, oh boy, I like splitting Precious and Jakob's idea, but what about our other 7-footer we could play too? Yeah. Well, if he's not with the 905 in New York, yeah, he can be added in that mix too. It is really that we have three centers at this point, and there's no reason why we should be playing without a center out there if another team has big guys that are going to attack our lane and get easy lay-ins and dunks. There should be always at least Jakob, Precious, or Koloko on the court at any given time going forward in the future of the Raptors in the next couple of years. I'm sorry, you cannot get away with playing Thad at center anymore. Don't do it. You don't have to. You got the personnel now, Raptors, to not do that anymore. Yeah, all right, let's keep going. Mike's saying Yak is extremely high IQ. These guys tend to be able to use things from any point and still have the blueprint on a lot of things. Gasol was like that as well, and why he fit in so fast. It's about IQ. Yes. Jakob is different than Gasol in a lot of ways, but not in this way. Very highly intelligent basketball players that are team players, that are great passers. That one pass to Scotty near the beginning of the game was fantastic. He completely read the play on the offense at that point and saw what they gave him was a pass down the lane right to Scott next to the basket, and it's a dunk. That's a vision. That's him understanding what the defense is giving us and him executing. And that's the same thing. Like if they do a certain thing where he has the ball, you see Jakob will attack the rim because he knows that he's got a smaller guy like Jaden Ivey on his back. Well, he's going to try and score on him because he's much taller than him and he can dominate him near the basket. And that's what Scotty said after the game. Is like because Jakob is out there and he's such a big target. He's easy to lob to, and he's so big. They really have to come and shadow him and guard him like we have to do against big centers all year, that we are having that effect against other teams now. And because of that, it makes everybody more open. Like, think about that. Seriously, because like who's going to guard Jakob from the Pistons one-on-one and be able to hold him down? Beef Stew? No, he couldn't do it. He's not tall enough or big enough. So basically, they have to do what we do to other people without a center. They got to come with Stu and Duran at the same time. And, well, there's another guy somewhere that's open, and Jakob is an expert passer. So they throw it into Jakob. They collapse on him with the double. He's throwing it to Siakam, and he's hitting a three. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And it's so awesome. The IQ is a huge factor in why Jakob Poeltl is an amazing basketball player. Seymour saying, good morning. I missed the game. Might go back and watch it. You should, Seymour. It's a joyous game. You will enjoy it. I mean, we win by one. It's close, sure. But very, very well done game in a lot of ways. And you need to see what Jakob's doing because you need to be caught up. That's the thing. You can't miss games right now because things are happening quickly with the Raptors, and you're going to learn more and more about Jakob very quickly. And I'm so here for it. I can't wait to watch the Orlando game tomorrow because I want to see more Jakob Poeltl. I'm so excited. Tom, I just can't hide it. I'm going to do Pointer Sisters right now. Tom Duke saying, good morning, go Raps. Love having Big Yak. Yes, Tom's got Big Yak on the fantasy team and on the real team. Tom is just living that Yak life. Yes, Tom, there you go. I hope you're feeling better today. I hope that you're feeling much, much better. My good friend, Tom. Shere Khan's here. Good to see you, Shere Khan. I love that name because it makes me think, of course, of the Jungle Book. Let's see. Who can we get in the offseason that can get us more foul calls? Is there anyone on a cheap contract with high free throw attempts? Listen, let me look at this real quick from last night, because in some ways, listen, it's not that we need somebody to come do this. We just need more respect for the existing guys on our team. This is like a learning curve or a curve over a young player's career. You have no respect when you're young. Look at how they treat Koloko right now. He has no respect. He's not getting any respect at either end of the court, whether he has the ball and not getting calls, or when he blocks somebody, they're calling fouls on him. Well, it really is like a timeline in your career. You get more established and you hang around, well, you start to get calls like Pascal does now. You see OG get into the line a little bit more. It has to do with aggression. Now, some of the guys on our team do get to the line very well for being young. Like Precious and Scotty get to the line a lot for being young players, and they are getting respected. But part of it is that they're just so overwhelmingly aggressive that they have to get to the line because the refs have to call it. But they do get dissed and don't get calls a lot of time on the contact also. A lot of it has to do with our team. We're the Raptors, and we don't get respect from the refs on every single call, and that they do not call fouls for us often. That it doesn't matter if they hit us. You got to finish through contact, Pascal, because you can't count on them to bail you out with the whistle. Now, it doesn't matter if we go and get a different player this summer, Shirkan. They're going to have the same treatment. In fact, somebody was saying the other day is like, Jakob, welcome to the Raptors, where you're not going to get any respect from the refs. And that is true to a degree. That is very much true. You know what? This offseason, I want a better scorer for sure. But it's really kind of somebody who's a better three-point shooter and somebody that is an absolute bucket. We need more of that mentality on our team, like Gary Trent Jr. Somebody that can fill it up and will score from all kinds of different places. Somebody's a baller. Somebody that, you go to a court and you're playing with your friends, you see a guy on the court who's just like filling it up and does everything. We want dudes like that. Somebody like Lou Williams, Jordan, Jamal Crawford, these kind of guys for our bench. We need a dude like that. And that may be the last piece that is what we need for a championship. I'm not lying. We go and get a guy like Jamal Crawford or Lou Williams as our bench scorer, backup point guard. Yeah, we have that piece and we're ready. We're ready to go. We're going to win a championship. So until we get that, a little bit more scoring off the bench, then I'll feel better. But a lot of what's happening right now, and Otto Porter in some ways could have been that guy if he was healthy. It's kind of crazy. So, yeah, good to see you, Shirkan, and I hope you'll come and join us more often. Every single day, 9:30, we are talking Raptors on this YouTube channel live. And you can always have what you want to say each day about what's going on. We will talk about it here, and every voice is heard. Every comment is read. Let's keep going. Jimmy's saying, hopefully Gary and OG come back ASAP. Yeah. I don't think Gary will be gone for too long. This may be just like a one stop, or maybe he'll take the whole break off now. That could be. They only have the game tomorrow, and then they're off for a week. And so who knows? I don't think it's likely that OG will play tomorrow. So maybe he'll get the whole entire break to rest up. And maybe we come back from the All-Star break with everybody absolutely healthy. Knock on wood. I hope that happens because there's not much game left in the season, and we need to get going to get some real good inertia for fucking up the team that we play in the first round of the playoffs or in the play-in if we're there. Let's see. Dirty Sanchez is here. Yo, Lexi Rexy. You still have that same energy as always. I remember you had long hair, but I knew it was you. Holy shit. Okay, wait a second. You remember me with long hair? Well, that means you would have known me from like the last time I had long hair, because I've been shaving it bald since 2012. Do I know you from Tallahassee or from Toronto? That may be a part of how I need to suss out who you are, Dirty Sanchez, because you are seeming familiar. You did tell me that you bought me something at the game one time, and I'm trying to remember. Did I work with you at the Air Canada Center in the early 2000s with Stevie Roots at the Mr. Sub stand? Is this where I know you, Dirty Sanchez? I'm going to try and figure out who you are because you seem to know me and you remember me with long hair. That was a long time ago. Fun guy saying fake fans watch Super Bowl instead. You know who y'all are if you fit the description. Well, you can watch both. They happened in a row. It was hilarious. During the game, Jack Armstrong, this man is an alcoholic, first of all. I'm sorry, Jack. You just show all the signs. You're always lusting for the next drink. You're talking about planning trips around alcohol at Oktoberfest. You really, really put a lot of emphasis on the Super Bowl parties after the game yesterday, during the game, getting mad at the refs for calling too many fouls and putting them on the line and slowing down the game because Jack is very quickly trying to get out of there so he can go party for the Super Bowl. I love you, Jack. And I mean, it is what it is. I'm an alcoholic. So when I see people that are showing that kind of behavior, I worry about them. But it could be that you're a very functional alcoholic and it's fine. You go ahead and just be an alcoholic. But to me, I get warning signs when somebody's talking about how much they lust and thirst to go to Oktoberfest in Germany. And NBA, can you make the Raptors play in European game, go to Germany? Because I want to go to Oktoberfest. Jack, come on, man. Get out of the bar with Doug Smith. Seriously. Get the fuck out of that bar with Doug Smith. No, but the Super Bowl happened later, and I didn't watch it. I don't give a shit about the Super Bowl. I've been boycotting the Super Bowl since they boycotted Colin Kaepernick, and I have not come back. So, yeah, I heard that the Chiefs won. That was fun. Good job, Chiefs. A lot of people were rooting for the Eagles. It was funny. They asked Fred after the game, "Who are you picking for the Super Bowl?" And he is like, kind of like, he said Eagles, but I don't think he was actually rooting for the Eagles. The only reason why he said Eagles is because he doesn't want to hear it from Kyle Lowry for picking Kansas City. He said, "Yeah, my old head would get mad at me if I didn't pick the Eagles. So I'm picking the Eagles," is what Fred said. Literally saying that Kyle will get mad at me if I don't pick the Eagles. And then Jack was picking the Eagles during the game too. And then Jack turned around and asked Matt Devlin, "Who do you pick, Matt?" And Matt goes, "It's so funny. Matt Devlin is such a weird dude." He says, "It doesn't matter who I pick." Oh, Matt Devlin, I love you so much. He's so weird because when you came in, I thought it was like, this dude's so boring. He's just so cookie cutter, like announcer for the NBA, but like, and Chuck Swirsky had such a personality. I was like, damn, we're losing so much personality for this guy. He looks like he would be doing the evening news and like just really clear cut. But I did not realize that this man's off the chain with just being so weird and quirky. If he's comfortable and he feels good and maybe has eaten a marijuana edible before the game, you see Jack Armstrong and Matt Devlin's chemistry is being so crazy because Matt Devlin sometimes has this factor where you don't know what the fuck he's going to say next. I love them so much as a team. And Matt, you were so funny when Jack asked you, who do you pick for the Super Bowl, Matt? And he said, it doesn't matter who I pick. Yes, Matt Devlin, you're awesome. I love that shit. Oh, so good. So good. Shere Khan saying Bogdanovich has almost 5 made free throws per game, but he's expensive for his age. Yeah, we don't want him. Honestly, we have the scorers on our team. Pascal's better than Bogdanovich. There's similar players, and in a lot of ways, I know Bogdanovich is a better outside shooter, but he's not somebody we want. I mean, it's interesting that you're looking at him as possibly filling what you were just talking about. But nah, he's not a guy I want on this team. I really like the crew we've got, and there's really just one piece we need, and it's somebody off the bench. It can't be a starter caliber guy that makes it even more muddled. He has to be good and like a real good, solid bench contributor. But somebody that, I don't know. I don't know who it would be exactly. It's hard for me to just name a name out of the air in the NBA of who it would fit. And it could very well be there's a guy that overachieves and rises up on our team already, like Joe Wieskamp, and he becomes that role after all. Anyway, like Joe could be that role. If we really give him burn, he's very consistent with shooting his threes. He could be that guy actually himself. So it may be that we already have the crew we need. It's just that we got to develop them and get them more synergized with Jakob and Joe Wieskamp being around. Those are like 2 things that we really needed. It's like what they were saying. Blake Murphy and people on Twitter are saying, well, the Raptors went and took care of 2 of their biggest needs on the trade deadline week, a center and a shooter, and getting Poeltl and Wieskamp. So we'll have to see, Shere Khan. It's such a fun thing about what I like to do more reacting on this channel than kind of predicting because it's so wide open what could happen, the outcomes. And it's really kind of once things happen, then we talk about it. Because like with free agency, the permutations and outcomes of what could happen is so astounding. It's very hard for me to just like wrap my head around it and say, this is what I think will happen. In some ways we knew Poeltl was going to come back to Toronto because we've been calling it out for it. And we're like, this is such a perfect fit. We get him back. The fans have been calling out for it for a while. And it finally did happen. The dream was realized. And that is such a fun thing about it because we've thought it would be really good. And it is. It really, really is. Monique is saying, nice seeing you in the chat, Shere Khan. Came over from Raptors Tonight live stream. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Any way that you guys find me, whether it's from, a lot of people found me from Scotty's Twitch last summer, whether it's from like people talking in Chev's channel, Raptors Tonight, all these different places where Raptors fans show up and talk. Once you find me here, hopefully you really enjoy my content and you continue to come here because this is a positive Raptors space. We really love the Raptors and we want them to win more Larry O'Brien championships. And if it doesn't line up with that philosophy, it doesn't line up with us. And that's the whole thing about here is like, there's a lot of noise around the Raptors team and a lot of it is negative and it's not good. It's not productive. And we fight that. We're fighting it with the light. and the positivity and the brightness that we know this team is good and we're going to kick some ass. And I'm glad you're here, Shirkan. And thank you for coming from the Raptors tonight. G saying Delano actually gets to the line fairly easily, maybe because he does drive with confidence. Yeah, he's a special skill set with the length and the quickness. And because he's so slinky, he really does sneak through the lane, kind of like Pascal does, because they're so slender. And he is really good at getting fouled. He's so quick that he can get to the rim very fast. And the other thing about Delano with his finishing is that he gets really close to the rim because he's so long armed. He can extend as close as possible. So he's a really good finisher in traffic with people around him. There's so much to like about Delano. And in some ways, this season, he's been kind of forgotten between being injured and kind of being relegated to the Raptors 905 most of the season. We haven't seen him involved in our rotation on the main squad as much as even last year. And in some ways, I'm worried about him, but in some ways, I understand that he's going to be fine and he's going to continue to grow with us. I think we really do want to keep him around because he does have a unique skill set. And it doesn't hurt that he's from Rexdale and he's one of Toronto's own. But yeah, I'm excited about his prospects too. You know, there was a lot of interest in Delano around the trade deadline, I'm hearing. That teams were interested in getting him. Specifically, San Antonio was trying to get him in return for Jakob Poeltl somehow, some way. That they wanted him. And the fact that Masai and Bobby did not allow Delano to go anywhere, they could have easily thrown him in the deal for Jakob, but they didn't. So that shows that they really do value Delano and keeping him here because there are other teams that are interested in him that are trying to get him around the trade deadline last week. Fun guy saying, not just at center, Thad's old legs cannot guard anybody. I just ignore defense when he's in and focus on his offense and passing because I know defense is non-existent with him. Yeah, he is slow. That's the thing. He can do good things on defense, but it's really getting in the passing lane. And like I said, it's in the middle of the defense. It's not at the perimeter defense. It's not right next to the basket, but it's in that middle area where he can kind of like roam around, or maybe like in his smarts, he's telegraphing the play ahead. And all of a sudden he's getting the passing lane. He's getting steals. He's really good at getting steals that way. And in that way, he's very valuable on defense, but he's not valuable down low. And he can sometimes guard the perimeter okay, but he's not best out there either. In some ways, that's why in some ways, he needs to get his minutes eaten up by guys coming back from injury. Then when OG and Gary are back, you know, Thad may be not playing in games very soon, just so you know. Yeah, so we'll have to see, fun guy, how that works. Canadian Cowboys here. Good morning, Bradley. Good morning, Lex and Raptor Freaks. Let's go. Playoffs, here we come. Later, everyone. Have a great day. Got to go. Bradley is on the job. It's ta-da, baby. And if you call them in the phone book, ta-da, they'll show up at your house and they'll help you. They'll clean your carpet. They'll wash your windows. They'll help you move that huge armoire that you cannot get from the living room to your bedroom. Old ladies, if you have something huge that you need a big, muscly man to come to your house and take care of, you can call Tada and Bradley will come there and help you. So if you are a woman or somebody who can't help yourself in some way because you're not strong enough, call the strength of the brothers Tada. They will come to your house and help you with whatever you got going. And you be safe out there, Bradley, and holding it down. Tada. It's in the phone book. All right, let's see. Logical saying, I think the front office saw the development in Scotty's 3 and told Indy, yeah, we're not interested in Turner anymore. So they signed him, and we got the guy that fit better instead. Patience. Yeah, the Turner versus Poeltl argument has been very different times. We've heard it a lot, like Miles Turner or Jakob Poeltl, and they're kind of different players very much. But I'm telling you that the bringing Miles Turner would have taken longer to acclimate him because he has no first time here like Jakob. Jakob came in as a rookie. He really has a lot of the same people around still from when he was here. So it's so familiar and so much easier for him to acclimate quickly. And in that way, the expedition of that is very attractive, especially with not many games left in the season. Then Miles Turner, we traded for him instead. We would have taken longer to get things going in the right direction. It may have taken like 2 weeks instead of like 2 games. Let's just put it that way. I think it's taking 2 games for Poeltl to come back fully to do a lot of the things, but he's going to continue to get better and better. But we're going to see very sound, capable stuff from him right away now. But there's going to be little fine tuning and even further points where he understands, like, if I do this even more this way, we're going to win. If I do this more, we're going to win. And that's really what his brain and his basketball IQ mind is going over, It's like the more I do this, where I place myself, or I do this in reaction to this off the ball, that we have more of a chance to win. That's what he's going to do. And because he has that kind of mindset, which is similar to Scotty's, in some ways that he may rub off on him and allow Scotty to see other ways that he can be doing intangibles off the ball and helping us to win also. And that's the thing. Not everybody's going to get to have the ball. So if you have other guys on the court that can do so many good things without even needing to have the ball, that's how you build a winning team. And Scotty and Jakob could be birds of a feather in these kind of ways because of their passing and their basketball IQs as far as knowing how they can help without having the ball. So I really like the prospects of that. And that he, listen, I think I can really tell that Scotty in his interview yesterday after the game is really, really interested in discovering more about playing next to Jakob Poeltl. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Shir Khan saying, Mo, the greatest. She really is, Shir Khan. Seriously, like Monique is somebody that I've interacted with on Facebook for almost a decade. Her and I have been in Raptor spaces forever. And I've always really, really looked up to her and just her drive and passion for the Toronto Raptors. She's such a good role model for being a good, positive Raptor fan. And I appreciate you every day, Monique Lawrence, and especially that you choose to spend some of your time in your day being here on the Raptor Freak live stream with us. That really does mean a lot to me. G saying, Jakob's screens got Fred so many open looks. Just imagine when Gary and OG are on with Jakob. Yes, and yes, and yes. So much open space. There's nobody kind of getting around a half-ass screen, and they're kind of half covering Fred. He's completely wide open when he runs around Yak. And it's such a beautiful mid-range measured shot. And you can tell Fred's like eating it up. In some ways, he's a little giddy because he knows that it's hard work so far this season and that his job just got easier. It's kind of like when you're at a job and you work and you do shift work with crews and people are on the job with you and you're running. Maybe you work at a McDonald's and you're in the crew and you have a bunch of people on your team that aren't really working well and everything's hard and you're carrying a lot on your shoulders. Well, they hire somebody new and he comes in and he's amazing and he's doing all this extra stuff that you wish somebody had been doing to help you. And it makes your job faster and easier. You're getting those McGriddles out faster because all of a sudden there's this big, tall Austrian guy working at your McDonald's with you. It's that kind of feeling. Like Fred's workload and his stress has gone a little bit lower because of Jakob's presence. And things will be a little easier for him to score. And we saw it. Like, listen, I thought Fred was going to get 50 yesterday. He could have. If he had really been selfish in the second half, he probably could have gotten 50. But, the way he scored so easily, 20 points in the first quarter, that really was a lot to do with Poeltl's presence. So, yeah, I love it. Monique saying it was the family effect for RHJ Lex, by the way. Well, shit, man, your dad's sitting there, NBA champion a couple times over the Lakers and the Bulls. Somebody who's like, a part of NBA history and very much a great, not a great on the level of Jordan or anybody, but Ron Harper Sr. is a name that does matter in the NBA history. And having him sitting at the base, he's sitting there with his hood up like this. And he's like kind of leaned back and he was very comfortable. Let's just put it that way. His legs were almost extended onto the court because he had them stretched out so far. But yeah, you could tell he's trying to impress dad. You better look good in front of dad, in front of senior, junior. And he did. He really much did look very good in that game, being the best player in the game, the number one guy on the Raptors and the winner, the guy who hits some of the clutch threes at the end. Him and Jeff, very big in the clutch, hitting those big shots to carry them home. And like I said, they only won by 1 point. This was very much a nail biter, just like the game against the Pistons for the Raptors. It was close and it could have gone either way. And Westchester could have stole that game right at the end of the game. But the Raptors 905 were really smart in how they closed it out. They managed it right and they got the 1 point victory. So 2 1-point victories for both Raptor teams yesterday. Fantastic to be winning by 1 point. The Raptors won by 2 points yesterday. Both teams. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Fanatic. Well said. Shir Khan, if you do not know about Logical Raptors Fanatic, he is an amazing YouTube channel where he does pieces every Saturday. He drops at 2 o'clock. And he talks about the development schedules and the histories of our Raptors people, our personnel on the staff, the coaches, the players. And he can tell you kind of really good nuts and bolts about our salary cap and the money and what to expect. That's your guy, Mike, Logical Raptors Fanatic. And I hope you'll go and check out his YouTube channel and watch his content. He's always dropping something once a week, and it's really good stuff. I'm a fun guy saying that's what we need, man. We need a shifty, smooth overseas shooter guy like Bojan, Segun, Franz Wagner, Jokic, Luka, Bogdan, or Markkinen. Are you saying we just need a European? I don't know if that's exactly part of what has to be what we get. I don't know. All those guys are completely different. You just named just a bunch of guys from Europe. They're like Sengun is nothing like any of those guys. Bogdan, I mean, yeah, okay, Bogdan and Bojan. Nah, listen, we don't need another big name. Like I said, we've got what we want, and our cap is pretty much full at this point. Like this is the crew. This is the crew. We may be able to make a little bit of a move in the offseason where we bolster our bench. But don't expect like we're gonna get Luka. Come on, fun guy. And does he have to be European? Does he really? I mean, we did have Svi. That didn't fit. Just because they're European doesn't mean they're gonna fit. All right, Wayne's here again. Wayne's Raptor Freak Rookie of the Week. He's got a streak going, and I want to see it keep going. Wayne Stranger's saying, I'm very hopeful on the squad addition. Less selfish play and aggressive mindset geared towards teamwork. Pass the ball around. Yeah, sometimes there's too much unselfishness on this team. Sometimes there's too much selfishness. And the too much unselfishness is passing up an easy shot when you're open because you want to make the extra pass. Y'all take that shot. Precious. Too many times you're passing up the three right now to pass it to somebody else. Be aggressive. Have that confidence. You're a good three-point shooter. And I'm not mad when you take those threes. So take them. Don't shy away from it. And then in the reverse, Pascal, if you get down in near the basket and you're getting doubled or tripled and they're coming at you, you need to throw it out. I don't want you to do this old DeMar DeRozan thing where you try and beat three defenders all at once. There's no reason for you to do it. And so often you are very unsuccessful when you try and go at a three-person wall of the defense of the other team. So Siakam, this is where you could be a little less selfish and very much recognize when that second or third guy, because sometimes they're sending two guys at you also, that you need to get it out of there and get it to whoever's open because somebody's open. And part of it is you just getting more savvy and not putting your head down and being aware with your vision of where they are in which corner and getting it to them. Because that is a big part of this could be a very big improvement for us. Is that sometimes we're wasting possessions on Siakam trying to force the ball through three defenders. And it's never usually good. Sometimes he makes them, but very often he does not. And it's just like, and he's not getting foul calls either. The refs will not bail you out and give you that whistle, unfortunately. But that's just how it is. So, yeah, I agree with this. Less selfish play, more team-oriented stuff, playing off each other. Jakob Poeltl will help all of this. He really will. Tom Duke is saying 100% Canadian maple syrup makes anyone feel great. It's the sugar. I still am not so hot, but very pleased with the pancake winning. By the way, I got your back whenever. Thank you, Tom Duke, and I appreciate you. Listen, I understand you weren't feeling well yesterday, and all the stuff you do for my channel is not necessary. If you need a day off or you do whatever, you're doing it out of the goodness and kindness of your heart, and so I can't get mad at you, and I just want you to feel better, and I was trying to send you the healing good vibes from over here in Toronto towards you, bro. All right, Shirkan saying, I'm a fun guy. Yeah, I hope they get another pick in the next draft for someone in the late first round. We'll see. I don't even know what our picks are right now. This is really ahead of what I like to think about. I really do everything in order. We take each one game at a time. We take each stage of the season one part at a time. And then the offseason, I get into offseason mode. I start thinking about the draft and free agency and things like that. But right now, it's all about basketball and the Orlando Magic tomorrow. Logical saying, salute, Shere Khan. Thanks. I believe there's something in that. Indy had Turner, but wanted a Raptor, probably OG. For sure, OG. That is who they wanted. I'd rather give them Kem and picks versus giving OG or Gary and getting Turner and Indy's first. Well, listen, yeah, I'd rather do the deal with San Antonio than the higher price for Turner. Any which way you slice it, because of where Indiana is with their standings and what they're doing with their team, they, in some ways, they could signal that we want to keep Turner in some ways because they kind of done this all the time. They're kind of half-ass about wanting to trade Turner. In some ways, they're like, yeah, we'd love to trade him. We put him out as trade bait all the time. But then they kind of like, yeah, we don't really want to trade Turner. It's kind of like that. But the price tag for Turner would have been way higher than Jakob Poeltl. And in some ways, that makes it better for doing it this way. The trade-offs for the differences between Poeltl and Turner are really just the outside shooting. And I don't care about that. I really don't care about that. And I'd much rather pay a lesser price to get Poeltl than send more to get Turner. And I think that was smart, Mike. I really do. Carl Otts is here. That is my brother, Carl. And I love you, Carl. I hope that you guys are doing really good in Georgia. And say hi to mom and dad and the kids and Sabrina. And I just hope you guys are having a great time and great days. And maybe you had a good time watching the Super Bowl. I know you guys just went on a trip. And I hope you had a very relaxing vacation and very good times. I love my brother Carl Otts so much. And so happy to see when you pop in and just say good morning to us. Carl, all the best. He is a great brother. I love you. All right, Abandon is here. Good to see Abandon has not abandoned us after one appearance yesterday. He is back for a second day. A win is a win. Pistons played great. Hot shots there, got their shots, and we just need that time to get on the same page. No Trent, no OG, and still won. I love this. This is coming from the exact opposite way of slanting this than the pessimists are saying. You guys just won by 1 point against the shitty ass Detroit Pistons. What's wrong with the Raptors? No, we won by 1 point and we beat them, and they were playing well. And Coach Casey was trying his damnedest to get that win, trust me. And this is a good accomplishment no matter what. People, you want to poo-poo the Raptors winning a game by 1 over the Detroit Pistons, you go ahead, Doug Smith. You go ahead, Michael Grange, all you assholes. That's why I don't like reading your tweets, because we won, and you still managed to make it negative or talk shit about the Raptors still. Yeah, fuck you, Doug Smith. Yeah, all those guys. The tweets are really out of pocket during the game from the media. It's like, y'all, I know y'all are impartial, but you're snarky and you make little comments and your little jokes. Yeah, you're not cute or funny. And real Raptor fans think you're assholes. How about that, Doug Smith? There you go. Eric Kareem, you're another one that does that shit during the game, live tweeting all your little stupid shit that you say. Even Blake Murphy does this shit too. Dissing the Raptors in the middle of the game. Just let them play. And you know that when you do that, real Raptor fans are keeping track, and we think that you're assholes for acting like that during the game, Doug Smith. Michael Grange, Eric Kareem, Blake Murphy, all y'all snarky tweeters during the live, during the game. Fuck you guys. And Abandon's right. We're going to get better because Trent wasn't there and OG. OG's a big part of it. I'm telling you, OG's part of that chemistry with Jakob. And when he comes back, you're going to see it. Let's see. Fun guy saying, laugh out loud, Lex. I don't think you got to worry about the Celtics or, in fact, any top East teams taking Nurse. Never in a million years would Celts fire their guy for Nick. No chance in hell. More like Bulls and Pacers. No, they would. Trust me. They would. They want a game an advantage. Listen, they would have Udoka right now if he didn't do the sexual misconduct. They would have kept him, and he's not coming back. And Mazzulla is not necessarily their guy going forward. He really is a placeholder. The Celtics are in the market for a new coach. Trust me. In the offseason, they may even hire somebody completely different. Trust me. So if Nick Nurse became available all of a sudden, yeah, they'd hire him in a heartbeat. Trust me, they would. They would, fun guy. Don't get it twisted. Seriously. Then the Celtics have a coaching vacancy right now on the down low, and nobody understands this in Raptors Nation. You know, the Hornets have a coaching vacancy for sure. Steve Clifford is not supposed to be there. They wanted Kenny Atkinson, but he backed out. And that's the thing. Any of these teams are kind of have placeholder coaches until somebody gets freed up. Well, Nick Nurse is that guy that would get freed up, and they would chase after him. And there'd be a bidding war. The Celtics would take Nick Nurse tomorrow. You think I'm crazy, but no, I'm not. They would trade Joe Mazzulla for him right away. Trust me, they would. They would. The Bulls, who's coaching them? Billy Donovan? No, they're good. Billy Donovan's a good coach. And Rick Carlisle coaches the Pacers. He's a good coach too. Joe Mazzulla is not a good coach. That is a good team that has players on it running it, and he's just a figurehead right now. He's really like just a placeholder right now. He is not going to be their coach next year, and the Celtics will be getting a big name. They're going to try and get a huge name to coach them. There's a long shot that Udoka returns because they're like, okay, you had your year suspension and you're back. But I don't think that's going to happen. And in some ways, I don't think he's going to be in the league anywhere. You know, the Nets wanted to hire him in the middle of the season when they fired Steve Nash, but they found out that that's not probably a good idea with the backlash and different things and his history and what he did. So the Celtics coaching situation is a lot more up in the air than you think. You may think that Joe Mazzulla is just going to be the coach now because they've had a successful year and stuff. But I don't think that's the case. I think that they would go and get a big name if Nick Nurse was available all of a sudden. Blackhawk saying when reporters ask kindergarten questions, it shows what they think of their audience. The questions in the media scrum have gotten better recently with the youngsters like Samson Folk and Orrin Weisfeld being there. And yeah, the old heads are idiots. They ask the same tired ass, stupid ass questions. You can tell when they're annoying people. Like Pascal got pretty pissed at them the other day with the trade deadline questions. It's just stupid. You continue to ask these stupid ass trade deadline questions over and over again. Thank God it's passed and we don't have to see those dumb questions. But yeah, get some more originality with this. I wish y'all could come at it as fun way, like a Raptor Freak would. Let's start asking fun questions up there, like crazy questions that people really want to know that maybe have to do with their personalities. That's why I really love Lindsey Dunn, is because she really does ask them questions that are fun and their personality and lifestyle kind of stuff for CP24 and that channel. So that's what I'm saying. We want fun questions, maybe questions about their personalities. If you want to set them up for a lob to talk about things that they love about teammates, I'm all about that too. Fred being asked about what Jakob brings to the team, you get a chance to see Fred light up and smile and say glowing things about his teammates. These are kind of questions I want from reporters. I want them to solidify good things around the team as far as players saying good things about other teammates in questions instead of like some of the fucked up shit they ask them all the time. It's really annoying. Sheer Khan saying at Logical, you're absolutely right. That's why I think the Yacht deal is double win since we also got rid of Kem's dead contract. Hee. I'm not happy about Kem leaving for personal reasons because I really love Kem Birch. And as I said, I got sentimental and emotional about his mom posting that his dream came true. He was a child in Canada and Montreal that dreamt of playing for the Toronto Raptors, and his dream came true. And in a lot of ways, that feels such heartstrings for me because I wanted to build this from the early beginning of the Raptors franchise in the 90s, being here from the very beginning. To have we gone this point of 30 years almost into this team, that we have a player that came and played for us that dreamt as a child to play for us. And that's Kem Birch. And I'll never, ever, ever hate him or sully him or insult him or be upset about him in certain ways because of that. And that they're always going to be Raptors family, and we love them. Wendy Sparks, Kem Birch, you are our family, and you will always be our family. And I was sad to see him go. But on the same hand, Shere Khan, I will agree with you. The fact that Kem's contract went the other way is not a bad thing. And that it was a really good deal all around. Some people may quibble about the draft picks and say, what the fuck are the Raptors doing? Losing their draft picks. We don't give a shit about draft picks. You can go talk to Kareem Thomas. He's been saying this for a couple months now. Get Poeltl and fuck the draft picks. Well, Masai must have been listening to Kareem because he did exactly what he asked him to do at the trade deadline. He said, fuck the picks and get Poeltl. And that's what he did. And Kareem was right. In fact, I would pick Kareem Thomas to predict things about the Raptors way more than Robert with the negative YouTube channel. That Kareem seems to know more about the Raptors than he does because he correctly predicted what the Raptors would do over the trade deadline. So Kareem Thomas, you go. You were right. Fuck the picks and Jakob Poeltl. Clink's here. Good to see Jubstown Clink. Another great YouTube channel for Raptors content, Shere Khan. I don't know if you're familiar with Greg and the Jubstown Clink, but if you aren't, there's another YouTube channel you might want to subscribe to. Good morning, everyone. Yak thrown in with the Sharks in both games so far, and we are already seeing A-plus potential of a reliable vet entering the lineup. What do you guys think of Beef, Stew, Ivy, and Duran? They're a very interesting young core. And the other thing about gauging Detroit is this is not who Detroit was supposed to be this year. In fact, I had predicted at the very beginning of the year, and this sounds so crazy at this point, that Detroit was going to be better than Cleveland this year. But that was going to be if Cade Cunningham was available and healthy. That's the thing. Without Cade Cunningham out there, you cannot properly assess the Detroit Pistons and how good they are. And this is the weird thing. In some ways, they're doing a Duncan. which is basically the year before Tim Duncan was drafted by the San Antonio Spurs. David Robinson missed the whole entire year for the Spurs, and they had one of the shittiest records in the NBA. And that's how they turned around and got Tim Duncan. And Tim Duncan added with David Robinson coming back from injury after missing a year was such a huge uptick that the Spurs had one of the best win increases from a losing year to a winning year, and they won the championship. And that's what I'm saying. In some ways, Detroit, what they're doing right now with their best player, Cade Cunningham, sitting this whole season, and then possibly getting like Victor or Scoot, being very high in the draft this year is very dangerous and scary because they're actually a good team. They should have been way better this year, and they're losing partly for the Wemba sweepstakes. But when Cade comes back also, and they have that high draft pick, look out. Detroit's got a really nice nucleus. It's going to be very dangerous. I love the stew and livers, the beef stew and livers combo. It's just such a fun, like, food team. You know, you got beef and livers, the beef and livers team. If you got a guy named Beef and you got another guy named Livers, you got to go with that nickname. I'm sorry. And yeah, the two rookies are very interesting. Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren, they add different things for the Pistons, and they're both very good. And they're going to be getting better and better. So Detroit, we need to watch out. They're going to turn the corner in the next couple of years and be very much a force in the Eastern Conference soon. I would predict it's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years. And that's what Casey does. He takes a team that's not in the playoffs, a shitty team, and makes them into a playoff team. That's what he did for us. So he's going to try and do that for Detroit, and they're getting closer, especially if they lose out and they get Victor Wembanyama. Oh. Great comment, Greg. Thank you. And continue to put stuff out. Greg has been prolific in the last couple of days on his channel. Go check out his YouTube for sure. Monique saying Steve Smith of NBA Game Time had great things to say after the game. I like hearing that. You know, sometimes Steve Smith of the old Atlanta Hawks, he has been negative towards the Raptors. He can be a hater towards us. But I like to hear that he's saying good things about our team and he's saying nice things on NBA Game Time. So that's good news. I like that, Monique. Jimmy's saying those big screens from Poeltl get them so open. He's just really wide and savvy. And you see he runs to give the screens. Like, he's not waiting. And in some ways, he telegraphs getting the screens there ahead of the play to really set them up. It's kind of like if it's a train on a train track, a Lionel train, and you haven't made the whole track. Well, he's laying that track down in front of the train to make sure it keeps going. And you see he'll run and he'll set like 3 or 4 screens really fast in succession in different places. And he's actually setting screens for different guys in different ways. Like, he'll set screens to free a guy who doesn't even have the ball, and then he'll set a screen, turn around and set a screen the other way for the guy who does have the ball. So there's a lot of really expert screen setting. Now, Kem was a very good screen setter also as far as size, but he didn't have the mobility to jump from screen to screen like Jakob's doing right now. That's the thing. He'll set a screen down in the lane, and then he'll run up and do a screen up near the three-point line. You watch him, you pay attention, you'll see what I'm talking about. So it's mobile screen setting and multiple screens all over the place for multiple players. That is the thing that's so crazy good about it that I love, Jimmy, is what I'm saying. Sheer Constant, the Jubstown Clink, nice to see you again. Pistons bigs have good potential, but not something we can't find around the NBA. Really like Ivy, though. Yeah, he's a baller. You know, I didn't like Scotty guarding him, though. You know, he had to guard him because of the lineup with the big guys that we had. But him guarding Ivy wasn't effective. All it took was Ivy just getting past him in the lane, and it's a bucket. You know, Scott, you have to stay in between him and the basket. You cannot let him get around you, because once he gets around you, you're beat, and they're going to score. So you really got to stay in front of him and in between him and the basket. And Jaden Ivey specifically was killing Scotty when he would guard him. And I didn't like that. You know, Scott, you're a good defender. You can guard anybody, but this is something you're going to have to work on. A quick guy, when they get past you, you're done. You're not going to be able to stop them, and it's an easy basket for them. So you really, really got to keep them in between. You got to keep in between them and the basket. You can't let them get by you, because once they get by you, you're beat. You're beat. This is how it is. Nameless is saying, Tom Duke, we missed you yesterday, broski. He was here. He was just in the bed. He's kind of like laying back, probably like, and maybe had a little tissue or something. I don't know. But he was here. He was watching. He just wasn't actively participating in the chat. But yeah, we love you, Tom. We're looking out for you. We're all sending you healing and healthy vibes. Mike saying, it's interesting. Fred's college coach and the guy that developed Fred a lot is now the Pistons development manager. Everyone else sees what Fred has done, but some people continue to ignore the truth. That's right. Project Truth is an important project because some people will not look at the truth. Some people have a problem looking at it because it goes against what they want to believe. That's what I'm saying. This is why our people get delusional and get into a fantasy world when they can't stand the truth. They don't want to look at it. And that's what the Fred haters are doing right now. They can't look at the truth because it doesn't jive with what they want to say. So they make up their own narratives. They make up their own fantasy world about why Fred is still bad, even though it's obvious he's winning and killing it and being so good for us. They're going to make it up in their head. This is very much like the right in the States. They make up their own shit in their head to justify their beliefs. And it's not truth. There's not any truth in a lot of what they believe. And that is exactly this. Once again, we get a good example of how ignoring the truth and just wanting to believe your narrative of what you want to believe in the world, it causes problems. And the Fred haters are a great example in a harmless way of a very dangerous way that this happens in particularly in the United States with the Republican Party. That this is very much this way. They ignore the truth for their own narrative that they want to promote. And this is exactly that with Robert Pensair and his channel. All right, let's keep going. Tom Duke saying, not sure what fuck you. I'm not sure what that's saying. I'm not sure what the fuck I have, but I'm dizzy and puking. Checked it and ain't COVID. Was here listening to Lex go off. By the way, I got your back always, bro. Thank you, Tom. Like, seriously, Tom, come visit us later at the end of the season. Maybe we go to a game right near the end of the season. Tom, if you can get there, I know the airline tickets are not too crazy. And if you can get a cheap airline ticket, don't worry about expenses on this end. We'll take care of you when you get here. As far as I told you, you can come crash on my couch and we'll go to the basketball game and have a good time, Tom. So just worry about getting that ticket and getting over here. We'll take care of everything once you get here. So yeah, don't worry about that, Tom. I appreciate you having my back, and I'm glad it's not COVID. Just get better, brother. Lots of fluids and rest. And yeah, I'm glad you're here today with us this morning and talking with us and not out there trying to work today. Shirkant saying Fred is the mini Groat. Mini Groat. I like that. I like that. He wants the bag. That's why chucking up shots. You can't blame him for that. That's how he came to where he is in the NBA. Exactly. He's done this way and he's had success. He'd be stupid not to try and replicate his success over and over again. There's some things that were mechanically wrong with Fred's shot earlier this season. And this really was a problem because he shot way worse than he normally does. Well, he's getting back on track. But people are still holding on to how bad he was either last year when he was injured and couldn't play so well to guard people like Maxey in the first round, or also because his shot mechanics were off during the first part of the season and he was shooting very poorly. Well, this is part of the reason why these guys have built up so much animosity towards him coming after him. But Shere Khan's dead on. And today, you're rookie of the day, bro. Mini Groat. I love that top. That just sounds cool. And although he's not that much smaller than Kyle, but in some ways, I've debated that now more recently, and especially since he's got another All-Star, that Pascal Siakam is actually the Groat of the Raptors. He is the greatest Raptor of all time. He's a two-time All-NBA Raptor, and we can't say that about Kyle. And he is a champion, and he is also a multiple All-Star now. So in some ways, I look at Siakam as being the Groat. And some people will start talking about Vince Carter, Chris Bosh, Kawhi Leonard, fuck all them. Those guys were great for our team. But when you say Groat, the word is greatest. It's not best. It's not the most talented. It's not the guy who made the biggest impact in making the game of basketball big in Canada. It's the greatest. And that means you were great. And more than just winning, winning is important, a part of it. But also you were just a great person. That you came and you did your job and you were loyal to our franchise and you just did good things. And that's why I can't say Kawhi Leonard's the Groat. That's why I can't say Chris Bosh is the Groat or Vince Carter, because they all sold us out. And that's what a Groat doesn't do. And that's why Kyle Lowry is a Groat for sure. But Kyle in some ways is getting eclipsed by Pascal. And I would say that Pascal may be the Groat. If we're really looking at the Groat rankings, I might put Pascal number one as the greatest Raptor of all time because his accolades are starting to say that, is what I'll say. Yeah, but I love that term, mini Groat. I love it. I love it. All right, Lion Hunter saying, tired of seeing this Pensair guy on my Twitter or YouTube feed trashing Pascal and Fred, not even following him. Maybe I should go on one of his live streams and challenge him to an intellectual debate. Do it, Lion Hunter, or don't. Don't give him any more traffic. You know, you can hit mute this account. And even if people are retweeting him or putting him on blast because you still follow those people, you won't see the tweet. You just put mute and you won't see it. I do that to a lot of Raptors related accounts that are supposedly Raptors fans. You know, the Raps Muse account is not a Raptors fan. It says it's a parody account. And I think it's really run by somebody who's a fan of another team. And it's a troll account that he's always trolling on there. So if you follow Raps Muse on Twitter, it's probably a bullshit motherfucker who doesn't actually like our team. And I would tell you just stop following them. In fact, they've been very anti-Fred on there. And some people are trying to think that maybe that idiot that you mentioned is actually running Raps Muse also. This guy is going into all these different accounts and different worlds to really try and come after Fred. Who is paying you, Robert? Why is this happening? Are you on the payroll of the Celtics or the Sixers to try and dislodge Fred VanVleet from the Raptors team by an informational propaganda campaign? Is there something going on like that? Are you getting dirty checks on the down low to do this, to work so hard to do this? I have to wonder what your motivation is. What fuels your tank to do so much negativity and anger towards Fred VanVleet? I know what my motivation is a passion and a love for my team and them winning more championships. Your motivation is cloudy to me, and I don't totally understand it. And maybe you are getting dark money from another fan base, and that's why you're doing what you're doing. I wouldn't put it past this because honestly, this is the way the world works. It's the way they do it in politics these days. So why wouldn't they do it in this? There's a Celtics fan that really, really cares about the Celtics, and they're like, we need to fuck up other teams by doing information wars like they do in politics. I wouldn't put it past that. You know, Red Auerbach would turn the heat off in the visitors' locker room. So any way that they fucking game the system to help the Celtics, well, they'll come and destroy teams from the inside, from their fan nation, by acting like they're fans and causing all kinds of chaos and problems. I think that is part of what's happening right now. And then maybe Robert Pensair is an agent for either the Sixers or the Celtics. I named those two teams because those are the two teams that are more likely to do it. Now, maybe the Nets or the Knicks Nation could, and probably not the Knicks, but I could see also Nets Nation possibly being the cause of this also. I'm just windbursting. I'm just doing a little windbursting, and maybe this is why they're motivated to do this. They're being paid by rich Celtics fans to cause confusion and bullshit. Yeah, don't go in there and debate him. He's not worth your time. Honestly, the less that he's acknowledged, the better. I feel like we fail too much because we're paying too much attention to him. We need to just let him die and wilt and go away by not paying attention to him, is what I'm saying. Fun guy saying, I share your sentiment, but I need another experienced 7-footer behind Jakob. And like you said, another good guard. And I wouldn't bet against the championship. We need balance. Jakob is a nice start, 100%. You know, listen, come on, fun guy. We've been wanting a center for how many years now? And we finally got one. And you were so greedy. You were like, we need to get another one. It's not like they just grow on trees. It's very hard to get good centers. So I don't know. I disagree with that. I don't think we do need a second experienced 7-footer. And then in some ways, we patch it up behind him with guys like Precious, Thad, Wancho. You know, they're all kind of like, we can do what we were doing before Jakob showed up still as in some ways. But Koloko's going to be stepping up and being more and more this guy that you're describing as time goes on. So, yeah. Mark B saying great win last night. I agree, Mark B. Such a great win. And let's celebrate it and not sully it just because it's a bad team and it's a 1-point win. Sheer Khan saying at Lion Hunter, I don't get him either. Why be a fan at that point? Things can never go our way. We're not management. I just look at the positive, enjoy the ride. I posted a long comment on his 30-minute video. You go. Fight that positive. Project Truth. Fight, Sheer Khan. You know, listen, like I said, he very much has an objective, and that is to get Fred off this team. That's the only thing he cares about, honestly. It's so stupid. It's like, go put your energy into something else, bro. Seriously. Or maybe could you go be a fan of another team and maybe go after the starting point guard of like the Suns? Go talk to Suns Nation and say, you should get rid of Chris Paul for this reason, this reason. Can you go do that with another team instead of us, please? Can you ask the people who are paying you to do this to maybe go direct you to another team? Like, maybe we're not as dangerous as Cleveland. Maybe you need to go and mess with Cleveland fan nation for a while. Robert Pensair with your stupid ass shit. I don't know. I mean, it's so dumb and it's annoying. And like I said, the less we give him attention, the better. Mike's saying, not gonna lie, I did go on his live stream once, got him to admit Pascal is a unique player, and my Fred take had him divert to defending Fred's athleticism for like 20 minutes to wash the fact. His bro agreed with me. Listen, if we came in there honestly, if I came in there and fucking really talked to him straight up, I would destroy him. Seriously. I would destroy him. And I don't even need to be talking like I do on this live stream. I know I have a very quick tongue and I can say things very quickly off the top of my head, but I'm also a very fast typer. And if I came in there and I started typing in there, I would fucking destroy that place. I would burn it down to the ground. I would come in there and fuck them up just from a factual Raptors perspective. And they don't want this. They don't want this. Seriously, they don't want the smoke. If I came into his space, it would not be good for him. Trust me. And I don't want to because I don't want to validate him. I will do it eventually if I have to, if I absolutely have to. But otherwise, I'm not. I'm not going to go in there. It's just like they say. And in some ways, we need to have this rule. Vince McMahon does not talk about AEW on WWE because he doesn't look at them as a real competition or as a real threat. And then it's a rule. They're not mentioned or had anything to do on his programming because when you acknowledge AEW on WWE, you're kind of giving them more credit. And that's kind of what I want to treat this is like this. It's like, listen, we have a swear jar. We're not supposed to talk about him. I mean, I know right now there's a lot of things going on that we have to kind of talk about him, but I'll be happy when things die down and we can just ignore him and not have to bring him up here at all because we really don't like talking about him here and we shouldn't be because we have way better things to talk about than him. Let's just put it that way. And that's really where I stand on this. But if I go in there, I will destroy that place. Seriously. I'll fucking take them apart with so much facts and logic and just their arguments, whatever they say, I will fucking take them down just like a big game hunter would take down a lion, like Lion Hunter would. That's right. That's right. Let's see. Shir Khan saying, I'm a fun guy. We have Koloko waiting in the wings, maybe another year or so, and he'll be defending the rim and the perimeter. I have this idea of like this dream of like Koloko, Jakob, and Chris Boucher out there as our front line. And I'm just like, that is a long ass line and nobody's going to be shooting on us. And the great thing is all three of them are mobile and it could be done. Like you could actually play Jakob with Koloko on the court and you could get away with it in some ways. I know some people would be like, what? You can do that? And I'm like, yeah, you can because they're a little bit mobile, both of them. And they wouldn't slow things down too much. There's a couple of possibilities for the future that are just crazy to me. And like the starting lineup for last night is symbolic of us getting bigger with having Jakob around, that now we got people like Scotty and Pascal playing at the two is crazy. It's really good direction to be going in. And it is really something that a lot of like people like Blake Murphy and William Liu and Alex Wong and I have wanted us to go bigger and slot our guys down further, like OG at shooting guard instead of small forward, and Pascal at small forward instead of power forward, Scotty at shooting guard. Holy shit, you're starting Scotty at shooting guard. There's so many good things that can come from this because of the size and the speed is not, taken away because you can put Scotty at guard and it's not going to hurt you. I mean, it did hurt against Jaden Ivey, as I said earlier, but otherwise there's a lot of good pluses to it too, mismatches. Let's see. Clink is saying at Tom Duke, I hope you feel better, buddy. It sucks that you have to yak while we celebrate the arrival of Yak. Greg, you're so witty. I'm perfecting my dad jokes. Okay, yeah, we get it. What do you call two buddy smugglers side by side? A parakeet. Two buddy smugglers. Budgie? Are you trying to say the word budgie? And you just said buddy? A Parakeet. A parakeet. I'm trying to get that. I'm sorry. I might need you to do it with your voice and delivery, and reading it, it doesn't come out right. But yeah, keep going with the dad jokes. I can appreciate good dad jokes. They're good. Tom is throwing up from the joke, though. Unfortunately, that's sad. Let's see. Mike is saying Blockub and Kanono, the new Gasol and hybrid Ibaka. The league will bow in time to them. The NBA should be scared of what's coming. Plus, Precious, we got the center position covered on all three levels. Yeah, I agree with this. I like the names Blockub and Kanono. Pretty good. The Kanono name is starting to grow on me, Mike. I really do like the Koloko Beware. Just like my friend Coco Beware over here on the edge of the screen here. Koloko Beware was just, it's a good old wrestling name. And Beware is a great thing for like a warning. You're coming near the paint, look out, Koloko Beware. I thought that was a cool nickname. But of course, I'm old, and I don't know if everybody knows who Coco Beware is from wrestling. But I like the name Koloko Beware. But Kanono's good too. Those are probably the two best ones for him that I've heard as far as things. All right, let's keep going. Still a lot of other names that are in here that I haven't gotten to, and I will make sure I read everybody's comment. This is what we do here. We make sure everybody is heard. It is very, very important that everybody's voice is heard here. Even if you're a troll or a knucklehead, we will read your comment, and you may not be here for very long after that, but you will get read. It looks like everybody's here today. Holy shit, I'm seeing Raymond, Jacob, and Evelyn still, and a couple other people. This is awesome. I love having a full house. All right, let's keep going. Shirkan saying, Yak, Precious, Koloko, oh my, lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. Yes, I love it. Jakob, Precious, Koloko. Those are our centers, guys. I love saying it. Cool Cat saying, I hope we recall Koloko from 905 for the Orlando game. Love how emphatic Joe is about calling him Wheezy. That other name was uncouth. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Harper Jr. is going to be good for us. I really think Champagny messed up. In some ways, I think he did. I think, seriously, I know that my concerns about Justin Champagny last summer were very well founded. That, like, look, dude, you can't do this sun shit and make this what you're known for. And all this extracurricular shit is not good. You need to be known for what you're doing on the court and not what you're doing in interviews after the game. And, in some ways, he's a little too cocky and full of himself and didn't have enough humble in him. I think that was part of the problem, too. Well, he's getting humbled now. You go to South Dakota and start playing for Sioux Falls. Yeah, you're humbled because you're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And that was way better being in Mississauga than being in Sioux Falls. And in some ways, I think that Justin's a little depressed right now just because of how things have turned out this season. I feel bad for him. But I had been saying this all along, Justin. You better get your shit together. And during the summer last year, you didn't do enough of the activities, whether it's summer league, training camp, all this shit. I know you were hurt, but that really hurt you being hurt. And then, your injuries really fucked up your development on the team, and you were not hitting targets. So they said goodbye. And that's just how it goes. It's a business, bro. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. I feel bad for him to a degree, but also I saw it coming. Because in some ways, he wasn't doing the correct things on the team that he should have been worrying about. And he was doing other shit that wasn't good and a distraction. And that's bad. That's really bad. You don't want to be known for distracting. You want to be known for getting rebounds, hitting threes, and working your ass off on the court. And you were doing that in the beginning of your Raptors career. But then it became more about jumping in on Jeff Doughton's interview and calling him your son. Yeah, you fucked yourself, honestly, Champagny. Harper Jr. is more professional, and he is going to be very good. Honestly, if he can get a little bit better and better and better. The thing about Ron Harper Jr. is that he's an all-around player like Scotty. In some ways, he's like a mini Scotty. There's a lot of things that he shares with what Scotty does that he can do too. He can block shots. He can get steals. He can pass. He can rebound. He can shoot threes. So he can do it all too, except he's a shorter, littler, but he's still just as stocky and big and strong like Scotty's frame. So in some ways, Ron is very physical near the basket also. He doesn't have the height to go up on the NBA level like Scotty does, but he can do it on the G League level. He can very much put his shoulder into a G League defender and do low post shit too. So Ron Harper in some ways is a very complete player. And it's just him, discovering more about that. As far as Joe Easy versus Joe Exotic, yes, I agree. That other name is uncouth. Just because what a white trash individual Joe Exotic is. I don't think Joe Wieskamp wants to be compared to the Tiger King's notorious weird ass, character. Joe Exotic. That's such a weird movie. If you've never seen Tiger King, you should go watch it. It's hilarious and it's weird. But yeah, I can see why Joe Wieskamp does not want to be called Joe Exotic. Fred VanVleet. About Coloco, I could see this. He'll play today in New York, and hopefully he'll get on a plane, come right back, and be available for tomorrow against Orlando. I think that's very likely that Christian Coloco will be available for the Raptors against the Magic tomorrow. So I could see that, Cool Cat. Blackhawk saying two old heads, it is Wheezy like Jefferson's, but the young heads use Wheezy like Drake calls young Lil Wayne. Yeah, this is a funny distinction of generations that Blackhawk is saying here. It's like Wheezy to them, they think Lil Wayne and his crazy ass. And to us, I think of George Jefferson and moving on up with Florence, the maid, and the neighbors, and moving on up to the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. Ooh, moving on up to the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. Yes, I love Sherman Helmsley. And Lenny Kravitz's mom was the neighbor. Yeah, what a great show. The Jeffersons, a spinoff from All in the Family. And the old heads will know Wheezy from that, but not Lil Wayne. Great distinction, Black Hog. And it is true. There's a little bit of an older cohort in this channel. That's part of the reason why we're a little more learned and wise and not so overreactionary as some of the younger spaces in Raptors Fan Nation. But we love having young people here with us. But we will make old references that may go right over a 20-year-old's head here, just so you know also. It's just part of the fun. All right, let's see. Raymond Jacob. Let's see what he's saying today. He who shall not be named just does it for the views. Fred to him is Kawhi is to Skip. Nice. That's a very good analogy. And that way Skip Bayless talks about Kawhi Leonard is very similar. I think that's a very astute observation, Raymond. Imagine having someone live rent-free in your head 24/7. Laugh out loud. These cucks need a real life. Wow, Raymond Jacob hit cutting close and woo. I won't disagree with anything Raymond's saying here. And I think he's very apt and observational here with that comparison. Skip Bayless has an irrational hate for Kawhi Leonard. It is really crazy how much he hates him. And this is very good comparison. Cool Cat saying with Jakob, our bench is going to be great. Gary and Precious to the bench with Boucher. Excellent. I think this is so good. It's like you didn't just get a center, Raptors. You have made yourself have a bench all of a sudden because of the displacement of the center coming in. Even if you put Jakob on the bench, you're going to have a good bench because you're going to have at least 3 starter level players coming off the bench when we're fully healthy. Well, OG comes back. I really do want to see that old school lineup with Scotty as the 5th. And then you have Gary, Precious, and Boucher off the bench as the first 3. Yeah, that's a great 8-man rotation. It's a very sound one. And in some ways, them having so many good 8-man players, it could be starters, all of them. And then you have like Coloco and Thad and Delano and different people that kind of add in for roles and deeper levels on the bench. We're going to have a better bench. We're going to have better output on the bench once OG and Gary come back. We're going to see it. It's going to be very, very good. And it's going to be part of the reason why we're better because Jakob's around. Is because he shifted everybody down. And they're all getting displaced and further in depth onto our bench. And this is a really good thing. This is a really, really good thing, Cool Cat. Bandit's saying, little guys, Nash, Stockton, Bogues, Curry. Yes, Steph Curry, John Stockton, Steve Nash, Nate Tiny Archibald. Yes, there's been great scorers in this league have taken over and been the number 1 guy on their team. Just because they're a little short guy doesn't mean they shouldn't be that guy. And that's the thing. They're not giving Fred enough credit for just how skilled he is offensively. Like, he really has an inside and an outside game at this point. He either goes in the lane and does some crazy ass layup, or he shoots the 3, and he's good at both. There was a game recently. It wasn't the last game. It wasn't the game yesterday, where Fred did this weird thing where he dribbled all over the court. It was really like Steve Nash used to do. Steve Nash would dribble the ball all the way underneath the basket, go all the way underneath the round, circle around, then come cut across the lane and continue to hold his dribble. He would dribble every which way all over the court and just he'd go anywhere he wanted to. In some ways, Fred's doing that right now. I think there was one play a couple games ago where he dribbled down to the baseline, went underneath the basket with the ball, kept the dribble, ran up, came up the other side, up to the top of the key again, and then dribbled into the lane again. It's amazing how much he's able to do. And I wish these guys would respect him more, but they just have pure hate. They really do have pure hate. You idiots. You idiots. Evelyn saying, good morning, fam. Good morning to Granny Evelyn. We love Granny Evelyn, one of the greatest Raptor freaks, an original Raptor freak, one of my favorites. And we hope baby Candace is smiling on this sunny day in the 416 and the Raptors are winning and everything is good in Granny Evelyn's world with the beautiful little baby Candace smiling so big and happy. Yes, we love Granny Evelyn and baby Candace. Cool Cat saying, Serge Ibaka stock has plummeted. He should have taken the Raptors contract. He would still be here and would get a few minutes and help the locker room as a vet. Shaking my head. You know, his stock had been plummeting for a while. In fact, his stock was already plummeting when he was on the Raptors. And in some ways, he's kind of hanging around, just kind of stealing money from teams. I love Serge. And in some ways, that's kind of what he's been doing with Milwaukee in recent years and even the Clippers. So, you know what? His stock had already been plummeting. And honestly, everybody, like we were talking about not keeping Gasol and Ibaka in the last couple of days. That was smart because in a lot of ways, these guys were hitting walls and their age and how how good they are. And you don't want to pay guys a lot of money if they're not, they're the shell of themselves. They're not exactly the same player they were 2 years earlier. And this is just true. Serge is just older. And it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what? I'm glad we didn't get him in some ways, but it is what it is. He may be retiring soon, and it is what it is. It's just how it is. He's got so many other things he's got going. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't play in the NBA anymore, well, he's got an amazing recording career now with his release art. Last year is one of the best releases ever by a basketball player in the history of recording. It sold a ton, and he really does have a bright future as a musical artist. Let alone the YouTube superstar stuff with what how hungry are you and all the other things that he does, as for whether it's fashion week and wearing clothes and going to like Paris and fucking walking the runway. Serge will be all right. He doesn't need to play. He's a renaissance man. He has many interests, and he's very good at a lot of them. Let's see. Logical saying, Raymond, not gonna lie, that's what I got from going on live and asking certain questions. He even said Kobe isn't top 20 during the same stream. I unsubbed the next video when it was completely the same stuff. Yeah, it's hilarious. Click saying, yeah, moving Gary to the bench may help, but that's going to impact his decision in free agency. Also, our bench won't be good until we get a solid backup point guard to run the offense when Fred is off. Okay, I'm going to answer both of these questions for you, Click, and I hope that these answers will help maybe see what I'm seeing. The thing about Gary, he will be fine coming off the bench. He once again is another one of these guys that just cares about this. I think we've painted him with the wrong picture. I'm learning more about him. You know, a big thing that happened this week that really taught me a lot about Gary's mentality is the trade deadline and what he did on that day. He was at the KFC Bucket event. And this is why I love that interview that Lindsey Dunn did with him so much. 30 minutes after the trade deadline ended at 3 o'clock, at 3:30, he's at the KFC Bucket event, and he's standing there and he's saying to Lindsey Dunn, I don't care about the cold. I'm from Minnesota. I'm from Ohio. And the snow, I love being in the snow and out in the cold, and being under this overpass out in the middle of the winter in February in Toronto does not faze me. So first of all, he's not making any decisions like some players would about climate. Second, he was very overjoyed that he did not get traded on trade deadline day. In fact, he almost had a breath of relief in it. And I think all along, Trent Sr. and Jr. are very much wanting him to stay on Toronto. He doesn't want to go anywhere else. I'm going to tell you that right now. He's very happy with his team. He likes playing with the guys. And in some ways, you guys may be shocked about how he makes his decisions this summer. Now, if I'm wrong and he does just walk and he goes somewhere, so be it. But I think you're wrong that his decision won't be based on whether he starts or not. I think that as long as Nick continues to give him a good chunk of minutes and he still has a certain level of production that's near what he's already doing, he'll be fine. But him starting or coming off the bench is arbitrary. It doesn't really matter. He can get the same production at either position. We've seen that this season. We put him on the bench for a good chunk of December, and his scoring didn't let up. He shot just as well, and he made some of the same kind of scoring output off the bench. So I think this is not something that matters to him completely. What matters to him is winning. And, it may matter the money. Sure, it's going to probably matter. And we'll have to see how this all works out. But you know what? I think he really does love being in Toronto. I think the legacy of his father playing for us and all this stuff, he takes it seriously. And I think he very much does believe in Nick Nurse and the system and what we're doing here. That he can see that he knows that this is going to be good and he wants to hang around and see it. So I don't think Gary's wanting to leave, bro. Everything I got from him on Thursday talking to Lindsey Dunn made me think he's very happy here and he intends to stay a Toronto Raptor. Let's just put it that way. As far as like the backup point guard, sure, we may need a figurehead backup point guard that's legit, but in some ways, we have kind of everybody like filling that role, whether it's Pascal and Scotty kind of filling it. Jakob's going to fill it a little bit. Malachi's the stature and the defensive point guard backup. But otherwise, you have everybody else being such good passers and good court vision. You don't really need a backup point guard. You really kind of don't. Because even when Fred's not on the court, Pascal or Scotty or even Poeltl is going to be directing things and passing it to people and finding people open. We have a lot of good passers at other positions. And in some ways, we don't need to waste a roster spot on getting a backup point guard. I'm going to tell you that right now. We really don't. We don't need that necessarily. Now, in some ways, I could see where we need it from the traditional sense that a backup point guard was always the guy that kept things steady when the main point guard was out. That's the traditional historic thing about the NBA that was very important about it. But in some ways, I think we can get away with not having it. It's easier than not having a center to get away with not having a backup point guard. Because not having a center was really hurting us way worse. So I don't know. I hope that illuminate kind of my way I look at those situations, Click. And Gary wants to be here. Trust me. He's not trying to leave here. And if he can make it work with the money with us this summer, he's going to stay. He's very much nodded and give me all the signs that he wants to be a Raptor. Trust me. Forgetful saying futile proposal, Lex. I know three-pointer is here to stay. I think it was Casey who started talk about incentivizing low post play. Well, the NBA is going to do all kinds of weird things to manipulate how the game goes. Like we've said, they've cut the nuts off on defenders to help enhance offense this year. That's why scoring is unprecedented, record-breaking scoring this season. So many guys getting 50, 40-point games is because the NBA is intentionally changing the rules from year to year to allow better offense. And that's what I'm saying. If they want to change things, they will. They'll change things in certain ways. It's like, well, do they want to do this, though? Is this help them with the product of the NBA and attracting people to watch it? Is the low post game that fun or exciting that they'd want to do this? I don't mind the idea, and I think Casey's right. And there's different things they could do to kind of manipulate the rules to help people be more incentivized to do low post stuff. But, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it all about the 3-point line. And, I don't know. I don't know how this will change. Once again, we're just spectators. We just got to see how it happens. And hopefully we can be smart as a front office and change with the times, ahead of the times, and be on the curb, the very cutting edge of ahead of all this and gaming the rewards of the changes that they make with the rules. And I think we're a little behind on the offensive stuff because we do need better offensive players. And the game's more offensive oriented. Us building a defensive team in some ways is folly, but in some ways is it? Because in the playoffs, that'll really help that we have a very defensive minded team, even if the game is more offensive minded overall. In some ways, the season may be a very offensive minded time, but in the playoffs, it becomes more defensive minded, grinded out, physical, fight everything, every inch to get anything on the court. And in some ways, our build is very good for that. If it's not good for the offensive marathon of hitting a lot of threes throughout the whole entire season. So it's a weird situation. It's a weird situation. Cool Cat saying, I think Nurse will show other plays for playoff games, like the pick and roll for lots of players. That's his usual ammunition. Use elements of surprise with different teams. Yes. He may find something that works really well with Jakob early on, but may stash it and not overuse it so that other coaches have enough tape of it to figure out how to beat it. Like he may say, oh, that's really good, but let's hide it. Let's not put it out there and use it too much. And then he'll come and flash it and use it when we really need to use it. And it's very helpful. And they haven't had a game plan for it because we didn't overuse it and they figured out how to beat it. This is very smart coaching by Nick, and he does this all the time. It's frustrating to me because sometimes I'm like, okay, we know that you can do that. And we see it and we're like, wow, that was badass. And then we don't see it ever again for like a couple of months. And I'm like, fuck, why aren't we using that great synergy between Jakob and Fred on the pick and roll and the way they do it? Well, it's because maybe, like she's saying, he's stashing it for later to spring it on people for surprise because it's so money. He knows he can use it, but he doesn't want them to figure it out beforehand. Greg saying at Cool Cat, I think you're right about us not seeing the coaching staff's full bag of tricks yet. Yeah, and it really honestly expands with Jakob's presence. That there's so many different directions and different kind of permutations of outcomes and different things that kind of like ripple effect off of him, that there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be really badass. Trust me. And there's going to be some stuff that involves him scoring the basket. There'll be some place where we get him open and he's just getting jams. We already do the bully ball with OG and Scotty in transition. Jakob's going to be doing bully ball at some point too. Watch. And we're going to be beating him, using him to beat the other team over the head in the low post with size and strength. Let's see. Cool Cat saying at Click, if Gary leaves, then we will get other shooters in the offseason. Wheezy and some of our 905s, Gabe Brown, Ryan Hawkins, and other NBA players. OG, Scotty, Pascal can all be shooting guards for starters too. Yeah. Of all the guys on our team right now, it may not seem like it, but Gary is one of the easiest to replace. I hate saying that because I don't like making these guys feel like they're expendable. But in some ways, Gary is that guy. And in some ways, that's why they don't mention him in the press conferences as much as OG or Pascal or Fred and stuff like that. Masai always says their names, but he never says Gary's. And this has been for a couple of years since he's been here. Is partly, in some ways, he's not totally the long-term plans. But he may be trying to make himself part of the long-term plans by playing so perfect this year and him intending. Like it may be that he takes less money just to stay in Toronto because he knows it's a good situation. I don't know enough about Gary. In some ways, a lot of enigma. When he first showed up on the team, I was like, I don't know totally if he's happy being here, but I've learned more and more about him. The more I understand who he is, I think he is very happy to be here and he does want to be here. And he may be like Fred and those other guys and like Spurs in the past and take less money just to stay with the band. And that this is a good situation. It's like Gary could go look at free agency this summer and go look at other situations and they're shit and they're not good places for him to be. But also, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I can't know if I'm exactly right. But he did signal he has no problem with the cold here in Toronto and that he does really like playing for the Raptors this week. And those are very good factors in the whole talking about the free agency thing. He's not going to sell us out for a warm place. He doesn't give a shit about that. That's for sure. Let's see. Nameless is saying Jakob Poeltl is going to have games that are going to make you think he's a top 5 center in the league. Mark my words. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's not even going to be his scoring either. It's just going to be that, like, you know how Jokic has so many intangibles. Like the things about Jokic aren't necessarily his scoring that really impress people. In some ways, Poeltl is closer to Jokic than a lot of players in this league. It's almost like we have our own kind of Jokic right now. He's not exactly Jokic, but he does do a lot of the things Jokic does, like with the passing and certain things. Not the level of Jokic, but he's a lot closer to Jokic than the average center in this league. Let's just put it that way. So in some ways, we kind of got Jokic from Wish on our team right now. That's kind of true. Seriously. He may not do everything that Jokic does, but he does a lot of things that most centers don't do in this league that Jokic does. I'll say that. Mike saying Poeltl with more development on shooting in different play sets could be like doing similar things as Jokic. Holy shit. I did not read that comment until just now. Does on offense with a solid defense is the ceiling I see for Poeltl here over time. Great minds think alike. And I'm saying, like, all right, his name is logical. I'm acting logical. Well, this just makes sense. Logically, we would say the same damn thing in response to Nameless without me even reading what Mike said. You go, Mike. All right. Nameless is saying when OG is on the floor with Pascal and Jakob, you all are going to be blown away. When you have the refs targeting you at the end of the game, a hit job, you must be pretty elite at what you do. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You got to overcome every single part of the environment, the atmosphere of what the game is. And the refs are a factor. And you can't just blame them. You have to beat them too. You have to overcome their bullshit. And if you can do that, you're a really good team. And that's why I believe in this team, because we don't have to be good enough to just win. We have to be good enough to win and beat the refs. And that means our Raptors team is really special, and we will. And I love that Nameless is saying, wait till OG comes back. You're going to see something. It's going to be really fun. Jubsounds Clinks saying, logical, agreed. Some things as simple as a baseline jumper for Yak this year would be a great thing to start working on next year. Extend to the corner threes. I don't, guys, I don't think we're ever going to get Jakob at the 3-point line. In some ways, that just doesn't make any sense. And it kind of takes away from certain things that he does. I'm not worried about making him a stretch center. I'm really not worried about that. In some ways, he's much better just focusing on the things that he does. I don't want to go through the learning curve of him shooting threes and missing them a lot to get to be good at threes. I really don't even want to start down that road. It's not worth it. We have so many other guys that can do this. So it's like there's a learning curve, and there will be a lot of failure with Jakob Poeltl trying to learn how to shoot threes. So I'm not about this. I agree so much with you guys what you're saying these days, but let's not try and make him a 3-point shooter. It's not worth the project, and it's just going to cause growing pains. In some ways, it doesn't fit with the timeline of what we're trying to do. He should have been working on threes in San Antonio when it didn't matter and they were losing. If it's really going to be in the cards to happen, because he is a 7-year vet at this point. And he probably would have added that aspect to his game if it's going to be realistic to add. So I can't get behind this, Greg. I agree with so much with you guys, but not this. Cool Cat saying, Jakob is our next Mark Gasol role without the 3-point shooting. The ball movement's going to be off the charts. Fred will get lots of shots off the screen too. Pascal, Scotty, OG will all get easier shots. Everybody's going to get way easier shots. The man's just big. And he's a truck. He just takes a lot of room, and they can just run around him, and boom. And the other thing is he really holds good screens. Like he really does. Like he screens guys, and he really sloughs them off of them. Like he's not half screening them. They're completely off of them, and they're completely wide open when they get around him. And that's a big difference. I mean, I love Cam's screens, but in some ways he didn't completely slough the defensive player off of our guys when he was set screens for them. They'd either kind of hedge or come underneath him or fight around him, over him. But Jakob's so hard to fight around. These guys are running into a wall, and they're getting a second behind the guy they're trying to guard. And that is so good. Dr. Good Vibes is here. I love the good vibes, especially when they're prescribed by the doctor. Hopefully, Joe steps up in a reliable role. I hope that he gets a path to do this. Nick, use Joe. Try and discover if you can utilize him as a great 3-point role player off the bench. We really want to do this. You did this with Matt Thomas a long time ago. I think you can do this with Joe. If you're going to play Matt Thomas, you could definitely for sure play Joe Wieskamp. So let's do it. Abandon is saying his name is Joe. Joe Wieskamp. That's right. Say his name correctly. Wieskamp. Wies. Not wise. Not wise. He is wise, but he's not wise. He's Wieskamp. Wies. Like we are family. We are the Raptors. Wieskamp. That is his name. There's a primer. Not Wisecamp. It's Wieskamp. Nameless is saying, in my opinion, Fred did not help the Raptors win last night. My opinion? Who asked for your opinion, motherfucker? Let's see. The second I turned off the screen, it's like hanging around in a crematorium in there every single night. Crematorium? What? It's like hanging out with a crematorium. That is such a weird thing to say, Nameless, and I love it. Tristan is saying, high five, bam, 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 bam. Tristan Phipps has been in the house recently, and I'm so happy Tristan has come back and been involved in our live streams again. I remember you from last year, and I'm so happy you've been coming back again recently. Jason Smith has one thing to say, and I love it. It's yak. And that's all I want to know. That's all I need to know. He is the sunshine of my life right now. Jakob Poeltl, woohoo! Everything just seems so brighter and nice outside for all of us. Fred VanVleet, Pascal, Scotty, Gary, me, y'all. Everybody's getting sunshine from Jakob. It's so good. Jason Smith, welcome. Every morning, 9:30. Cool Cat saying, front office is focusing on Pascal's timeline by getting Jakob right away. Pascal, OG, Scotty, Jakob is a potent defensive core. We were already a good defensive team, but Jakob Poeltl is another level of defense that makes us even unstoppable. But there's two things he's going to do that are going to be so helpful for us. I've already alluded to the fact that he's a dump off emergency high percentage shot in the lane. If we're in trouble late in the shot clock, they can find him and he will put up a last second shot that will go in 62% of the time. So in some ways, when we stagnate on offense, these periods when Matt Devlin says the Raptors have not scored a basket in 3 minutes, this is when we need to fucking throw the ball to Jakob to get a really high percentage and get us back going offensively. There should not ever be any more of these long periods where the Raptors just can't fucking score for 5 minutes. You put Jakob in and you give him the ball, he will score and he'll break that drought every single time. So that's one area on the offensive side. Now, on the defensive side, this is the thing. His IQ and his moving around and everything, we just became an whole other level of hell for other NBA teams in this league. And they know it. This is part of the reason why they're intensifying their attacks, like Pensera is on Fred, is because they know things are about to turn around and get real good here. And they've seen us down and they've been kicking us around, trying to hope that we would combust and blow up our team because we've been so bad. This is what every other Atlantic Division team has wanted during this struggling year for the Raptors, is for us to overreact and destroy our team all of a sudden and have to start over. That's why they're all saying rebuild, rebuild. We need to rebuild. That's because that fucking Celtics wants us to rebuild so that we look more like the Nets now. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to give them what they want. And that's why I love that we went and got Poeltl. Instead, we're doubling down on this already fantastic defense that we had. Last year, there were sections of games where in the fourth quarter, for 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, the other team would not score. We'd cut their water off. We literally were plumbers. We'd go to the water spigot and we'd tighten it up and turn it right the fuck off. So they couldn't score shit for 6 minutes. A whole 6 minutes a game, the other team would not score on us. We're used to that happen again, too, because Jakobs is here, and we're going to be able to do that more soundly this year again. Finally, we have not been able to do this that much this season, have these great defensive stands where we don't let the other team score at all. Well, Jakob's appearance will allow these periods to happen again. We're going to see these periods where, like, for 5-6 minutes, the opposing team cannot score on us, like last year. Again, they're returning because Jakob's here. Watch. So there you go. I just illustrated on both ends of the court a way that Jakob specifically can help in areas that we've struggled this year, whether it's the offense struggling, we can't get a score, or we're not getting a sound defense for a certain period of time in the game. He's going to help both. He's going to help both on both ends. Let's see. Dr. Good Vibes is saying Fred needs to play for the team more than the bag. Bet on the team more than himself. Team ball over selfish play. Yeah, and he does that. It's only that these other people paint this picture of him that he is the other way. He's not. This is the thing. They're mischaracterizing him. He's not a selfish person. He's not worried about the bag. He said all this. He said, I don't want to talk about my contract extension. I don't want to talk about money. I don't want to talk about anything. I'm worried about basketball. I'm worried about this team winning more. I'm worried about how we've been losing and how to fix that. This is all he cares about. And he doesn't even care about scoring 30 or not. He could score 10 and they win, and he'd be perfectly happy. They really are mischaracterizing him in the toxic spaces right now about who he is and what he's all about. There's only one thing he cares about. And he said it again last night in the post-game press. He said, this is all he cares about. He wants the Raptors to win. He wants to win more championships. And he will sacrifice himself in different ways, minutes, points, role, whatever, on the team to help them get to the W. He's willing to change himself over and over again to get the W. And that is all he cares about. And I know the people are saying, well, the contract, the money and shit. Listen, I've already predicted that he may not opt out. Gary will opt out for sure on his player option. But I don't know if Fred will exactly, because in some ways Fred can just take the $22 million he's on contract to get next season and just cut out all the noise, cut out all the talking points and the people going over and on with that. If he does not opt out and he just says, I'm taking the money that you guys are going to give me already on schedule with this contract I'm on, boy, it would shut a lot of the noise up real quick. And it would also show that he's not a greedy man and that the money isn't the most important thing to him. He could easily do this. And I think he might, honestly, just to shut some of this noise out and just to have some security and knowing he will be in a Raptors jersey next season, is just go ahead and not opt out. Just take the money and stay on your contract right now, Fred. You might be real smart to do it because it will give you security no matter what. And that's an option that a lot of people aren't even talking about. What if Fred doesn't even opt out and he just stays on his contract in the books the way he's already on it? So I think it's awesome. All right, let's keep going. Nameless is saying, "He who shall not be named is a channel dedicated to classic fear mongering. He is the definition of a fear mongerer, and he preys on people whose misery enjoys company." Boom, 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 knocking it out. Nameless, clock, clock. He's at batting practice, and every single time it went out all over the fence. And everything he just said right there is exactly right. The miserable people will flock to him. The people that are ready to have sunshine yak in their life will come and flock to me. This is what I'm saying. You literally are choosing between the Empire or the Rebels, the light and the dark side of the Force. Do you want to be Sith or do you want to be with the Jedi? You come and be with the Jedi on this channel, or you can go be Sith. That's your choice. Everyone has a right to be miserable and be fucks and cucks, just like Raymond Jacobs said. Go ahead and be a fuck or a cuck with Robert Pencer if you want. But if you want to have a happy life and smile and work towards being happy and the Raptors winning, you are in the right channel right now. That's right. G saying, Dr. Good, did you know Fred only attempts the 33rd most shots in the league? And 22 other guards take more shots than him? He wants to win. If they're lacking shooters, he needs to shoot. Fred had 8 assists last night, too. Yes. I don't think Dr. Good Vibes is being not bringing anything but good vibes. I have nothing wrong with what Dr. Good Vibes is saying. I talked to him about that his comment just now. So I don't think we need to come at him like this. But I will agree with what you're saying, G, about Fred. He had a lot of assists last night. Let's see, 8 assists, as you said, really, really good, unselfish, but also knowing that he needs to score. There were points in time earlier in the season where we lost games in some ways because nobody stepped up. And Fred told us in the post-game interviews, like, I need to be more aggressive. I need to step up and make sure we win and try and look for my shot. Because he didn't try and do that at the beginning of the season, and we were losing partly because of that. So it's like, come on, y'all. You can't have it both ways. Either you want him to be aggressive and try and score and help us win, or you shut up if he doesn't try and score and help us win and does other things to help. You just need to give him a chance. You're just going to batter him. Whether he shoots 35, makes 35 points or not, you're going to batter him either way. He could do really good or not do really good. You're going to come at him either way, obviously, because of last night. And you're still coming after him right now. And we won. There's no reason to be coming after Fred right now. Mike saying, respect, Lex, for the shout out. Just trying to serve the real ones and by being positive and critical. We have an amazing team here, and there's a lot of good stuff we're doing to get that chip with the div. Yeah, Mike, it's true. And that's what I'm saying. We want to wish towards Larry O'Brien's. We want good things to happen for the team. And as somebody said yesterday, manifest destiny is a very real thing. If a part of the reason why the Leafs continue to lose over and over again is you manifest what your destiny is by your belief. And this is why we kept saying over and over again in this channel in the first half of the season, Toronto Raptors, NBA champions 2023. Toronto Raptors, NBA champions 2023. Because we're really trying to speak it into existence. That if you want to manifest bad things, go ahead and keep saying bad things out of your damn mouth, Robert Pencer. But I want to manifest good things. And I put good things in the world by the stuff that comes out of my mouth is positive and helpful in making them win more championships down the road. And that's the difference. You have a power to manifest your destiny by what you put out there. If you want to put out negativity and think negative and have a negative mindset, you will get negativity. If you want to have good things happen in your life, look to the positive and have a positive mindset, and boom, positivity will happen. And this is just the basic crux of the mission of this channel is we put more positivity and believe. And even if it's unrealistic at certain times, well, we'll get closer to it when we believe it than if we don't believe it. Just ask Leafs Nation. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Wayne is saying, thank you, Lex. This channel is about coaching fans' minds to understand the game of basketball and life. You win and you lose. It's the quality of the wins that matters, not the losses. There's so much in that. I mean, seriously, this isn't just a Raptors channel. In some ways, I have had so much misery and sadness. I was Robert Pencer 20 years ago, but I went through a transformation in my life that changed me very strongly. And in some ways, the things that I learned, I don't want to be like the Colonel and say this secret recipe is proprietary and you cannot ever find out how I spice my chicken. No, I'm going to share the secrets that I found out that help me in my life to be happier and to have a better life around me. Because I think it's selfish for people to learn secrets about things in life and not share them with everybody. And a lot of them want to make money off of it to do that. I'm not about that. If I can help other people be happier in their lives, I will do that. And that is really a secondary goal of my channel. Is sure, we're educating, we're talking about the Raptors, but also in some ways we're talking about life and we're talking about being happy. And that's a lot of what's going on right now with this Raptors season that we're trying to figure out. And I appreciate you, Wayne. Van Hoot saying Poeltl creates a ton of spacing with the screening. Just have to utilize it more. What is your first memory as a fan, Lex? Oh, I love that question. When I was a little kid, I first fell in love with the Detroit Pistons. They were my first favorite team. And that's why it's kind of fun to see Casey coaching them, because I do have a very strong bond to that franchise before the Raptors even existed. It made sense. The Pistons are the closest to Toronto, and I did really still have a very strong allegiance to Toronto, being born here, even though I lived in Florida. I think the first thing that I remember about basketball is Isaiah Thomas. And that may be part of the reason why I'm bringing him up. I think that I saw a shirt with him on it, and then I started watching basketball all of a sudden. Isaiah was my gateway to Raptors and to also the NBA. And I got really into the bad boys. I was very much a huge Dennis Rodman fan way before his craziness and before he colored his hair or anything. He was my favorite player right away when he was still on the Pistons. I loved Bill Laimbeer. I loved Vinnie Johnson. I loved Buddha, James Edwards, and of course, Joe Dumars. But that team was just my favorite team. And seeing them battle the Trailblazers and the Lakers in those finals, that was when I started watching basketball. So it really is the bad boy Pistons that are my first memory of the NBA. And they're the gateway that brought me into the NBA was the Pistons, the bad boys. And that they'll always be one of my favorite teams of all time in the history of the NBA. And I love those championships that they won in 89 and 90. I was very much a part of the Pistons fan nation at that time when they won. So, yeah, that's it. Basically, I was a Bad Boys fan. And that's my first memories, really, is like late 80s rooting for Isaiah's team. Logical saying Kareem been on point way before a lot of people for sure. Listen, this is part of the greatness of our think tank Hive Mind is that we all come from different areas and different ways in our lives and paths and backgrounds and whatever. I don't know who any of you guys are in person in a lot of ways. I know you by your names, but each one of you have a personality. And also, you guys have different things you care about. And you guys make predictions all the time. And sometimes the stuff you guys say is so astute. And I'm just like, damn, I've got a good crew in here. Seriously, if I had to choose Raptor fans that I could select, I'm glad the people who have found me and that are here are the ones. Because seriously, y'all really know your shit. And you guys teach me just as much as I teach you. And that is the really important part of having a healthy YouTube channel like this is that you can't just think that I know everything. I can't just think I know everything. I need to learn from you guys too. And that's a big part of what's lacking on other places is probably that. Is that, listen, I don't know everything. And you guys teach me so much at the same time. So it's important. Smooth Brown Man is here. Just discovered your channel. Good content. Thank you. And what an interesting name. Is it keep it smooth? Keep it as smooth as possible and keep things smooth for the Raptors. Let's keep getting those W's and collecting them. And I appreciate your subscription. And I hope you'll join us more often. You know, I know everybody can't get here every single day, but you know, you can go away for a while and forget about me, but come back. I'll be here still. Trust me. Some people have left for 6-8 months and they come back and holy shit, Raptor Freak's still going. Because I am seriously, I've done this live stream every morning at 9:30 for almost 600 days in a row. And we are going to get and further. I'm going to keep my streak of consecutive days live streaming. We're going to be up into 1,000. I want to break LeBron's record. I want to get to like 40,000 streams in a row. I am committed to do this for like decades from now. So you want to keep with the Raptor Freak family. You're in here on year 2 and keep coming with us because I'm going to be doing this for a while. So I appreciate you, Smooth Brown Man. We have such weird names sometimes, but hey, it's not any weirder than some of the other ones we've had recently. Oh my gosh, crazy names. Some people make their name crazy just so I'll read it and have to read it, and it's kind of cringe. It's funny. Like Hugh G. Erection. Yeah, there's a guy named Hugh G. Erection that comes in here and he talks all the time. Let's see. Greg is saying, this channel is a breath of fresh air for sure. Welcome to the fold, freak. That's right. Listen, if you're a freak, we know it right away. We can tell because it's the people that share the passion and are positive Raptor fans that are sick of the cesspool of the fucking fan nation right now. All this stupid ass noise and shit that they're saying. Are you helping us get more Larry O'Briens? No, you're not. Then you ain't with us. And that's what I'm saying. If you have the same goals as me, you're in the right place. You are a Raptor freak instantly. You always were. You just didn't find us until now. You were a Raptor freak way before you came here, and you just found your home. That's what it is. Shere Khan saying, love Kem, but that contract became a burden. Agree about the hometown story. Now we have some flexibility. Best wishes to Kem and hope he gets picked up by someone who needs someone for backup minutes. I don't know if he's going to get to play for San Antonio. This very well could be like this helps their getting Victor. Get Kem for Jakob. That's really a downgrade, and that really helps them lose to get closer to Victor. So it is a really smart strategy. I just want Kem to fix his knees. I feel like his knees have fucked his career up in the last couple years, and if he could just get some health with his knees, oh my gosh, I was so worried that this deal was going to be like Gary Payton II. They were going to send him down to San Antonio. They're going to do the physical on his knees, and they're going to say, "I'm sorry, we can't take Kem. He's failed his physical." And then they fuck up the whole fucking trade. Well, thank God Kem passed his physical. Oh my God. I was really crossing my fingers on that. Like when we were on Friday, we are trying to wait and see if Jakob could play against the Jazz. I was like, come on, Kem's knees. Come on, please, Kem's knees. Please be okay. I seriously was like that in the afternoon. I was waiting on Twitter. I was like waiting for the news. Did Kem pass his physical? Did Kem pass his physical? Oh my God, please make your physical come out okay. Mike saying the first game I saw Poeltl screen two guys for Gary Trent Jr. Who has days to hit a decent two. No, these guys their lives are going to be so much easier. Fred's stats are going to get better. His scoring's going to go up. Their shooting percentages are going to go up. It's just nicer. It's easier. It's like if you get an easier shot because you're way more open, you're going to make it more likely. So this is something we've missed. And Jakob's going to really help with this. Our shooting problems are going to get way, way better just because of Jakob Poeltl. And he doesn't even have to shoot himself. He's just going to make everybody else a better shooter. Smooth Brown guy saying, got to be honest, I'm not a Fred guy. I want them to utilize Pascal more. That's fair. That's fair. In an ideal world, what we wanted to do at the beginning of the season would have happened and took. And that was supposed to be Fred not being the point guard, him being the shooting guard, and Scotty playing more point. But with the injuries earlier in the season, we had to scrap all that. We just needed to go in survival mode and trying to keep winning with guys out like Pascal and Precious. So we threw everything we wanted to do from the offseason going in out the window and reverted back to old Fred. And I have to give him a lot of credit for switching back and forth his role. He was supposed to be a shooting guard. Well, he had to go back to being a point guard. And, it's tough. It's a tough thing to change your mindset considering you had already geared up and ramped up to think that you're going to do this as a role for the season. And I appreciate Fred being flexible and being versatile enough to be able to make that switch in the middle of the season and really keep us alive. In the last 2 years, people don't understand how much Fred impacts our game as far as managing the game with time and the flow and just keeping track of kind of having a control over the game in ways for the Raptors against the other team. That a lot of the games that we won last year were really on the backs of his clutch shooting and his clutch way of handling the game and managing it in the last couple minutes. And that people need to respect him more for how much he manages things, that he does a really good job. Now, he's not perfect. And to some, he comes off as being selfish, but he is very much a team first guy. I have to tell everybody that. But yeah, Pascal, I think they utilize him enough. I just want to see Pascal utilized in a more efficient way. The thing with Pascal is he's too much ISO. He really does need to, and we can do this way better now with Jakob because they have a natural tendency to play off each other anyway. In fact, Jakob in some ways may take Pascal out of this ISO mindset because he's going to use him as like a touchstone. Pascal may be at the top of the key at the three-point line. Jakob's kind of lurking around the paint. And Pascal will throw the ball in as a lob to him in the low post, like they would set up Scotty for a low post move. But Jakob's not trying to shoot. he's kind of in that low post, like Marc Gasol distributor mode where he's looking and he can hit either a shooter in the corner like Gary or Fred, or he can see Pascal move off the ball of him and he gives it back right back to him, and it's a layup for Siakam, or he's a much open shot or something like that. That's the thing. I don't want to see Siakam do an ISO where he just dribbles around and tries to beat the whole defense by himself. He can use Poeltl as a dump to get the and then get the dump back, and then he gets a much open higher percentage shot instead of trying to force himself against 3 defenders in a triple team. So this is going to be a big, huge difference with Siakam being more efficient because he plays off of Poeltl. So I'm so excited about all the possibilities, and getting to watch them is very fun for a basketball nerd like me. That it's like watching a cool Marvel movie if you're a big Marvel fan and you see like a Marvel character come out and say a classic line or do something from the comic books and you're just like, yes. Well, I'm having a little bit of that kind of feeling with Poeltl being back. Raptor Streak saying, I agree. I mean, Greg saying, Raptor Streak, I agree. Barnes Ivy was advantage Ivy all the way. All the more reason to try it out. Regardless of success, failure, gain tape. Number 4 can review on him as an explosive guard. Round 2 won't look the same. I agree with this, Mike. He can see what he did wrong as far as like the lateral movement. It was really like his lateral movement. He needed to stay like side to side on Ivy, because once he steps around him, like I said, he gets past Scotty's shoulder. It's a bucket for Ivy. He can't stop him at that point. He can't turn around and catch him. So he's really got to keep him between him. And that's really keeping his lateral crab movement right and quick. But yeah, and also I agree with this. I think you'll watch the tape and then maybe talk to the coaches, and they may have a better idea of how to get him to stay in between a quicker, faster, smaller guard in the basket better. He's still learning this kind of stuff. In fact, some of the problems we've had this year are from Scott. That he is like a learning guy and he makes mistakes all the time on defense. And we have wide open layups that people take, partly because Scotty fucked up his defensive assignment. So he's going to just get better in general, all this. So it's going to get better and better. Smooth Brown Manson, I see a bit of KD in Pascal. Yeah, I can see the comparisons a bit. You know, in some ways, there's not many players in this league that are absolutely unstoppable. And a lot of it has to do with their length. And yes, is Siakam on this, as much as I said that on the sliding scale of Jokic's in this league, that Poeltl is closer to Jokic than most of the rest of the league. I would agree the same way with Siakam with KD. That KD is such an unstoppable scorer in different ways that Siakam's not that far off from him. You can ask people that have to play against Siakam, can you stop him? No, we cannot stop him. Nobody can stop Siakam one-on-one in this entire league. He can beat every single person one-on-one. And that's really why they have to consistently double team him all the time now. And that's definitely Kevin Durant stuff for sure. Cool Cat saying Pascal is GROAT number 2. Scotty's GROAT number 3. If he stays, Precious is GROAT number 4. If he stays, Pascal is the most decorated Raptors G League champion, most improved player, FMP. I guess that was the Finals MVP of the G League. An NBA champion, 2 times NBA All-Star, 2-time All-NBA. G League don't want him in the Hall of Fame. I love all of this, and Cool Cat's right. I mean, when you really look at the GROAT stuff, you got to factor in greatness. I have a whole spreadsheet of figuring out the greatest Raptor of all time, and I have them scored. And I'm telling you, Pascal's number 1 at this point. And Cool Cat has just listed his accomplishment and is right there. You know, give it time. Scotty will end up being the GROAT at some point. I really do believe that. It's just right now, it's way too early, and Siakam is much more accomplished. But I do think that Scotty could be that guy at some point. And I think a lot of people will agree with me. Logical saying, facts, Lex. Speed at the center position allows the switching with way less holes than normal teams based on the speed of the centers. One of the best things for Miami is Bam Adebayo's mobility. The fact that Bam does so many different things weird for the Heat as far as switching and covering. He's all over the place. Like, he switches every which way, and that's why he's annoying. And that's kind of why the Heat can get away with their personnel on their team right now, with not having very many big guys and not very good players. He's not even actually a center, but he covers so much defensively, Bam Adebayo. And in some ways, Jakob is the same, and that's part of it. Sheer Khan saying, you're right about Pensera. No more talk about him. Gonna mute his stuff for sure. Time to think positive for the rest of the season. Good vibes. That's right. We're pulling it out of the mud, Cheer Kong. We may have been stuck in that mud and being sorry for ourselves and just having bad times and bad vibes, but fuck that shit. We got the big Austrian. He said, I'll be back. And he meant it when he said that a long time ago. I'll be back. And he came back. And now he's back. So now things are good. And he said, now he's saying, come with me if you want to live. Yes. Yes. I love having the ability to do Schwarzenegger impressions because Poeltl's on the team again. Yes. Good vibes. That's right. Cool Cat's saying, excuse me. You get a lot of weird impressions and songs here too. I love to do songs. Yeah, for the newer people on this channel, there's an ability to do in this chat. You can write in impression and then like the little dots and write in something. And I'm a improviser. I went to Second City. I do perform on stage and do stuff like that. I would love to do impressions. So if you like to hear me sing a song or do an impression of somebody, you write it in. I take requests on the channel. It's just part of the entertainment value of the Raptor Free channel is that we do crazy shit like that. You will see me act like a fool. And I have no problem with acting like a fool because I am a fool. I'm a trained clown. So when somebody calls me a clown, it's like, you're a clown, Lex. I'm like, you damn right I am. I'm trained. I'm very good. And you should see me on stage clowning. I'm very funny. Just doing a little clown work for y'all. It's fun. All right, let's see. Pascal has been using Kobe and KD offensive moves. His work with his development team in Thorpe this summer put him at another level this year. We're not saying his name anymore either. I don't give a shit if he worked with David Thorpe. He's dead to me. If he works with David Thorpe, he needs to reconsider that shit. Because Pascal, seriously, you want to work with somebody who's adding more noise and problems and confusion to Raptors Nation? Fuck David Thorpe. He should be dead to us. You really should. Fuck that guy. Alton Brown's weird looking cousin. Fuck him. Seriously, he's dead to me. So no, I don't want him working this summer with David Thorpe. Tell him to fucking fuck off. And he can fucking take his ass somewhere else. You can work with Rico Hines and Lethal Shooter, but not David Thorpe. Fuck that motherfucker. He's out. He's out. He's out. Masai probably told him that too this weekend. He said, all right, let me do an impression of that. Hello, David. Masai. Listen, I don't appreciate you coming on there and saying that on your podcast about Fred and OG. It doesn't help me. No. Listen, I like you. You helped me a lot early in my career, but this does not help me now. And I wish you had not done this. Seriously. Okay. All right. Yeah. I will never talk to that man again. That's what I'm thinking this happened, man. Seriously, because all he did was make problems for us. None of that helped. Listen, like I said, he can criticize Nick and say we need to fire him. But when he steps in there and says we need to get rid of Fred and OG because there are problems on this team, you're not helping your friend Masai Ujiri, David Thorpe. Fuck you. And I don't want you talking to Pascal anymore. Fuck that shit. He needs to go away, Cool Cat. And honestly, you bring him up, he's going to be like Pansera to me at this point. He is dead to me. He's an asshole. Mark Beeston, the irony of not moving Fred or Siakam at the deadline is that now haters should pray that they turn it up, make playoffs, even a first-round exit. This raises their trade value to the highest. Yeah, this is the whole MO of us. It's like we said, we want to raise the value of all our players, even if we can't sign them all, because we're making more value and we can pick and choose which ones we want to keep. I think it was hilarious that they didn't trade anybody, that everybody was so counting on a trade and that they got so upset about it. It's hilarious. Everybody wanted a trade or upset about the trade deadline. You're idiots. Let's just keep on saying that. I'd said that before, and everybody said, whoa, Lex, you can't call us idiots. Yeah, I can, because Masai's doing the right thing, and you guys are crazy. And I thought it was hilarious that they didn't make a trade and that all the haters were upset about it. It made me so happy. It warmed my heart. It really did. And now making the playoffs is going to be great. We're going to make the playoffs, and what if we get past the first round? It'll be a successful year because we built off of last year. Even if this season was shitty, we do better in the playoffs. Holy shit. That's a successful year. I'm sorry. That just is. Because the season now is not the real season. The real season is the postseason. And if we improve on a series against Philadelphia last year by beating Philadelphia in the first round this year, yeah, that says a lot right there by itself. Captain Saberbro said, yeah, it's unsubscribed from Pence here as well. Way too negative, and his whole fan base literally sounds like they hate the Raptors but love only Scotty. I got YouTube to recommend his channel. Yeah, do it any which way you can. Seriously, and he'll see his numbers drop if he continues to be negative like this. I don't understand why he thinks Raptor fans would want to come listen to him. It's like, what are you telling us? That we're suck? We're gonna suck? Well, I don't want to hear that. That's not what I want to hear if I care about this team and I love them. So, I get this totally, Captain Saber, bro. And you're saving yourself this time, bro. Saving yourself the aggravation of hearing his ass. Mike saying Ibaka got a large amount off the Magic contract and was very overpaid as a bench center. Not gonna lie, he got paid good. Yeah, Ibaka's fine. I don't feel bad for him at all. He's got a great backup career. Smooth saying, I could see Serge signing with the Celtics. Maybe. I don't know. It's very interesting. He hasn't got picked up yet. We see Ross going to Phoenix. We saw Danny Green going to Cleveland. We're seeing other people getting picked up and going to different places. But I don't know. Maybe Serge's time is done. Seriously, man, that dude just needs to go make music and just have vibes. He could be here in Toronto right now, just hanging out, and he's not even in the NBA. And that would be cool. He loves Toronto. So I don't know. I don't want to see Serge in the green, though. I really don't. I don't want to see him on the Celtics. That would just make me sad. And I don't know if he'd go there. I mean, that bubble experience is still he's a part of it. And I don't know. I don't know if he'd sell out and go to the Celtics. I know LeBron said he'd never play for the Celtics. And there's certain players in this league that will not play for the Celtics. They know that like LeBron said he would never, ever, ever play for the Celtics. He said that publicly. And maybe Serge has the same policy. I don't know. Money may change that, though. The other green may change him playing for the green. But Mike's saying Gasol made $36 million max contract from the Grizzlies. Ibaka got $23 million to be the starting power forward, when resigned, but wasn't fast enough and moved to the bench. Ibaka's center position fit 1,000% better team-wise. All right, we're digging too much into the history. This is really Mike's stuff on his channel. We're talking about the now. I appreciate the comment, Mike, but I don't want to talk about Gasol and Ibaka's contracts from like 5-6 years ago. There's no point. Smooth saying Boston does need another big, and he fits well. This is something, once again, I want to lord this victory over the Celtics because not enough people are talking about this. Basically, this happened too. Last summer, Malcolm Brogdon, the Pacers came to him and said, we will either trade you to the Celtics or the Raptors because we like their assets. Who would you rather go play for? And Brogdon said, I'd rather play for the Celtics. They're closer along than the Raptors. Well, everybody tried to make it as like we got screwed out of it, but I don't even think we were talking to them or even wanted Malcolm Brogdon. That's the thing. It's not like he dissed us. It's not like he was on our list for guys that we wanted and everything like that. But in this case, this is very much a guy that the Celtics did want, Jakob Poeltl. And in the trade deadline, not enough people are talking about this. The Spurs were talking to them also. They had an offer of Peyton Pritchard and Danilo Gallinari for Jakob Poeltl, and they were trying to get him there. Well, we beat the fucking Celtics, and we got our old player to come back to Toronto. It could very well be that Popovich came to Jakob and he said, listen, we're going to move you, and we can either trade you to the Celtics or the Raptors. Who would you like to go play for? It was a slam dunk, easy question, I'm sure, for Jakob if he was given the same question that Malcolm Brogdon was given last summer. And we see which team he's on. So in some ways, us getting Jakob is a win also because it's a loss for the Celtics. And we beat them in getting him because they very much did want Poeltl. And they were trying to get him, and we got him instead. So there you go. There you go. I could say that's a win. And also getting Bo Cruz instead of the Sixers getting Bo Cruz or the Celtics was a win also. Sometimes it's just like a victory because you got the acquisition in opposition to another team in your division trying to get the same player. Yeah, I don't think we're talking about that enough because, the main NBA is not going to talk about that. But, the NBA and the ESPN could be talking about the Raptors usurped the Celtics for Jakob Poeltl. Nobody's talking about that. I will, and I'll put that on blast because it's the damn truth. But, that doesn't serve the NBA's narratives of what they want with the Celtics, that they lost the free agent center to the Raptors at the trade deadline. Logical saying it starts with the free throws, then mids, then corner threes, then above the break threes. That's how it starts. How far he gets is based off of court work. Good shooting coaches to find something that works for him, same as JV. Forget about the threes for Jakob. Let's get him better at free throws. Holy shit. We missed so many free throws in the game yesterday. It was comical. In fact, I was telling myself, you know what? I have a feeling they're going to miss a shit ton of free throws and we're still going to win this game. And I was getting pissed. I see Siakam miss his first free throw. I see Fred miss his first free throw. Precious misses first free throw. Scotty's missing free throws. We shot such shit at the free throw line yesterday. 24 for 36, 67% from the free throw line. That's absolute garbage. In some ways, it's because of Jakob. It's his fault. Seriously. He showed up on Friday and he shot 1 for 5 from the free throw line with some of the ugliest, weirdest, like float over this side of the rim shot off of one hand. I don't know how you do that, Jakob. You are a bad free throw shooter. You're as bad as Shaq. And that's why we got to watch out for hack-a-Shaq stuff. But in some ways, he was like the spirit animal of our free throw shooting last night. It's like, okay, Jakob can come in and shoot 1 for 5. Well, everybody else was trying to do their Jakob Poeltl impression at the free throw line yesterday. Do that, but only in situations where you can still win the game. But don't do that against teams that matter. You cannot fuck around with the free throw line like that, Raptors. You need to make those points. And I was laughing because I was like, whoa, everybody's trying to be like Jakob at the line today. Greg saying at Logical, free throws first for sure. It'll happen. I bet it's already happened. Yeah. I don't know. He's 7 years in. In some ways, you don't get much better at free throws. Look at Shaq. Did he get much better at free throws throughout his whole career? Sometimes it's just a big man thing. It's weird. You'd think they'd be able to shoot free throws, but they can't. I don't understand why Jakob can't shoot free throws. But like I said, we can cover it up at late game situations by doing the offensive defensive substitutions. You might want Jakob out there for defensive stuff in the paint, but man, you better call that whistle or get that stoppage of play and put Gary in there for him for the offensive end, because they will hack-a-Shaq him, put him on the line, and that's not something we want people to do to us at the end of the game to try and win by strategy. Foul Jakob over and over again. He misses the free throws, and they get more chances. So, yeah, we don't want to do that. We have to be really smart about how we use him at the end of the game with the deficit or the lead that we have, because he can very much hurt us at the end of the game because of his free throw shooting. Let's see. Captain Saber Bro saying facts. Once all our guys are bought in and playing with each other, we're going to be a scary team. They've been bought in this whole time. And that's the amazingly beautiful thing about the success about this Raptor season on the down low, underneath all the ugliness, is that everything that's happened this season could have easily pulled apart a lesser team that's not connected, that does have fractures and fissures where guys don't really like each other. Well, they turn on each other and things get even worse. Well, this team has not shown signs that they try to do this, that they very much have stayed together. They say it over and over again. We just got to stay together. We just got to stay together. And then also, they didn't turn on their coach. Some people are saying they turned on Nick, but they did not. There's no way that they would put the effort that they put out on the court and do the things that they do if they were not still buying into Nick Nurse and what he's trying to get them to do. So the buying in has always been there. There's nothing wrong with the buy-in. It's just about playing better with each other. That's definitely the part that needs better, Saber Bro. That's what Masai said. They've been too selfish. They're not playing off each other enough. And the assist totals need to be higher. They just need to get the assists up. And the assists are the indicator of whether they're sharing the ball or not and playing unselfish. And if that number's going up, I'll be happy. Mark B saying Raps have the bird rights to Fred VanVleet, which can be a sign and trade max money. Siakam has 2 years left. He can be traded also later. We reached the peak with both. Nope. One of them has to move for talent. Nope. And he's saying, in my opinion, Fred. All right. Well, Mark, I know you're newer to this channel, but I'm going to tell you exactly why we don't trade Fred. And we don't trade Pascal either. And we keep both of them, and we can do this, and we can do it money-wise. First of all, we can go in luxury tax, and Larry Tannenbaum doesn't mind spending the money to keep these guys. In fact, that's the big secret that a lot of Raptor fans are not listening to us. We can keep everyone. We can pay for everybody this summer. We can even keep Gary if we really, really want to. Now, Gary's the odd man out. He's the one who's going to leave if anybody's leaving. But I don't know if anybody's going to leave. If anybody leaves, it's going to be Gary. But we're not moving either one of those two guys. And there's very good reasons why. First of all, they're not at their ceiling. The thing about Fred and Pascal is they're not like the average NBA player. Sometimes you get players in the league and they develop and they have a development curve. But these guys aren't like that. These guys are under the school of DeMar DeRozan. And that's a player that continues to excel and get better every offseason because they work their ass off and they add new things to their game. And Fred and Pascal are both that kind of guy. They're not using the offseason to just rest and do nothing like Kyle used to do. They're working on their game actively and adding new things, just like DeMar came back with a 3-point shot one year. Pascal is going and looking for new things to add to his game still. And both of them are not past their prime or anywhere near it. They're actually still in their late 20s, and they don't actually stop learning or developing until they get in around 33 or 35. So these dudes are not anywhere near their ceiling. They're huge investments, and they're paying off like crazy because one's undrafted and another one's a very late pick. So no, you don't get rid of them. Plus, they're the linkages to our championship. That Fred and Pascal are really the only two guys on our team that actually played minutes in the finals for us when we won the championship. That is so invaluable. I have described Fred as being the Goonie that has the treasure map to find the treasure. And that we don't want to get rid of the guy who actually has the blueprint or the treasure map that will get us back to the promised land in that Larry O'Brien. So by letting these guys go, you're actually really, really hurting the team because these guys are the linkages to our first championship. And if we want to have linkages to our second championship, to our first championship, these guys have to be here still. So no, we overvalue Fred and Pascal just as much as Masai does. And thank God, because these dudes need to stay. There's nothing wrong with them, and they will be better players next year. Trust me. They're not like they're not at a top of their career right now, and they're going to start declining. No, they're not. They're going to continue to get better. Seriously. And the thing that I described about Pascal getting better next year is what if he gets better at being clutch in like the really important minutes at the end of the game? He does all this stuff really good, but what if he really, really works on his mentality and coming at the really tough defense at the end of the game so that he's absolutely a closer and he becomes a clutch factor with his game? He can still develop this. So to think that these guys are at their ceiling, you're very sadly mistaken. These guys are still growing and getting better. And at some points this year, I thought maybe Fred was on his way down and he had peaked and he's kind of on his way down. But I don't think that anymore because Jakob's here. And we're going to actually see him be revitalized because Jakob's here. So I got to disagree with all you're saying here, Mark. And I have to say that would be a big, big, huge mistake to let either one of them leave. And they will both be in Raptor jerseys next season. And don't get into the scarcity mindset that is either him or me this summer, that these guys can all stay. We have the means to do this. And it's just certain people that want to paint it really negatively that think that we can't keep all these guys because we actually can. So I'll disagree with all this, but we love you, Mark. And I really appreciate you being here and all the comments. But hopefully that illustrates kind of where I see it, that these guys are not hitting their ceiling. They're on their way up and still growing. And part of it with Fred is his IQ. He's like Lowry. He's going to become more and more astute and smart and savvy and doing things like Lowry does. As he gets older and older, he'll be seeing like Lowry, like tricks from him, more and more savvy vet, crazy shit that Lowry did. You're going to see it more and more in Fred as he gets older, because in some ways he's going to compensate with his lack of being able to be quick anymore with the very, very, very super, super smart. One of the most intelligent players in the league is Fred VanVleet. He'd be using his head more than his body, just like Kyle. So that's what I'm saying. Fred could be like Kyle, and he could be great for another 8 years of his career. Honestly, seriously. Captain Saber Bros saying, I'm not opposed to moving on from Fred VanVleet, a past Fred point guard who you can utilize the pick and roll with Jakob. Well, that's Fred. Fred is so good with Jakob. You really have to understand that these guys are like kind of like Scotty is with Delano. They were in the rookie class together. That when Fred, Pascal, and Jakob were rookies together on the Raptors, and that in some ways there's some really tight bonds between Fred and Jakob that you won't get from other point guards coming in. In some ways, there's a second nature, there's a second sense that they've already built and is established that you don't want to fuck with. So replacing Fred with a different guard, you're not going to get better results. Jakob likes Fred and Fred likes Jakob. It's a match made in heaven. And we're going to see it more and more. And in some ways, you're going to realize that by the end of the season. You're going to be like, holy shit, they do really work so well together. And that was a huge reason why the bench mob was so badass, was these guys were our bench at that time. Pascal, Jakob, and Fred, when they were young players, and they were already kicking major ass. Well, they've graduated. Now they're our starters. They all growed up. And they're more savvy and smarter and better players at this point. And back then, they were already dominating when they were dumb and young. Well, they're smart and grizzled now. Just imagine that. That's what I'm saying. So, no, the set is right. You don't want to break up the band. It really is a real band. And these guys really do work real well together. This is discovered synergy that you just don't. That's a big reason why Jakob's back, is that synergy was known and it's already back already. They weren't, they was pretty 100% sure that they would find the synergy with Jakob again because it just makes sense. But it wasn't totally sure, but I was pretty damn sure, yeah, they'd find it. It's like riding a bike. You never forget. You pick the bike up, you can ride it still. So let's see. Mike saying, Fred isn't a max level contract guy. Not gonna lie, I don't think anyone wants him on a max contract. He knows he's not worth a max. A max wasn't on the table. Yeah, I mean, seriously, people that hate Fred have tried to paint him as this very selfish, money grubbing team, like shoot first, don't pass later. I want all the money off the salary cap. They really, really demonize him, and they really paint him as being a very selfish, egotistical person. And is not who he is. They really don't know him or understand him. And that's what I'm saying. He is very much not a money hungry, grubbing guy. And he would work with Masai and Bobby to make his contract fit in the puzzle pieces of the whole picture just to win. Like I said, this is the only thing Fred cares about. And until y'all listen to me and understand this, even the negative ones that don't want to believe it, this is all he cares about. It's not about the amount of money. In fact, he'll take way less money to stay here this summer and be a Raptor because it's convenient, because he doesn't want to uproot his family. He's got another kid that's about to be born. He doesn't want the hassle of moving his team, moving his family if he doesn't have to do it. In some ways, he's lazy that way. I've heard him say this. It's like a pain in the ass. I'd much rather just stay here. And he likes it here. He meant it when he said at the beginning of the year, I want to be a Raptor for life. Just as much as it makes the Fred haters hate that, I love that because I'd love to see it happen. And I know that he can work with his salary within our cap at different stages and different roles to get paid fairly for what he's contributing to the team. And, I'd love for him to be a grizzled old vet in his late 30s on our team still, off the bench, getting a small contract, but still having his presence around is so valuable. That's why I want him to be our Udonis Haslem. I'm sorry. I'm with Fred. I want him for life because he's just so good with the brain. You keep him on there even if he can't play. You saw that man yelling at them on the sideline to get back on defense and waiting to get in the game. I'm just telling you, there's so many valuable things about him that people are overlooking. And I don't like that. I don't like that. They need to give him credit because he really deserves it. He's came from so far away to get to where he is now. Let's see. At this point, nothing is going to change. This is MSJ. Time to cheer the team on. Players past that post-trade deadline. Let's go Raptors. That's right. No more distractions. No more woulda, coulda, shoulda, trade machine fun. Fuck all that shit. We know what we're doing. Messiah signaled. He's doubling down on his core. He's bet on ourselves. He's bet on this team, and we're going forward with this team. And that's what we got to get used to and just accept. Raptors Nation. Monique saying, Lexathon, stay strong forever, all around. W stream, Lex, keep at it. Lex, go Raps. Go, send them lunch, y'all. Yeah. Monique wants to DoorDash me a lunch real quick. I should probably get off because it is almost 4 hours in. Let's see. Forgetful saying, was it Alvin Hamilton who took a 50% cut to his buyout and then a few years later came back as assistant coach? I'm forgetful because I'm forgetful. You mean Alvin Williams? Yeah, I kind of believe that. I kind of remember that. And he did come back as a coach. And he was an analyst on the TV now. This is something that people do in the league that nobody talks about. There's no way the Spurs could have continued to be who they were without Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker all taking pay cuts to fit in within the salary cap and still get good players, young players coming up underneath them. And this is something that people don't realize. When your guys are committed to team and winning, they're not like selfish dudes that are individualistic and are more worried about their contract. A lot of people paint a broad stroke of picture of all NBA players as being money grubbing and just wanting absolutely the most money. Every player is different. Some of them are like that, but some of them have different things that matter to them more. Like if the difference between $2 million is Chris Boucher gets to stay in Toronto and not move his ass because he's lazy, and he can stay in Toronto and stay in Canada on a team in a situation that he likes and he knows, and it's not going to get jerked around on a new team, he will take $2 million less than to go to Orlando, be in a warm place, an unknown place, have to reestablish himself with his role on the team. And there's no guarantees the coach or the teammates will really take to him and it'll fit. It's worth it to him to not make $2 million more to go do that in free agency last summer. That's what I'm saying. All players have different motives. Chris made it very clear. He didn't want to fuck around with free agency. He just wanted to talk to the Raptors, re-sign with us, and that's it. And that's what he did. He said it on the Hustle Play podcast. He said trades are really annoying. Switching teams is very annoying. And I don't want to have to do it. I'm happy here in Toronto. I'll take less money. I'll stay. And I don't think that enough fans understand that a lot of players do think this way. And two of them, other than Chris, may be Gary and Fred. And that may be something that people will find out this summer. Smooth Brown Man's laughing. It's hilarious. It is. There's a lot of laughs on this channel. I'm going to tell you that right now. A lot of laughs. I'm going to try and finish this up, though. Captain saying, Lex, like I said, I appreciate your positivity and love for the Raptors team. Yeah, things aren't ideal right now, but I love our team and trust in our boys. We got great talent and a good coach. Got to buy in. Listen, I am very excited right now. You know, you may think things aren't ideal, but actually in some ways they really are. They really, really are. Because once again, the Raptors are totally being counted out, underestimated, sullied, insulted, put down. They all think we're garbage, but in reality, we're actually a badass, dominant team that's about to fuck everybody up. And this is the kind of thing like in a movie where the good guy's kind of in there, he's kind of unassuming, and a big guy comes over and he fucks with him. He's like, you know what? You didn't realize who you just fucked with. Bam! And you're on the floor because Van Damme just kicked your head in. And that's what I'm saying. We are Van Damme right now. In some ways, we're fucking dangerous. And people that know, the insiders know, the people that are really paying attention to the NBA, the people, coaches and players, they know. But in some ways, we're about to fuck shit up. Poeltl being on this team is a big effect. And people are really underestimating the seismic moves of getting Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline for us. That we are about to fuck shit up. And we're going to be a dominant team. I'm going to say this. I'll put my money, my mouth on the line. You take my credibility. If I'm wrong and the Raptors don't start kicking everybody's ass for the rest of the season, so be it. I'll eat my words. But I see the writing on the wall. We're about to start fucking everybody up because we have a center now. And we need to get used to this. Things are ideal. You watch. They're going to be ideal, and you're going to see it more and more revealed as each of the games come. Mike's saying Lowry never got a max contract here, and Lowry had market value higher than Fred with cap inflation. It's about the same money now, $30 million. Easy bar in my mind. All NBA players get maxes. DeRozan got a max. I see. Listen, Mike, this is expertise that Mike's really good at. I'm not good at number crunching. I hate the salary cap. I hate talking about everything like that. I'm not a very money-oriented person, but Mike is. And he kind of covers that in this stream for us. And so if you guys want to know more of the nuts and bolts about the money and the contracts, check out his content. He will really illuminate the whole picture financially for the Raptors and what is actually possible. It's such a false news, fake ass shit that people are putting out there that we can't keep all of our players this summer. We can actually re-sign everybody. We have $58 million, $3 million of it from the Otto Porter injury, that are going to be able to figure out Fred, Jakob, and Gary together. And you guys may be shocked how we fix it and that we do pay into the luxury tax, that we're willing to pay into it because we do believe in this team. Smooth is saying, I was at a Rockets fan growing up. The Dream and Otis Thorpe. Ooh, I love those old teams. Kenny Smith, Vernon Maxwell. You guys had Mike Woodson on your team. You had a lot of good players on those old Rockets teams. And of course, they won 2 championships in the middle of the 90s. Akeem the Dream Olajuwon may have been the greatest center of all time. In some ways, people don't talk about him enough. In the top centers of all time conversation, he gets forgotten about. And Otis Thorpe, yeah, you don't fuck with him. It's funny. Gary Trent Sr. was talking about Otis Thorpe the other day. I forget where. And he's saying, yeah, in the old league, you go into the lane and Otis Thorpe will punch you in the face and put you on the ground. So these guys are all soft these days. They never had to deal with Otis Thorpe, who had muscles that were on top of muscles. If you saw Otis Thorpe, the way he used to, oh man, he was a force. He was a presence. Yeah, I love those old Rockets teams. I was a Magic fan. So when we played the Rockets in the finals and we fell apart, I was very sad about that. But I did have a lot of respect for the heart of a champion with Rudy Tomjanovich and the Rockets teams around then. But yeah, I was so mad at Nick Anderson because I really did like the Magic at that time. It was right before the Raptors came around, and the Magic were my market team because I lived in Tallahassee, and I got to see. I was really into Shaq and the expansion Magic when they first started with Nick Anderson, Dennis Scott, and Penny Hardaway. So I was rooting for the Magic against y'all, but y'all did it. You got your repeat, and that was a really good accomplishment and really had a lot to do with Michael being gone. But you guys were a good team too. Mike saying, laughing my ass off. Geez, the Fredo kiss. Masai went Godfather on Thorpe. I know it was you, David. You're dead to me. I know. Seriously, he's Fredo. Take him out in the boat and fucking leave him in the lake, Masai. Seriously, do that, please. Logical saying Boucher is a good example of improvements in free throws. He has gotten way better and more consistent. I think we can help Poeltl more, the Spurs, in that aspect. And Shaq got lazy and working on it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Any improvement with Jakob's free throws is great, but I'm not holding my breath for it. It's something I'll just accept as a deficiency in his game. David is still here. Yes, sir. Logical saying, David, not you. My bad. David Thorpe, of course, for clearness. Yeah. See, that's why you have to really baby us, Mike. You got to write it all out. You almost made David feel like he wasn't here anymore because Masai called him and left him in a lake. Captain Saber Bros saying, yes, sir, I agree. I'm not against keeping Fred either. I'm not a Fred hater. I agree he has great value with leadership and coaching the young guys and just the basketball info he has. There's so much good about him. Seriously, the whole league lusts to get a Fred VanVleet on their team. Everybody would love to have a Fred VanVleet on their NBA team. Trust me, we're lucky to have him, and we need to show him the respect in that way. Fiercely saying synergy is the key. Happy and excited to see how Jakob's pickup will pan out with the upcoming year. Also feels good knowing some players genuinely want to stay with us. It really did signal that what Gary said to Lindsey Dunn on Thursday, that he wants to stay here. He's happy here. And I think he will make it work. He's going to talk to Masai this summer and they'll figure it out. Banana Bread Tan's here. Good to see an old name from the channel stepping in and visiting us. Poeltl moved us into championship mode. I love that. Yes, Banana Bread Tan. Seriously. He's going to be a piece. That 19 on his jersey is the goal that they're working towards. To remind these guys, you won in 19. I wasn't here. I want to win like you guys did in 19. So if y'all need a reminder what we're doing out here, you just look at my number on my jersey. This is what we're all about, Raptors, getting that second Larry O'Brien. And that's why Jakob's wearing number 19 right now. Jan saying Fred just needs to sharpen up his decision-making in final minutes if quarters, running the break better and just knowing when and when not to drive to the damn net and going for the weaky layup. I can't disagree with this. Decision making in the last couple minutes of the game for the Raptors is so important and key, and they can always improve in that area. You know, a lot of it, like I said, Siakam's got to read the double coming and get it out and kick it out. Leo's been on his ass about this, Leo Routens, and he's exactly right. Pascal, kick it out if the double's coming. And then Fred, really, really read the floor even better and know, pick and choose when you should go or somebody else should go and direct it that way. Sometimes I feel like you're taking too much time dribbling the ball and waiting. You're better about it now because Nick Nurse put an emphasis on pace and quickening things and putting people on their heels coming at them. So there's less of this walk the ball up the court, dribble, stand outside for like half the shot clock, and then initiate the offense. Fuck that shit. You may be buying yourself some time and breathing room, but we want you to engage and come right at them right away. And it's all about scoring early in the shot clock now. So no more of this half-ass, wait around, stand outside and dribble, and then go in. Nah, dog. Unless you're managing the clock and you're trying to eat up time, sure. But otherwise, we want you to initiate that offense and get it going more. Because if you guys wait outside too long, Siakam and VanVleet, we're not getting enough cuts and movement. And sometimes the synergy and the playing off of each other has to come earlier in the shot clock. And if you wait till 10 seconds on the shot clock to start it, you're not giving enough time. And then you're forcing yourself to try and force something one-on-one that's not a good shot. So we want to see ball movement earlier in the shot clock, later in the game. And that's criticism, not just for Fred, but for Siakam also. MSJ saying, oh, I lived in Clearwater for a time. Florida kids. Yeah, I have a Florida connection. That's part of the reason why my accent is so screwed up. because I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. I was there from 4 years old right up until I graduated from Florida State in the class of 98. So yeah, I've spent my whole childhood in Tallahassee, but I was Canadian, born in Toronto, and not ingratiated into hockey because I lived in Florida. I never played hockey. So this is really why I'm very so focused on the Raptors and not the Leafs or anything NHL, because I didn't play hockey when I was a kid. I played basketball. And in some ways, because I was always from Toronto, it puts me in a special place as far as with how I root for the Raptors. I'm not jaded and cynical like a longtime Leaf fan, because I'm not a part of that nation and I never have been. And I'm a part of Seminole Nation. I'm a Florida State Seminole. I went to the school and I saw how the fans in Tallahassee cheered for the Seminoles for their football team blindly. Devotion, positive. If a player got in trouble with the crime or something, they got in trouble for shoplifting, fans did not care. They just wanted to win. And in some ways, I take that kind of mentality about rooting for your team no matter what and apply it to this with the Raptors. That I'm taking college football fandom from the Seminole Nation and applying it to Raptors Nation, because that's how I grew up, a Seminole fan in Tallahassee. And I saw how Florida State fans treat Bobby Bowden and those great teams all throughout the history. And that's all I'm doing right here. I'm cheating off of Seminole Nation and I'm bringing it to Raptors Nation, because they were delusionally positive about the Seminoles and they won a lot. We were a powerhouse in college football while Bobby Bowden was our coach, and we won national championships and we had goodness because we strove to achieve and we believed it. And that's what I'm saying. If more Raptors fans would believe it, we will get it. And that we need to all believe it. We can't have these half-assed, negative-ass motherfuckers who don't think we're going to get it. We need everybody to get on the same page and believe it. And Clearwater's in the house. I love it, MSJ. Logical saying, taking on a boat ride in Lake Ontario. That's right. Let's take them out there. Let's get them the Maid in the Mist and take them under the falls real quick. And maybe just get rid of them while we're under the water, the vapor. It's real good cover. We'll be out there. Oh, aren't the falls so nice, David? Yes, Masai, very nice. Thank you for inviting me to Canada to see your beautiful falls. You should fire Nick. You know what, David? I wanted to talk to you about that while we're here. Come here. Come here. Listen, David. I know it was you, David. I know because you put it out on your podcast and I listened to it. You're dead to me. Off the boat, in the falls, underneath. Nobody sees it. Boom, done. Done. Perfect. Perfect. Logical. 100%. 100%. I see you doing that. All right. Facts. We need time to run multiple actions on possessions, get a best shot available. All right. I'm right at 4 hours. Wow. And I got to the end of the comments. Thanks for going through the Lexathon, as Monique puts it. It's just a daily talk. We talk about the Raptors here. And if you want to talk about the Raptors, this is your spot. So please like, comment, subscribe, and share. Just a real quick recap. I'm going to go over the team stats from yesterday for the Raptors against the Pistons. We lost the shooting battle. They made more shots than us. No, they didn't make more shots than us. They made a higher percentage, but we made more volume. So once again, quantity beats quality for shooting. When you get 8 more shots on the goal and you make 2 more field goals, even though you shot worse. 3-point shooting, we made up a little bit better. The first half, they were killing us at 3, and we weren't making very many. It ended up 13-11. I'll take that. Now, we didn't shoot very well there either. They beat us at that place. So how the fuck do the Raptors win a game if they shoot worse at field goal, 3-point, and free throws? Well, they make more opportunities. They get less turnovers. They make more rebounds. They do more things like get more shots. And that's how they make up the deficit and win a 1-point game. They had 8 turnovers. Meanwhile, the Pistons had 18. And that's a big factor in it right there. Only 21 assists, so the sharing could have been a lot better. I'd like them to get 4 more assists. 25 is my magic number. The Raptors need 25 assists a game, and that is an indicator of whether they're sharing the ball correctly or not. So they didn't totally do that exactly right yesterday. All right, just good job, Raptors. I'm really proud of you, and good job, 905, getting a 1-point win also. Just a great day for the Raptors, a great Super Bowl Sunday in Raptors history. Both Raptors teams winning by 1 point, and we're starting to pull ourselves out of the mud. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Banana Bread Tan saying, how likely is Pascal and Jakob's potential inside game going to affect Raptors offense? Will they force more collapsed defenses, easier shots, or clog the paint? Scotty on the second unit. Wow, there's a lot in there. And what I want to say is basically this, Banana Bread Tan. The potential for Jakob and Pascal in the two-man game is limitless. And in some ways, this may make Pascal a way more effective clutch shooter for us in making the baskets at the end of the game if he uses Jakob to play off of in two-man game. That this is going to open up his percentages and make it easier for him to get away from the defenders, just having Jakob there to play off of. So yes, this is going to make it way better, and we're going to have an easier time scoring because Jakob's out there. Yeah, and he's also causing more collapsed defenses. Basically, Scotty said in his post-game interview yesterday that with Jakob out there, they have to hedge and cover him because he's a big, easy threat to lob to get just a dunk. And so what's happening, if you have Stu and Duran out there, they have to both kind of guard him, and that's drawing a guy away from somebody else and allowing somebody to be more wide open. So it's true. That's also an effect that Jakob is having because he's out there. They have to shadow the center in the middle more because of his size advantage. So that is definitely that. Scotty, I don't want him off the second unit, but this is something we've talked about. Who will start? Who's going to start with this new Raptors? And I'm on the record for saying, once again, I want the old four from the bench mob days, Fred, OG, Pascal, and Jakob, with Scotty Barnes as the starting five. You put Precious and Gary off the bench, and they played fine off the bench at different times. There's no problem with that. So that's really the lineup that I see happening naturally for the Raptors going forward. W Stream Mike, thank you. Grow Raps Grow. Grow Raps Grow. And Race Mode Daily, thank you. Let's go Lexathon. Let's go Threaks. Let's go Raptors. You go, Edmund. Y'all have a great day. And stay true to your Raptors. Stay positive and keep your head up high. We are on our way back, y'all, and we're ready to start fucking up the rest of the league the way we should have the whole entire year. It's just we're a little late. But even if we're late to the party, we get some good inertia, some steam going into the playoffs, we can fuck people up. You know, you get on a hot streak and you start feeling good and you get good things going, you know, anything's possible. You know, people go on postseason runs sometimes from very dark, bad places in the middle of the season, and they become Cinderella teams. There's no reason why the Raptors with a starting center cannot be a Cinderella team spoiler later in the postseason this year. And start telling yourselves that, and it will become more of a reality. That we perceive reality and we make our own reality by what we perceive. If you tell yourself you can't do something, well, you probably can. But if you tell yourself you can do something, you know what? You probably can too. So you want to do things, do it. Tell yourself you can instead of telling yourself you can't. And then you might get stuff done that you didn't even think you could. Banana Bread Tan saying Bench Mob reunion is kind of epic. Who are we missing? Well, I mean, they talked to CJ. He says he can still shoot, but he is a little past his NBA prime. DeLon is in Washington. And there was some talk about bringing DeLon Wright back and being like the bench backup point guard. In fact, he may fit that role. In the offseason, we may want to look at DeLon Wright returning if we really want to do a full reunion, because he may actually fit the role we want. But in some ways, he's not necessary. He's a secondary kind of bench mob guy. And then the other one would be Lucas Nogueira, baby. Man, we know about him. He's been playing for Guelph in the CEBL recently last year, and he's kind of out of the league too. So I think we got the most of the bench mob back together. OG's not technically bench mob. He's actually a starter the year the bench mob played, but he did play a lot with them. And he definitely has a friendship and a connection to Jakob, just like Fred and Pascal do. So the synergy with OG will be the same as with Fred and Pascal with him. So it's going to be really exciting and fun to see OG return and the fun that's going to happen with him and Jakob too. So yeah, let's go. All right, facts. All right, guys, have a great day. Enjoy your Monday. And Westchester Knicks, Raptors 905, 7 o'clock tonight. Check it out. And then tomorrow, I'll have the preview for the Orlando Magic game, the last game before the All-Star break. And then we'll be going to the All-Star break, which will be a little bit of a different schedule. They'll be reacting to the All-Star events and then kind of off-season schedule a little bit. We're doing a Thursday think tank on Thursday, talking about the trade deadline and the direction the Raptors are heading. And I hope that we can elaborate even further on what the potential for the Raptors is with Jakob Poeltl on this team at this point on Thursday. So please continue to come and join me on the live stream when you can. And if you can't watch me live, I'm fun to watch later too. But I recommend if you watch me not live, put me on at 1.5 speed, because you can understand me still at 1.5 speed, and the time will go by way faster. I know it's a 4-hour stream and it's very long. So 1.5 time is very good to watch me on. All right, y'all. We actually have Lucas Nogueira rights in the NBA. We renounced all those rights, actually, Mike. A byproduct of us doing the Jakob deal last week was a sad moment for Blake Murphy. We have rescinded our rights to Nando De Colo and all those other guys like Jason Thompson, Lucas Nogueira, Jody Meeks, Jeremy Lin. We have none of the rights to those guys anymore because we announced them last Thursday when we did the Jakob deal. So, no, we don't actually have the rights to Nogueira at this time. All right, y'all have a great day, and let's go